Jiang Yan had come too far to fold now. She fired back, voice sharp. Cloud God, how dare you slander me like that? You say I copied you, where's your proof? An Ruoxi looked at her with ice in her eyes. Of course I have proof. She flicked a glance towards Xiao Yuan, standing in the wings. Xiao Yuan moved immediately, murmuring to the organizers. Seconds later, the massive stage screen shifted, filling with a series of designs. An Ruoxi lifted her hand toward the display. These are the 8 new pieces I designed for Aurora. The classic of Mountains and Seas Mythical Beasts series. Every line of inspiration comes straight from the original text. The first piece, Zhulong's Eye, the sunlit gown. The skirt flows like liquid gold, shifting from blazing red to absolute black, capturing the moment the torch dragon opens its eyes at dawn. The second, Yinlong's Wings, the ascension robe. A fitted column gown with a train that unfurls into translucent wings, bleeding from silver blue to deep black, like cloud trails left behind when the winged dragon takes flight. The third, Baize, the omniscience garment. The fourth, Zhen, the crimson flame cloak. The fifth, Dijiang, the chaos overcoat. The sixth, Wenyao fish, the rippling dream dress. The seventh, Qiongqi, the bone-spike jacket. And the eighth, nine-tailed fox, the enchanting illusion gown. She turned back to Jiang Yan, each word landing like a blade. And you? Your copy is my 8th piece, down to the details. The moment those designs lit up the screen, the crowd lost its mind. Oh my God, is Cloud God out here feeding us today? I cannot believe I'm seeing this many stunning pieces at once. This ticket was worth every cent. What did I do in a past life to deserve being a Cloud God fan? This is insane. Every single one is a masterpiece. How does someone this brilliant even exist? I walked in here with a friend, but I'm leaving a full-on Cloud God stan. Those clothes are art. Every last one. Aurora is Cloud God's boutique. No wonder it's taken the capital by storm. The second this drop, I am selling everything I own. Same. I won't even wear it. I'll frame it. Hello? Can we focus? There's a plagiarist standing on that stage right now, and you are acting like you don't see her. Can you blame us? Cloud God's designs stole every brain cell I had. But now that you mention it, throw her in jail. Seriously? Yeah, someone with zero morals like that deserves a cell. And a lifetime blacklist from the entire industry. She doesn't get to call herself a designer. Ever. I know her. She's a Jiang family heiress there in garments. This isn't even their first time copying designs. Their business has been tanking for years. Starting tomorrow, I'm calling it. Boycott everything the Jiang family touches. Boycott. The fury swept through the crowd like a wave. On stage, Jiang Yan was spiraling, completely unmoored. She forced herself to breathe, to hold it together. If she got branded a plagiarist right here, right now, her career was finished. She refused to let it end like this. Even if you designed a whole series, that doesn't prove I copied you. For all anyone knows, you could have copied me. The head judge, Leon, a ride-or-die Cloud God fan, frowned at her words. Whether you copied or not is obvious to everyone in this room. Stop embarrassing yourself. The cut and proportions of the gown you presented are riddled with flaws. Cloud God's 8 pieces design, cut, proportion are flawless. Anyone with even a basic eye for design can see who copied whom. Jiang Yan felt the ground crumbling beneath her. It was over. Everything was over. Her eyes went red, and she burst into tears on the runway. She's Cloud God. She has legions of fans. I'm just some nobody designer. Does that mean I deserve to be bullied like this? An Ruoxi could not believe Jiang Yan was still grasping for excuses. Her voice dropped, cold and final. You really won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? Fine. Here's your proof. The screen shifted again. This time, a series of official documents filled it. An Ruoxi's tone was absolute. I have a habit. Every time I finish a design, I register it for copyright protection. All 8 of these pieces carry official registration certificates. She paused, letting the silence stretch. Jiang Yan, expect a letter from my lawyers. I'm suing you for copyright infringement. Jiang Yan stared at her, horror dawning. Then the pieces clicked together, and her face twisted with rage. She thrust a finger at An Ruoxi. You set this whole thing up. You had someone plant those drafts in the trash, knowing I'd pick them up. You did it just to destroy me. You vicious bitch. An Ruoxi allowed herself a single, cold thought. At least she's not entirely stupid. But figuring it out now was far too late. The audience heard Jiang Yan curse Cloud God and erupted. Oh hell no, she did not just curse at Cloud God. Do we look invisible to you? Somebody drop the Jiang family's address in the chat. I'm on my way with a truckload of manure for their doorstep. Security. Why is this lunatic still on the stage? Get her out of here. Plagiarist, get lost. Protect Cloud God. But the most broken person in the room was Jiang Yan's father. He stood frozen under the spotlight, feeling like a national joke. No, a global one. He wanted the floor to split open and swallow him whole. And worse, far worse, was the contract he'd signed with Mr. Lu. Over 500 million in damages. He'd be forced off a rooftop. He stormed toward Jiang Yan, eyes blazing, and slapped her so hard across the face the sound cracked through the venue. You ungrateful brat. You just buried the Jiang family. Jiang Yan, struck in front of everyone, burned with shame and fury. She clutched her cheek, sobbing. Everything I did for this family. Her father roared back, then you still don't plagiarize. Do you have any idea because of what you did our family might have to pay over 500 million in compensation? What? Jiang Yan went pale, the shock slamming into her chest. But he was already gone, storming off the stage without another word. An Ruoxi watched the Jiang family implode, her gaze utterly cold. The stage was set. And this was only the beginning of their living hell. The award ceremony ended without a winner. Pei Jinhua's 8 designs had made everything else in the competition look dull and lifeless. Pei Jinhua was about to step off the stage when the crowd surged forward, desperate for photos, for handshakes. Pei Tianming stared at the chaos, stunned. As a top actor, he'd seen rabid fans before, but nothing like this. Was Pei Jinhua really that magnetic? Thankfully, the organizers had hired enough security to hold the crowd back. Han Lu headed to the parking lot to bring the car around. Pei Jinhua slipped into the VIP room. The moment she stepped inside, a tall figure slid in behind her. A familiar crisp scent, laced with faint tobacco, wrapped around her instantly. Xiao Yuan braced one hand against the door beside her head and leaned in. His narrow eyes held a glint of amusement. Running off so fast. He was too close. Pei Jinhua's nostrils filled with him. Her back pressed against the door, and an inexplicable panic fluttered in her chest. She pressed a finger against his chest, trying to create some distance. Mr. Xiao, what brings you to a fashion design competition? Instead of backing off, Xiao Yuan edged closer. Ungrateful little thing. Didn't you ask me to come? I cancelled an important meeting just for you. His voice was low, magnetic. This close, his handsome features were even more striking. Pei Jinhua felt the air thin. Breathing became a struggle. She shoved him hard. I never asked you to come. Xiao Yuan stumbled back 2 steps, annoyance flickering across his face. Wang Wanjuan's niece told me you were nervous and wanted me here for support. What? You just use me and then toss me aside. Wu Jingyi. Pei Jinhua's expression went cold. Why would she lie? Whatever Wu Jingyi's motive, being dragged into it pissed her off. Xixi. Are you in there? Pei Tianming's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yuan's face darkened instantly. A chilling aura radiated from him. Pei Jinhua frowned. What was Pei Tianming doing here? When she didn't answer, he called again. Xixi, I know you're in there. Open the door. I need to talk to you. Xiao Yuan's eyes, narrow and venomous, locked onto hers. Storm clouds gathered in his gaze. Why aren't you answering him? Pei Jinhua didn't want anyone to see her with Xiao Yuan. But right now, he felt like a grenade with the pin pulled. So annoying. Pei Tianming heard voices inside, a man's voice. He pounded on the door again. Xixi, who's in there with you? Answer me. Pei Jinhua finally snapped. Get lost. Hearing her voice, Pei Tianming seemed to calm down. He kept talking, almost to himself. Xixi, it's fine if you won't open the door. Just listen. I know you're all alone now, and things aren't easy. We were engaged once. If you promise to drop those bad habits you picked up over the past 4 years, I'll let you stay by my side. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you. You won't suffer. Pei Jinhua mentally cursed every ancestor of the Pei family for generations. Was this confidence hereditary? Where did he get the nerve? Her voice turned icy. Pei Tianming, are you out of your mind? I said get lost. She'd deal with him later. Now wasn't the time. Pei Tianming furrowed his brow. Xixi, stop pretending. You used to love me so much. Ever since you came back, you keep showing up around me, trying to get my attention. I've already agreed to let you stay. No more playing hard to get. Pei Jinhua felt like she'd been blind before. How could she have ever fallen for someone like this? Rage boiled inside her. She opened her mouth to fire back. Xiao Yuan's forehead veins bulged. His face was a mask of pure fury. Fuck! He yanked the VIP room door open. If your ears are useless, donate them. Didn't you hear her tell you to get lost? Pei Tianming stared in shock at Xiao Yuan. Then his gaze shifted to Pei Jinhua standing behind him. You two, together. Xiao Yuan's fists cracked as he clenched them. His fury turned him into a wolf whose territory had just been invaded. His voice dripped ice. I'm her man. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Pei Jinhua pressed a hand to her forehead. Xiao Yuan, the human bomb. Pei Tianming's face twisted with shock, then disappointment. Xixi, you actually. He didn't finish. He turned and left. So Pei Jinhua had latched onto that lunatic Xiao Yuan just to survive. No wonder she could afford such a nice car. And he actually tried to help her. She was a huge disappointment. He decided he was done with Pei Jinhua. After Pei Tianming left, Pei Jinhua glared at Xiao Yuan. Why did you say that in front of him? He's an idiot. Why bother with him? Xiao Yuan stared straight at her. He ran his tongue over his back teeth, his eyes burning. I'm fucking jealous. Pei Jinhua froze. She could only stare back, unsure how to respond. Imperial Royal Feast, Tianhe Restaurant. Pan Jichu, the event organizer, was hosting dinner for the VIPs and judges. Pan Jichu had helped Pei Jinhua when she opened the Aurora store, so she didn't refuse the invitation. The private room was massive, dripping with opulent decor. Xiao Yuan, given his status, naturally took the head seat. Next, Pan Jichu seated Pei Jinhua to Xiao Yuan's right. As for Xiao Yuan's left side, Pan Jichu glanced at Wu Jingyi, who stood nearby, and understood immediately. This beauty had been with Xiao Yuan the entire time. She had to be his woman. He smiled tentatively. This young lady came with CEO Xiao, so she should sit beside him. Xiao Yuan's focus was entirely on Pei Jinhua. As long as she was next to him, he didn't care where anyone else sat. Seeing no objection, Pan Jichu breathed a silent sigh of relief. He guessed correctly. Wu Jingyi was seated on Xiao Yuan's left. Master Leon eagerly took the seat next to Pei Jinhua. Pei Tianming sat beside Wu Jingyi. The rest followed in order. Liang was a die-hard fan of Pei Jinyue. In his 50s, sitting next to his idol made him as stiff as a schoolboy. His back was ramrod straight, each breath shallow and quick, terrified of disturbing her. After mentally preparing himself, he pulled out a notebook and pen and looked at her with reverence. Miss Pei, could I have your autograph? Pei Jinyue smiled gently. Of course. She took the notebook and was about to write. Could you write? To Liang, there is only one you in this world. Sure, Pei Jinyue said. She wrote the English line in a flourish, then signed her name. Handing back the notebook, she smiled. Liang's face lit up with barely contained excitement. He accepted it respectfully. Thank you, Miss Pei. I will treasure this signature forever. Pan Jichu teased him. Never thought I'd see the day Caesar of the fashion world, Master Liang, acts like such a fanboy. Liang tucked the notebook away like a precious gem, beaming. Stans don't have an age limit. Xiao Yuan shot Liang an annoyed glance, then said coolly, Miss Pei sure is popular. How about signing one for me too? With so many people around, Pei Jinyue couldn't refuse. She smiled. Sure. A waiter quickly handed her paper and a pen. Before she could write, Xiao Yuan added, I want a dedication too. Right. He leaned in close, whispering so only she could hear, to Xiao Yuan, love you for 10,000 years, never apart through all lifetimes. Signed, Pei Jinyue. Pei Jinyue's hand paused over the paper. She shot him a sideways glare. This bastard. She ignored his instructions and wrote in clean, elegant strokes, to Xiao Yuan, wishing you every success. Xiao Yuan glanced at it, his expression souring. That's not what I said. Take it or leave it, Pei Jinyue said pleasantly, still smiling. Xiao Yuan said nothing. He folded the paper carefully and slipped it into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Pan Jichu raised his glass, toasting the successful conclusion of the competition and praising Pei Jinyue's talent. The table buzzed with conversation. Wu Jingyi sat quietly, peeking at her food, stealing glances at Xiao Yuan. He hadn't looked at her once since they sat down. His attention was fixed on Pei Jinyue, the way he poured her tea, the way he angled his body toward her. Wu Jingyi's fingers tightened around her wine glass. She leaned toward Xiao Yuan and spoke softly. Brother Xiao Yuan, try this. It's excellent. She placed a piece of braised pork on his plate. Xiao Yuan didn't even glance at it. Not hungry. Wu Jingyi's smile stiffened. Across the table, Pei Tianming watched the scene unfold, his jaw tight. He drained his glass in one go. Liang, oblivious to the undercurrents, kept chattering excitedly to Pei Jinyue about fabrics and design philosophy. Pei Jinyue listened attentively, occasionally offering insights that made Liang gasp with admiration. Xiao Yuan watched her, his dark eyes unreadable. Halfway through the meal, Pei Jinyue excused herself to the restroom. She stood at the sink, touching up her lipstick, when Wu Jingyi walked in. Wu Jingyi stopped beside her, meeting her eyes in the mirror. You're quite close with brother Xiao Yuan, Wu Jingyi said, her tone light but edged. Pei Jinyue kept her lipstick. Is there a problem? Wu Jingyi smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Just an observation. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. I've known brother Xiao Yuan since we were children. He's never looked at anyone the way he looks at you. Pei Jinyue turned to face her directly. And I don't like it, Wu Jingyi said, dropping the pretense. So consider this a friendly warning. Stay away from him. Pei Jinyue laughed softly. You brought me here. You told him I wanted him to come. And now you're telling me to stay away. Make up your mind. Wu Jingyi's expression flickered. Pei Jinyue stepped closer, her voice dropping to a murmur. Next time you want to play games, leave me out of it. She walked out, leaving Wu Jingyi standing alone by the sinks, her reflection pale under the harsh bathroom lights. Back at the table, Xiao Yuan noticed the shift in Pei Jinyue's mood immediately. He leaned toward her. What happened? Nothing, she said smoothly. Just girl talk. Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press. When Wu Jingyi returned, her composure was flawless. She chatted easily with Pan Jichu, laughed at the right moments, and didn't look at Pei Jinyue again. The dinner ended just past 9. Outside the restaurant, the night air was cool and crisp. Pan Jichu shook hands with everyone, thanking them for coming. Leon clutched his signed notebook to his chest, still beaming. Pei Tianming walked up to Pei Jinyue, his expression guarded. Xixi, can I have a word? Alone? Before Pei Jinyue could answer, Xiao Yuan stepped between them. She's busy. Pei Tianming's eyes hardened. I wasn't talking to you. And I don't give a damn, Xiao Yuan said. She's living with me. Pei Jinyue sighed. Pei Tianming, whatever you have to say, I'm not interested. Pei Tianming stared at her for a long moment. Fine. But this conversation isn't over. He walked away, disappearing into the parking lot. Xiao Yuan turned to Pei Jinyue, his expression dark. Get in the car. I have my own ride. Get in the car, he repeated, his jaw tight. Hang Lu had already pulled up with Pei Jinyue's car. She hesitated, then told Hang Lu, I'll ride with him. Follow us. Hang Lu nodded. Xiao Yuan's driver opened the rear door. Pei Jinyue slid in, and Xiao Yuan followed close behind. The car pulled away from the restaurant, the city lights blurring past the tinted windows. Neither of them spoke. Xiao Yuan's hand found hers in the dark. He laced their fingers together, his grip firm. Pei Jinyue looked down at their intertwined hands, then up at his profile, sharp against the passing streetlights. Are you still jealous? She asked quietly. Xiao Yuan's thumb stroked the back of her hand. No. A pause. Yes. Pei Jinyue bit back a smile. He means nothing to me. He's nothing. Xiao Yuan said nothing, but the tension in his grip eased slightly. After a long silence, he spoke. Wu Jingyi. Did she say something to you in the bathroom? Perceptive bastard. It's handled, Pei Jinyue said. Xiao Yuan turned to look at her, his dark eyes searching her face. I've known her a long time, he said. She's my aunt's niece. That's all. You don't owe me an explanation. I know, he said. But I'm giving you one anyway. Pei Jinyue felt something shift in her chest. She looked away, out the window. Where are we going? My place. Xiao Yuan. Just for a drink, he said. I'm not going to do anything. She didn't believe him. Not for a second. But she didn't argue. The car glided through the gates of a private estate and pulled up in front of a sleek modern penthouse. Xiao Yuan led her inside. The space was all dark wood, floor-to-ceiling windows, and minimalist luxury. The city sprawled beneath them, a sea of lights. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing her one. Pei Jinyue took a sip, letting the warmth spread through her. Xiao Yuan stood by the window, his back to her, his silhouette sharp against the glittering skyline. I meant what I said, he said quietly. In that room. When I said I'm your man. Pei Jinyue's fingers tightened around her glass. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. I'm playing for keeps, Jinyu. No games. No bullshit. He crossed the room, stopping inches from her. His hand came up, fingers brushing her jaw, tilting her face toward his. So you need to know, he said, his voice low and rough. I don't share. I don't back off. And I sure as hell don't let go. Pei Jinyue's heart pounded against her ribs. She should say something. Push him away. Set boundaries. But the words wouldn't come. Because some treacherous part of her didn't want to push him away at all. Xiao Yuan's thumb traced her lower lip. His eyes dropped to her mouth. Tell me to stop, he murmured. And I will. She didn't speak. He leaned in. His lips were a breath away from hers when his phone rang, shattering the silence. Xiao Yuan cursed under his breath. He pulled back, snatching the phone from his pocket. What? A voice crackled on the other end, urgent and panicked. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted. The heat in his eyes cooled, replaced by something sharp and lethal. I'm on my way. He ended the call and looked at Pei Jinhua. I have to go. What happened? He grabbed his coat. Something came up. I'll have my driver take you home. Xiao Yuan. I'll call you, he said, already heading for the door. He paused at the threshold, turning back. His gaze held hers for a beat. This isn't over. And then he was gone. Pei Jinhua stood alone in the vast penthouse, the city lights blinking beneath her, the ghost of his touch still warm on her skin. She finished her whiskey in one swallow. Whatever had just started between them, she had a feeling there was no stopping it now. And Shuli felt her cheeks heat at Xiao Yi's words. She shot him a sharp, pointed glare, then forced a smile. Sure. She scrawled a single line onto the paper and slid it toward him. Xiao Yi read the elegant handwriting, and the corner of his mouth tucked upward. Fucking adorable. He folded the paper with care and tucked it into the inner pocket over his left chest. Then he gave her a look she couldn't quite read. I really do love Master An's autograph. And Shuli frowned, confused. Had he not actually read what she wrote? And he wasn't mad. Because what she'd written was, to dumbass Xiao, if your mouth's that idle, go lick a toilet bowl instead of standing around daydreaming and running it. Signed, An Ruoxi. Pei Tianming watched their back and forth in silence, his chest ready to explode. Flirting right out in the open, absolutely shameless. Thanks to those two autographs, the mood around the table thawed a little, and most of the dishes had been served. Pan Jichu, playing host, rose to his feet with a smile. On such a special occasion, we should have some wine. He signaled the wait staff. Two servers stepped forward with decanters and began pouring. The first stopped beside Xiao Yi. The second headed straight for An Ruoxi. Before she could open her mouth, Pei Tianming crowed, his voice dripping with triumph. Don't pour for her, she's allergic to alcohol. One glass and she's out cold. The words landed like a spark on dry grass. Every face around the table lit up with curiosity. I started between Pei Tianming and An Ruoxi. Master and an actor Pei. Was there history there? A dangerous flash crossed Xiao Yi's eyes. His grip on his wine glass tightened. A sharp crack split the air, the glass shattered in his hand. Everyone flinched. Wu Jingyi was the first to react. She lunged forward and grabbed his hand, her face filled with concern. Mr. Xiao, you're bleeding. Get off me. The second her fingers touched him, he flung her aside. She crumpled to the floor. Pan Jichu scrambled to get someone to help Wu Jingyi up and barked for the first aid kit. And Shuli felt a dull throb at her temples. God! Pei Tianming and that goddamn mouth of his. Pei Tianming took in the blood dripping from Xiao Yi's hand and felt a swell of satisfaction. Humph, and Shuli's real love was still him. What could Xiao Yi possibly compare to? A server rushed over with the medical kit. But Xiao Yi's eyes were storm dark, his whole presence radiating so much menace that no one dared get close. And Shuli rose and held her hand out to the server, her face unreadable. Give it to me. The server passed it over like a live grenade. She opened the kit with practiced ease and pulled out cotton swabs and iodine. Xiao Yi's left hand was still clenched in a fist, veins corded along the back, blood seeping between his knuckles. And Shuli frowned. Open your hand. His face was terrifying, pitch black with rage. He lifted those narrow eyes to her. If not for her, he would have already dealt with that bastard Pei Tianming. And Shuli was losing patience. Open your hand. He clicked his tongue against his back teeth. Then, like an obedient dog, He uncurled his fingers. The room fell dead silent. People still trembling from fear traded wide-eyed glances. This was Xiao Yi, the man everyone was afraid of. And wasn't this exactly like training a dog? An Ruoxi cleaned the wand and wrapped it with steady hands. Then she straightened, grabbed a full decanter of red wine from another server, and walked stone-faced toward Pei Tianming. Without a word, she lifted the decanter and poured the entire bottle over his head. Pei Tianming shot up as if scalded. An Ruoxi, are you insane? She slapped him hard across the face. Pei Tianming, I was young back then. I couldn't tell a decent person from a dog. Now you've got a lot of nerve, acting like we're close in public. You're trash. Keep your hands off me. His face turned purple. You. An Ruoxi's appetite was gone. She turned to Pan Jichu, her voice laced with genuine regret. President Pan, I'm sorry for ruining the dinner you worked so hard on. I'll come back another time to apologize properly. Without a backward glance, she walked out. At the Jiang family home. They had barely walked through the door when Mr. Zhang's phone started ringing off the hook. He answered the first few calls, and his legs nearly buckled. President Jiang, we won't be carrying your brands anymore. President Jiang, given your company's reputation just went up in flames, we can't continue our collaboration. President Jiang, when exactly do you plan to pay back the production costs we already fronted? Every single call came from distributors and suppliers. Almost every distributor had already dropped the Jiang brand without hesitation. And when the suppliers caught wind of it, their calls demanding payment started flooding in. Mr. Jiang had barely hung up when another call came through. It was Mr. Lu. President Jiang, what the hell is going on? Isn't your daughter supposed to be the champion? How did you manage to screw things up this badly? Mr. Jiang forced his voice into something funny. Mr. Lu, our cooperation hasn't actually started yet. How about we just void the contract? Void it? Mr. Lu exploded. President Jiang, we signed a legally binding contract. The moment the ink dried, I poured 30 million into ad production. If you try to pull out now, I will see you in court. Mr. Lu. The line went dead. Mr. Jiang hurled his phone to the floor, his whole body shaking with rage. His wife wailed, Honey, what are we going to do? He jabbed a trembling finger at Jiang Yan. This is all because of your precious daughter. The Jiang family is finished. Just then, a servant burst in, panic written all over her face. Sir, Madam, someone just dumped a whole bucket of manure at our front gate. Mr. Zhang's blood pressure skyrocketed. He rounded on Jiang Yan, voice cracking. Disgrace to this family. Disgrace. He clutched his chest, his face twisting in agony, and collapsed backward. Honey. Dad. Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Yan's screams tore through the house. The moon was bright, stars scattered across a clear night sky. On the outskirts of Imperial City, a sunflower field spread across the land. An Ruoxi sat on a hillside overlooking the field, 2 cans of beer resting by her feet. Lu Jinxian had loved sunflowers. Pan Jichu had bought this field for her. Every early summer, her brother and Lu Jinxian would bring her here. Lu Jinxian and An Ruoxi would wander through the rows, taking photos, laughing until their sides ached. Pan Jichu would set up a tent in a patch of shade, unfold portable tables and chairs, and lay out every kind of food and drink they loved. When the two of them tired themselves out, they would collapse into the shade to cool off. Pan Jichu would smile and hand each of them a glass of iced sour plum soup. Lu Jinxian's homemade recipe. Sweet and tart. One sip and the world felt right again. Remembering those bright, simple days, An Ruoxi smiled, her face glowing with joy. But when her gaze dropped to the barren field below, her eyes welled up, hot and sudden. She grabbed a can of beer, popped the tab, and took a long drink. The tears slid down her cheeks before she could stop them. She wiped them away with the back of her hand, lifted her chin to the full moon, and forced a smile. Sister Xixi. The Jiang family got what they deserved. Every ounce of pain they caused you, I'll make sure they pay it back tenfold. 100-fold. She took another drink. You said you loved sunflowers because even when it rains, they still turn toward the sun. You said they were a symbol of light and hope. If I work hard enough, maybe I'll see you and my brother recover, too. And Xixi sat alone on the hillside, talking to no one. Free people used to fill these outings with laughter. Now it was just her. She wished this was all a dream. That she would wake up and Mom, Dad, her brother, and Sister Xixi would still be there. Not far from the hillside, beneath a tree, Xiao Yuan stood with a cigarette between his lips and one hand in his pocket. The thick darkness hid his expression, but his eyes never left Xixi. The assistant hesitated, then asked quietly, Mr. Xiao, Miss An seems upset. Maybe you should go comfort her. Xiao Yuan took a long drag, exhaling a slow curl of smoke. His dark eyes were like deep, frozen pools. Let her be for a while. The assistant said nothing more. He stood beside Xiao Yuan under the tree, waiting. A few moments later, the assistant sucked in a sharp breath. Mr. Xiao. Miss An, she's not moving. Xiao Yuan saw it too. Her head had dropped. She sat perfectly still. His gaze turned cold. He flicked the cigarette aside and sprinted up the hillside. When he reached her and she did not react, an unfamiliar panic seized his chest. He gripped her shoulders and shook her gently. And Xixi. She blinked, groggy and unfocused, then flashed him a sweet, dazed smile. Big brother. Xiao Yuan's whole body jolted. He froze in place. The tips of his ears burned red. His throat moved as he swallowed. What did you just call me? Hell. That big brother hit harder than a kiss. And Xixi's cheeks were flushed. Her clear eyes were hazy, unfocused. Then her bottom lip wobbled, and she burst into tears, throwing herself against his chest. Daddy. I missed you so much. Xiao Yuan caught the scent of alcohol on her breath. His gaze slid to the open beer can beside her. He picked it up and shook it. Half gone. Half a can and she was this wasted. Damn it. That pay bastard was right. One drink and she was done. He was never letting her touch alcohol again. He scooped her up. We're going home. And Xixi curled into his chest, soft and utterly compliant. Okay. Home. Xiao Yuan looked down at her peaceful, edges gone, trusting. Something sharp pierced his heart. This was what she should have always been. Pampered. Carefree. He held her tighter. In a low voice, he said to the assistant, who was following close behind, dig into what happened to the An family back then. The assistant paused, then answered, understood. Taiping Mountain. Wu Jingyi strode into the living room, her expression dark as a storm cloud. The moment the maid spotted her, she dismissed the other servants. She hurried over with a smile. Oh, my dear niece, you're back. Wu Jingyi said nothing. She crossed to the sofa in silence and sat down stiffly. The maid's smile faded. What happened? Things didn't go well today. Wu Jingyi clenched her fist and slammed it against the coffee table. I didn't expect Xiao Yuan to be completely obsessed with Xixi. No matter what she did, he would not even glance at her. He had told her to get lost, cold and final. Her whole life, with her face and her skills, she had had every man wrapped around her finger. This was the first time she had taken a hit this hard. The first time she had been humiliated like this. The maid's expression darkened, too. You couldn't win him over, either. A vicious light flickered in Wu Jingyi's eyes. And, do you remember my little sister? The maid had no idea why she would bring up the girl now. Of course I do. Your father used to dote on her the most. But one night, your sister went drinking with friends at a bar, and someone violated her. Your father decided she had disgraced the family. After that, he couldn't stand the sight of her. That was when your father finally noticed you. He poured every ounce of love he had once given your sister onto you instead. Wu Jinyi's voice stayed soft, almost silky, but underneath it was a bottomless malice. Auntie, want to guess how my sister ended up violated that night? The maid's eyes flickered with confusion, then shock flooded her face. Was that you? Wu Jinyi did not confirm. She did not deny. She lowered her eyelids, eerily serene, and examined her perfect manicure. When I want something, I get it. No matter the cost. She curled her slender fingers into a tight fist. The maid's expression shifted. A flicker of approval crossed her face. After all, it was every man for himself. She had been a servant her whole life. Now she had a shot at being the mistress. Why would she not grab it with both hands? What's your plan? The maid asked. Wu Jinyi did not answer. She pulled out her phone and dialed. The moment the call connected, her face bloomed with warmth. She cooed into the phone, Brother Long, it's been way too long. I need a little favor. The warm amber glow of the lamp filled the room. Cozy. Intimate. Xiao Yuan lowered An Ruoxi onto the bed and pulled the duvet over her. She curled onto her side, brow knitted tight, dark hair spilling across the pillow in tangled waves. The maid hovered at the bedside, a thread of worry in her voice. Is Miss An all right? Xiao Yuan didn't look up. He traced a fingertip along An Ruoxi's temple, sweeping away the loose strands. Bring some honey water. The maid was quick. She returned in under a minute, cup in hand. Xiao Yuan took it. That's all. She nodded and slipped out, pulling the door shut behind her. He cradled the back of An Ruoxi's neck, easing her upright against his arm. His voice dropped lower, softer than usual. An Ruoxi. Sit up. Drink a little. She frowned, fumbling for his wrist, and sipped from the cup. Soft swallows rose from her throat, small and animal-like. Her lips parted and closed, slick with honey water. Xiao Yuan's grip on the cup tightened. His Adam's apple shifted. A kick of heat jumped through his pulse. After she drank, her lashes fluttered open. Her gaze was unfocused, swimming, then landed on the face hovering inches from hers. A sweet, loose smile spread across her lips. Whoa! You are seriously gorgeous. She lifted a finger and traced his face without asking. Eyelashes, so long. Nose, very straight. And your lips. She tilted her head, studying them. Those look like they'd be good to kiss. Also. Her finger drifted lower, grazing his Adam's apple. This part, it really stands out. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes narrowed. The heat in them shifted, sharpening into something dangerous. He caught her wandering fingers, a wicked grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. An Ruoxi. You asked for this. He leaned in, his tall frame pressing her back against the mattress as his mouth covered hers. Man. A breathy sound escaped her throat. Her lips parted on instinct. He took the invitation. The kiss deepened, his tongue sliding past her teeth, tangling hot and insistent with hers. Possessive. Ravenous. Like he wanted to devour her whole. His palm slid beneath the hem of her dress, gliding her. Hurts. She whimpered, twisting, trying to squirm free. The alcohol had left her limbs useless. Her pale cheeks flushed pink, air running short. Only when he felt her struggling to breathe did he yank himself back under control. He broke the kiss and moved lower her earlobe, her throat, the tip of her collarbone. His breathing turned ragged, rapid. Xixi, let me have you. His hands kept moving, but the body beneath him gave no response. He lifted his head. A low, rough laugh scraped from his chest. He grazed his teeth over his bottom lip. An Ruoxi had passed out cold. Xiao Yuan rolled onto his side next to her, chest heaving. He stared down at the tent in his pants. His dark eyes churned. He hesitated all of 3 seconds. Then he pulled her warm, soft body flesh against him, voice husky in her ear. Xixi, you lit this fire. You're putting it out. In her sleep, An Ruoxi felt a furnace pressed to her back and something rigid digging into her waist. Hurts, move it. She mumbled, reaching blindly behind her. Xiao Yuan let out a rough, gratified groan. Then an idea sparked. He bent close to her ear, voice low, dangerously coaxing. Xixi, be good. I'll teach you. His large hand closed over hers. Outside the half-open window, moonlight spilled like water. The night haze thickened. Inside the room, tangled heated whispers stretched on and on. They didn't stop until the early hours before dawn. Morning light bled through the curtains. An Ruoxi's lashes fluttered. She surfaced slowly. Her head pounded. She tried to press her temples. Her right hand sagged, limp and aching. Just lifting it made her fingers tremble. What the hell had her right hand done? How was this even possible? Morning, Xixi. Xiao Yuan's voice slid over her, thick with satisfaction. An Ruoxi scrambled back. The motion pulled at muscles she hadn't used before. She registered the raw burning between her inner thighs. Why are you in my bed? She yanked the covers up to check. Her clothes from last night were still on. Nothing looked out of place except her right hand and the chafed skin between her legs. Xiao Yuan propped his head on his hand, thumb tracing his lower lip. His eyes were dark, suggestive. You don't remember getting drunk and forcing yourself on me. Kissing me. Her mind blanked. She couldn't recall a single thing after the drinks. She'd only blacked out once before. That time she'd simply passed out. Her parents said she'd slept like the dead. When had she become the handsy type? Xiao Yuan watched her face strain for a memory that wouldn't come. A wicked gleam flickered through his eyes. He pushed off the bed, circled to her side, and leaned down. You didn't just kiss me. His gaze dropped. You touched it, too. Aside from my own right hand, nothing's ever touched that part of me. So, what are you gonna do to make it up to me? An Ruoxi's cheeks flamed. Fragments flickered. She'd been kissing Xiao Yuan. Her face burned hotter. She fumbled for words. I was drunk. I didn't mean to. Xiao Yuan watched her blush and stumble. Damn, she was cute. He smirked and decided not to push it. Straightening, he headed for the door. Tell the maid to change the sheets. An Ruoxi frowned and threw the covers back. Stains marked the pale blue sheets. In a flash, she understood exactly what had happened. To her hand. To her thighs. Xiao Yuan. She hissed at the door clicking shut. But strangely knowing how far they'd gone, she felt more embarrassed than angry. Maybe because Xiao Yuan was just too good looking. Facing that face and that body, she couldn't exactly call it losing. Xiao Yuan heard her hiss from the hall. It held about as much real threat as an angry kitten. His mood lifted noticeably. He went to his room, showered, changed, and headed downstairs for breakfast. By the time he finished eating, the assistant was waiting by the car with the driver. Xiao Yuan slid into the back seat. The assistant handed him a folder. President Xiao. The materials for the executive residence project. Xiao Yuan flipped through. Good. We're heading to the residence. An Ruoxi soaked in the bathtub. She stared at the angry red patch on the inside of her pale thigh and fumed. That bastard Xiao Yuan. How long had he been grinding against her to rub the skin raw? She was never drinking again. Ever. After a long, unhurried soak, she went downstairs for breakfast. She skipped dinner and thrown back alcohol on an empty stomach, so she ate a bit more than usual. She was chewing slowly when Wu Jingyi approached. Wu smiled, sugary sweet. Good morning, Miss An. and Shuli had zero patience for this woman since learning about the scheming behind her back. She answered flatly. Morning. Wu Jingyi pretended not to notice the eyes. Smile still fixed in place, she said, Miss An, there's a charity event at an orphanage today. I'd love for you to join me. Would you be willing? And Shuli paused, chopsticks hovering. Why do you want me there? Wu's smile didn't crack. You're a famous master. The children would be thrilled to meet you. Could you spare some time for those poor kids? And Shuli's gaze settled on her, steady and measuring. A few seconds passed. Then she smiled back. Sure. She wanted to see exactly what kind of game this woman was playing. The orphanage playground echoed with laughter and happy shouts. And Shuli stood behind a row of tables, handing out toys to the children. A dozen reporters crowded behind them, cameras rolling, capturing every moment. She smiled warmly, her voice dripping with honey. Don't rush, little ones. Everyone gets one. Please don't push. Be careful if anyone falls, I'll be heartbroken. Smaller kids first. Bigger kids, let them go ahead. I promise, nobody leaves empty-handed. Some of the bolder kids, charmed by her gentle tone and pretty face, shouted with excitement. Thank you, pretty lady. You're a real angel. Pretty lady, you're so nice. I really like you. Pretty lady, good luck will make you rich and lucky forever. And Shuli basked in the praise, feeling thoroughly smug. Not long ago, she'd been dragged through the mud online. Her mother had come up with a plan, do charity work, build a wholesome persona. Hire media outlets and influencers to hype it up. The turnaround had been surprisingly good. The online hate died down, her fans were defending her again, and her reputation was almost back to its peak. After handing out the last toy, she posed behind the tables for a group photo with the orphans. Her assistant flashed an OK sign. Without a second glance at the children, and Shuli hurried out of the orphanage. The moment she reached her assistant, she wrinkled her nose in disgust and fanned the air. Let's go, let's go. Those little brats reek of sweat. I'm about to suffocate. Her assistant knew the young lady's temper well. She packed up quickly and asked, should we say goodbye to the director? And Shuli glared at her. The director of an orphanage? Why bother? Let's go. The assistant nodded fast. Got it. They'd barely taken 2 steps when Xixi and Wu Jingyi appeared, walking toward them. Seeing Xixi, and Shuli ground her teeth. This was the bitch who'd ruined her. Xixi noticed her and let out a mocking laugh. Oh, if it isn't my big sister, the superstar who got roasted all over social media. And Shuli's glare turned venomous. Then she sneered. Haven't you seen the news lately? My reputation's better than ever. Xixi shrugged. Why would I bother? People like you fake to the core always get exposed in the end. You. And Shuli fumed. She snapped, Xixi, what are you so proud of? I'm the eldest daughter of the An family now. One day, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Xixi crossed her arms, a cold smirk on her lips. Oh, really? I'll be waiting. Just then, a little girl clutching a toy ran over. She threw herself at An Shuli's legs, beaming. Pretty lady, are you leaving? Can I give you a hug? Caught off guard, An Shuli didn't even try to hide her disgust. She kicked the girl away like swatting a filthy bug. Get off me. Do you have any idea how much this dress costs? If you ruin it, can you even afford to pay for it? The assistant's face flickered with shock. She quickly tugged at An Shuli's sleeve. The little girl hit the ground and burst into tears, terrified by the vicious look on the woman's face. Xixi rushed over and scooped the girl into her arms. She said coldly, An Shuli, she's just a child. Is this how you do charity? The commotion drew everyone's attention. An Shuli's face twisted with fury. She barked at her assistant, let's go. She practically fled. In the car, unsure seated. She pulled out her phone and called old Master An. Grandfather, what about the mercenary you hired? Why isn't that bitch dead yet? Old Master An was in a meeting. Irritated, he snapped, it's already in motion. Then he hung up. Unsure gripped her phone, her eyes dark and murderous. Xixi had the steward arrange 3 pickup trucks, one loaded with clothes, one with snacks, and one with school supplies. Compared to toys, she figured these were what the kids actually needed. Xixi, who'd invited her along, had come empty-handed. She explained she planned to volunteer as an aid worker, so she hadn't bought supplies. Xixi didn't call her out. She just watched the act in silence. The director was deeply grateful to Xixi and invited both women to stay for lunch. After they ate, the two left the orphanage. The place was tucked away in a remote suburb. The road was narrow and winding, but luckily there was almost no traffic. Xixi drove calmly. Xixi sat in the passenger seat, buttering her up. Miss Liang, you're so generous. Donating all those things to the kids. Xixi glanced at her, half joking. Miss Wu, you don't seem like you're here just for charity. Is there something else you're after? Xixi's heart skipped a beat. Had she seen through her? She forced a composed smile. Miss Liang, you're joking. If not charity, what else would I do at an orphanage? Xixi gave her a meaningful look. That's exactly what I'd like to ask you, Miss Wu. Xixi laughed nervously. You're overthinking it. A cold smile curled on Xixi's lips. She said nothing more. Suddenly, a military green jeep appeared from the opposite direction. Xixi turned the wheel to avoid it. But the jeep swerved like a drunk, and with a loud crunch, slammed into Xixi's sports car. Xixi hit the brakes hard. Frowning, she opened the door and got out to check the damage. In the passenger seat, Xixi smirked with triumph. The doors of the jeep swung open. 4 men stepped out hawking brutes, all over 6 feet tall. The leader, a bald thug, started cursing. Are you blind? How the hell do you drive? Xixi stared at him coldly. You crossed into my lane and hit my car. The bald thug spat on the ground. Shut your mouth, bitch. The 3 men behind him circled her with leering grins. Boss, why waste words? She wrecked our car, let her pay with her body. Yeah, look at that soft skin. She'll be a wild ride. Ha ha ha. Their laughter was obscene. Xixi stepped back, her eyes dark. What do you think you're doing? Xixi played her part too. Don't come any closer. I'll call the police. The men shifted their attention. Oh, there's another one. Boss, we're in luck tonight. The bald thug guffawed. Boys, tonight we feast. He lunged at Xixi, pressing a cloth over her mouth before she could react. She struggled for a moment, then went limp. Xixi's face lit up with triumph. She got out of the car and walked over to the bald thug. Without a word, she shot him a look. He grinned confidently. Don't worry. I used a heavy dose. Could knock out a bull. Xixi finally spoke. Make sure you do a good job. When I become the mistress of Taiping Mountain, you'll all be rewarded. The bald thug eyed Xixi's stunning face, hunger burning in his gaze. Relax. We brought all the equipment. I guarantee you soon, a video of this bitch begging for more will be all over the capital. The presidential palace stood beneath the imperial city sky, its tall stone pillars holding up classical archways. Sunlight struck the marble exterior, lending it an imposing, gleaming luster. Above the dome, the national flag snapped in the wind, overlooking the entire capital. Inside a small reception room, the decor was lavish and the furnishings extravagant. President Jin Hongda and Xiao Yuan sat facing each other. President Jin was in his 50s, straight-backed, broad-shouldered, radiating absolute authority. A touch of gray streaked his temples, but his sharp eyes still burned bright. Xiao Yuan, barely in his 20s, matched the president's presence completely. The way they sat and spoke felt like a meeting of equals. President Jin flipped through the proposal and pricing, then smiled. CEO Xiao, don't you think this price is a little steep? Xiao Yuan crossed his legs, lounging back on the sofa. He casually twisted the ring on his finger, his tone flat. Mr. President, you have to account for our costs and the revenue this project will bring the country once it's complete. This price isn't high. President Jin closed the file and set it aside. He lifted the teacup beside his hand, removed the lid, and took a slow sip. He appeared to be thinking. Then he smiled again. CEO Xiao, you know the economy is struggling. Before I took office, the budget had been running deficits for years. How about this cut your quote by 10%? A sharp glint crossed Xiao Yuan's narrowed eyes. He gave a mocking smile. 10% is 100 billion, Mr. President. You're swinging a pretty big knife there. President Jin gave a low chuckle. The Xiao Group is a massive conglomerate. Think of it as doing your part for the country. Xiao Yuan straightened slightly, his expression calm and unyielding. Mr. President, I'm a businessman. I can't do business at a loss. This oil field is overseas and offshore. You know how difficult that is to develop. And on top of that, there's the complicated international relations in that region. The risks I have to take come at a high price. President Jin's face turned serious. He knew Xiao Yuan was telling the truth, but the government needed every cent. He tried a different approach. How about a 5% cut? Xiao Yuan snorted inwardly. Did the president think they were haggling at a flea market? But his face remained smooth, betraying nothing. Mr. President, with a cut like that, the Xiao Group simply can't do it. Maybe you should try another conglomerate. President Jin quickly laughed it off. What are you saying? Of the 6 major conglomerates, the Xiao Group is the one I trust the most. Why would I go elsewhere? Fine, let's go with your proposal and your price. That little fox Xiao Yuan wouldn't yield an inch. The truth was, only the Xiao Group had the equipment and overseas connections to pull off this project. None of the others could. Xiao Yuan's lips curled. Mr. President, 3 years after the project is completed, it will bring the government hundreds of billions, maybe even trillions in revenue. This deal won't be a loss. President Jin could only swallow his frustration. The 3-year wait was the problem. The fiscal deficit kept growing, and revenue showed no sign of recovery. Why else would the president of a country have to haggle over money like a market vendor? He forced a smile. I'll have my secretariat draft the contract. We'll arrange a signing ceremony. Xiao Yuan nodded. Whatever you wish, Mr. President. A warehouse on the outskirts of town. An Ruoxi lay on a worn-out mattress, her hands and feet bound. Wu Jingyi stood beside the mattress, arms crossed, her eyes full of cold malice. An Ruoxi, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's Xiao Yuan's fault for only having eyes for you. If I want to become the lady of Taiping Mountain, I have to destroy you first. An Ruoxi's eyes stayed shut, but behind her back, her bound hands clenched into fists. So that was it, a fight over Xiao Yuan's affection. Wu Jingyi turned to the thug leader. What are you waiting for? Get the equipment set up. The leader waved at one of his men, who immediately began setting up recording gear with an eager grin. The leader stared at An Ruoxi's seemingly unconscious form and leered. This little thing looks so fragile. I wonder if she can even handle all 4 of us at once. What if she dies from the fun? Wu Jingyi let out a cold, dismissive snort. If she dies, she dies. She's an orphan with no family left. Who's going to come looking for her? Just clean things up afterward. Once Xiao Yuan can't find her, he'll forget her in a few days. Hearing that, the leader knew the boundaries were gone. He rubbed his hands together, face flushed with excitement. Damn, I've never had a woman this beautiful before. She's going to taste sweet. He lunged at the mattress. The other three stood nearby, practically vibrating with anticipation. But just as he dove down, An Ruoxi's eyes snapped open. She swung her bong legs up together and kicked him square in the chest. The towering, muscular thud over 6 feet tall flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. The others froze, stunned. Wu Jingyi's heart hammered with fear. The drug should have knocked out an ox. How was An Ruoxi already awake? An Ruoxi rolled to a sitting position on the mattress, a trace of mocking disdain on her face. Want to touch me? Prove it. The leader scrambled to his feet, humiliated and furious. Guys, get her. She's dead today. Wu Jingyi's plan had failed. She shed all pretense, her face contorting with vicious intent. She can't leave here alive. Presidential Palace. After their official business wrapped up, Jin Hongda and Xiao Yuan stayed in the reception room, talking. Jin Hongda genuinely enjoyed these conversations. Xiao Yuan was only 25, but the man had an unusually sharp read on international affairs and domestic economic currents. More than once, Jin Hongda had walked away with a clarity that actually shaped his administrative decisions. They were deep in discussion when, Daddy! A bright, sweet voice rang from the doorway. Jin Hongda looked up to see his daughter Jin Xiuan sweeping in with a radiant smile. He put on a stern face. We're discussing state business. What are you doing here? But from the moment she stepped inside, Jin Xiuan's eyes had locked onto Xiao Yuan. She walked toward her father, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. I heard Brother Yuan was here. I haven't seen him in so long. I just wanted to say hello. She cast a quick glance at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan smirked. I'm not a movie star. What's there to look at? Jin Xiuan stared at him openly, not bothering to hide her crush. Brother Yuan is better looking than any movie star. Jin Hongda frowned at his daughter's bluntness. Aren't you embarrassed, acting like that at your age? I won't apologize for the truth. She pouted, looking adorably petulant. Daddy, what were you and Brother Yuan talking about? Can I sit in and learn something? Xiao Yuan rose from the couch, his tone flat. We're done here. He buttoned his suit jacket and turned to Jin Hongda. Mr. President, I'll take my leave. Jin Xiuan's face fell. Before her father could speak, she hurried closer. Brother Yuan, why are you leaving already? I barely got to say a word. Impatience flickered through Xiao Yuan's eyes. But he was in the presidential palace, so he kept it measured. I have things to handle. Disappointment pulled in Jin Xiuan's gaze. She looked up at him, pleading. Brother Yuan, we haven't seen each other in so long. Can we have dinner tonight? I know this new restaurant that just opened, everybody's talking about it. The food is incredible. Let's go together, okay? At the mention of a good restaurant, Xiao Yuan's interest seemed to tick up a notch. Is that the kind of place little girls get excited about? Jin Xiuan took that as a yes. Exactly. The food is amazing, and the view is gorgeous. So many of my friends have been already, but I've been waiting to go with you. Something crossed Xiao Yuan's mind. The corner of his mouth curled faintly. He looked at her for a bit, then said, No time. He nodded once at Jin Hongda. Mr. President. Until next time. Jin Xiuan took a step after him. Brother Yuan. Ziwang. Jin Hongda's cold voice stopped her. She could only watch Xiao Yuan walk away before turning back to her father with a pitiful expression. Dad, did you even bring up the marriage alliance with him? Jin Hongda sighed at the desperation on his daughter's face. I've told you Xiao Yuan is not the right match for you. He had seen it plainly just now. His daughter was the only one with feelings. Xiao Yuan felt nothing of the kind. And when Xiao Yuan didn't want something, no one on earth could force his hand. But Xixi Yuan wouldn't let it go. Tears welled in her eyes. I don't care. I want to marry Brother Yuan. Daddy, you're the president, the most powerful man in the country. If you push for this, it can happen. Please, just try. The tears spilled over. Jin Hongda only had this one daughter. Years of work consuming his time meant he'd spoiled her, and now she was willful and entitled. He breathed a soft sigh. I'll think of something. Xixi Yuan broke into a smile and wrapped her arms around his, pressing her head against him. Daddy's the best. He patted her head gently. Xiao Yuan was hard to manage, unpredictable, fierce, but the Xiao family conglomerate was vast. A marriage alliance would only make Jin Hongda's grip on the presidency that much more secure. Outside, Xiao Yuan slid into the back seat of the Rolls Royce. Once he was settled, he said to Suiza, find out what the hottest new restaurant in the capital is. Book the whole place for tonight. Suiza blinked. No VIP guests on the schedule today. Then it clicked. The boss was planning a dinner date. Right away. He got on the phone immediately to make it happen. Xiao Yuan leaned back in the passenger seat, legs spread comfortably, and pulled out his phone. He fired off a quick text to An Ruoxi. Dinner tonight. He stared at the chat. 5 minutes passed. No reply. He sent another. 10 minutes. Still nothing. A crease formed between his brows. Irritation sparked. Busy. The message vanished into silence. Something was wrong. He dialed her number. A cold, automated voice answered, We're sorry. The number you have dialed is not in service. Xiao Yuan's grip on the phone tightened. His expression went dark. He called the phone. Put the GPS on An Ruoxi's car. Find out where she is. Every vehicle in Xiao Yuan's garage carried a satellite tracker. Wherever the car went, they could pinpoint it. Within minutes, Li Feng reported back. Mr. Xiao, we've located An's car on a remote back road outside the city. Records show it's been parked there for an extended period. Xiao Yuan's ink-black eyes turned to ice, a dangerous current running beneath the surface. Only 2 possibilities existed. Either An Ruoxi had ditched the car and run, or she was in danger. She'd been cooperating lately. It was unlikely she'd risk his anger by trying to escape. That left one option. Someone had her. The hand on his knee curled into a fist. His voice dropped to a chilling register. Mobilize every asset I have. I want to know where An Ruoxi is before dark. An Ruoxi's wrists and ankles were still bound with rope. 4 burly men stared at her with hungry eyes, like she was a lamb to the slaughter. Wu Jingyi stood with her arms crossed, watching coldly, barely hiding her smug satisfaction. Once An Ruoxi was ruined, Xiao Yuan would toss her aside. Then she'd do exactly what she'd done with his father, worm her way into Xiao Yuan's heart. Sooner or later, Xiao Yuan would fall at her feet. After all these years, she'd never failed when it came to handling men. An Ruoxi's gaze turned icy as she looked at Wu Jingyi. They were both women. As far as she knew, she'd never done anything wrong to Wu Jingyi. And yet, for a man, she was willing to stoop this low to destroy another woman. She decided to give Wu Jingyi one last chance. Her voice was cold. Wu Jingyi, if you let me go right now, I'll pretend this never happened. Wu Jingyi let out a soft, mocking laugh, a hand covering her mouth. Let's get one thing straight. Right now, you're the one on the chopping block, and I'm holding the knife. Don't talk to me like you're above me. Let you go. Not a chance. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Take care of Miss An. She shot An Ruoxi a contemptuous look. A flash of murderous intent flickered in An Ruoxi's eyes. Fine. If that's how you want it, don't blame me for playing rough. She wrenched her arms and legs apart. The ropes that had been tied tightly around her snapped like thread. The 4 thugs, who had been about to lunge at her, froze in shock. The leader smacked one of his men hard on the head. Damn it! Where the hell did you buy that crap? It broke with just a little pull. The guy rubbed his head, looking hurt. I bought the best rope in the store. There's no way it's defective. The leader got even angrier. So you're saying this woman is so strong she snapped a thick rope like that? None of the four of us together could do that. Wu Jingyi was getting annoyed by the bickering. Her face hardened. Enough. 4 of you can't handle one woman. Quit wasting time. The leader spat on the ground. We'll deal with you later, he muttered, turning back to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi had already gotten up from the filthy mattress. She was about to make her move. Then the warehouse door swung open. A man and a woman walked in. The man had a wild mane of red curly hair, like a lion's mane struck by lightning. He stood 6'4", all muscle, dressed in tight black tactical gear. The woman wore a cute Lolita dress, a rabbit-shaped backpack, twin ponytails, and a lollipop dangling from her mouth. The leader saw the little girl and rubbed his hands together. Oh, another one here to play with us. The girl's face lit up with excitement. She pulled the lollipop out of her mouth and turned to the red-haired man. Big brother, it's lively here. The red-haired man frowned. Focus on the mission. Don't play around. Okay, she said with a nod. Her eyes swept across everyone's faces, then landed on An Ruoxi. She smiled sweetly. Oh, found you. An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed with interest. The red-haired tyrant and the death god Lolita. 2 of the top 5 assassins in the Dark Crow organization from Songming Prefecture. Finally meeting face to face. Wu Jingyi was furious that her plans were interrupted. She snapped at the 4 thugs. Don't let them mess this up, throw them out. The 4 men were paid by Wu Jingyi, so they followed orders. They stomped toward the newcomers, looking menacing. Hey, you two! Get lost if you don't want a beating. The little girl licked her lollipop, gazing up at the red-haired man with innocent eyes. Big brother, let me play first this time. Time me. He thought for a moment. Okay. Her face lit up visibly. She rummaged through her rabbit backpack and pulled out a small pink pistol. The thugs burst out laughing. Little girl, you want to play with a gun? Big brother's got one. We can have some fun. One of them made a lewd gesture. The girl twirled the little gun in her hand, still smiling, but her eyes held pure murder. Sure. Let's play now. In a flash, she raised the gun. Bang 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 bang, 4 shots in quick succession. The 4 thugs were still grinning when they dropped dead. One of them was so close to Wu Jingyi that warm blood splattered across her face. Ah! She screamed in terror, then passed out cold. The girl blew smoke from the muzzle, looking pleased. She turned to the red-haired man. Big brother, did I get better? He didn't answer. Instead, he stared straight at An Ruoxi, his brow furrowed. Too calm. An Ruoxi stared back at him, a hint of mockery on her lips. Songming Prefecture's quail organization. The little girl puffed up angrily. We're Dark Crow. An Ruoxi shrugged. Looks like a quail to me. The girl erupted. Her twin ponytails bristled like a cat's tail. She raised her gun and fired wildly. I said Dark Crow. Are you deaf? An Ruoxi ducked to the side, then moved in a blur, closing the distance in an instant. Before the little girl could track her, her wrist was caught. At the same time, An Ruoxi's other hand gripped her throat, slamming her down hard onto the floor. Dust kicked up. The girl let out a muffled groan, her face twisted in pain. Seeing this, the red-haired man threw a punch at An Ruoxi's face. A fist the size of a sledgehammer came at her like a gale. An Ruoxi released the girl and jumped back, dodging the blow. The red-haired man pulled the girl to her feet. There was a red mark on her neck. Her eyes were wide with fury. How are you so strong? The red-haired man's expression turned grim. Who are you? An Ruoxi had no reason to hide her identity. She knew they wouldn't tell anyone if word got out that two Dark Crow assassins lost to her, a lone killer. Their reputation would be ruined. She spoke 3 words slowly. The faceless. Both of them froze. You're a faceless assassin. The faceless were an assassin organization from Songming. Once, their name was even more feared than Dark Crows. But 4 years ago, their leader was killed, and the organization vanished from Songming. Its assassins scattered. The little girl sneered. A fallen organization. Nothing to brag about. Let me tell you, we're here to take your life today. If you don't want to suffer, surrender now. An Ruoxi let out a soft laugh. Oh, is that so? In a blur, she was in front of the little girl, slapping her hard across the face. Before they could react, she was already beside the red-haired man, driving her foot into his stomach. He had anticipated it and blocked her strike. A cold gleam flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. She pulled her leg back instantly and followed up with a spinning kick. Too fast. Too fluid. The red-haired man couldn't react in time. The kick landed hard against his ribs, and he grunted in pain. Neither of them underestimated her anymore. Something was wrong. The red-haired man's voice was tense. What number were you in the faceless? The faceless meant people with no identity. All assassins were assigned numbers based on their entry order. He asked because 4 years ago, the number 17 of the faceless had killed their leader. Not only had she taken down the leader single-handedly, but she also eliminated a dozen of his closest men. She was terrifyingly strong. As long as she wasn't number 17, they'd be fine. But An Ruoxi's answer shattered that hope. I'm number Xixi. The red-haired man and the girl both froze at An Ruoxi's words. Their reactions split in opposite directions. The red-haired man's jaw tightened, every instinct screaming caution. The girl's eyes blazed. Pure, unfiltered excitement. She stepped closer, practically vibrating. You're faceless. You're my idol. I'm your biggest fan. The red-haired man grabbed her arm, his voice low. Forget the mission match. She shot him a glare sharp enough to cut. Mission? Look around. Can you beat her? Can I? He said nothing. Faceless of the Blood Moon. In Songming, that name meant the top of the assassin ranking's second place wasn't even in the rearview mirror. Her most legendary hit, solo against a fully armed terrorist cell. Blood Moon sent 10 operatives. None of them came back. If anyone had known the target was faceless, no one in Songming would have taken the job. So what was she doing in Imperial City? And Shuli watched the two of them, a faint smile tugging at her lips. They didn't want to fight. Fine. She'd save her strength. She crossed her arms, utterly at ease. How about a deal? The red-haired man stared at her, wary and silent. The girl nodded so fast her head nearly blurred. Yes. Yes. Name it, faceless. And Shuli laid out her terms. They walked away. She forgot they were ever here. I'm in, the girl said instantly. The red-haired man cut her a look. 0 principles around her idol. But he knew the truth. If they fought, they'd both end up dead. And if Faceless was offering a clean exit without breaking the assassin code, they couldn't afford to refuse. He gave a terse nod. Fine. And Shuli said, then let's move. Before they finished, running footsteps erupted from the warehouse entrance. And Shuli assumed it was her people. She flicked a glance at the other two. When they come through, you go. The words barely left her mouth before a squad of mercenaries poured through the door. The red-haired man and the girl bolted for the far exit. And Shuli turned toward the newcomers and froze. This wasn't the police. And it sure as hell wasn't the press. It was Xiao Yi. His face was a thunderhead as he strode into the warehouse, mercenaries at his back. The second he spotted her standing there covered in blood, his eyes went hard. He crossed the distance in 3 strides. Are you hurt? Where? His hands landed on her shoulders, gaze sweeping over her fast and frantic. And Xiuli's head dropped. He was here. How was she supposed to stage this now? Her entire plan had just been drop-kicked. Before she could recalculate, more footsteps rang out from outside. Freeze! Police! The cops had arrived. And Xiuli shoved his hands away and stumbled back 2 steps, putting clean distance between them. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. She saw the flash of anger in his eyes. She just pushed him off like he was nothing. Uniformed officers filled the warehouse entrance. Behind them, cameras clicked and flashed. And Xiuli's face shifted instantly. She grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sir, please, help me. Someone tried to kill me. Xiao Yi's gaze settled on her, unreadable. So now she was putting on a show. His assistant moved fast to intercept the police, delivering a clipped summary under his breath. The lead officer wiped sweat from his forehead. They'd responded to a kidnapping report. They hadn't expected to run headfirst into the head of the Xiao conglomerate. He'd never met the man in person, but Xiao Yi's reputation was national. With him standing right there, no one dared make a move without thinking twice. The reporters had no such self-preservation instinct. Cameras up, they fired away. Holy crap! A tip said the fallen An group heiress was being hunted, a big story on its own. But finding this kind of player on the scene too. Getting them in the same frame would be explosive. His assistant moved to block the lenses, same as before. Xiao Yi shot him a look. Let them shoot. And Xiuli's stomach dropped. He'd already seen straight through her. The reporters surged forward, but they were smart enough not to aim directly at Xiao Yi. They trained their cameras on An Xiuli and the 4 bodies sprawled across the floor. She might be the disgraced heiress, but the public devoured high society scandals. A shot of her soaked in blood would go nuclear. And Xiuli sobbed for the cameras, eyes red and swollen. A reporter called out, "Listen, do you have any idea who was behind this?" Her tears fell harder. I don't know who, but I managed to secretly record what the killers said. Listen. She pulled a voice recorder from her pocket and hit play. Voices rang through the warehouse. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you money. Money? What can a disgraced heiress offer compared to what our employer's paying? I've never wronged anyone. Why does your employer want me dead? You're already dead, so we'll give you this much. It's your name. Think about whose path you're blocking. Who feels threatened? I'm just the last woman standing in my family. Who could I possibly threaten? You still don't get it. You pull up the roots. As long as you're alive, the An group. Shut up. Enough. Finish her. Now. A scuffle. The recording cut. And Xiuli tucked the recorder away, shoulders shaking. If those kidnappers hadn't accidentally taken Mr. Zhao's girlfriend along with me, and if Mr. Xiao hadn't gotten here in time, I would be dead right now. As she finished, Wu Jingyi, who'd been passed out, stirred awake at the noise. Her eyes found Xiao Yi, and every drop of color drained from her face. And Xiuli saw her glance at the 4 bodies, and a new calm settled over her features. No witnesses left. Whatever An Xiuli claimed, as long as Wu Jingyi denied it, Xiao Yi wouldn't touch her. Not with his aunt standing between them. Wu Jingyi let out a pitiful cry. Mr. Xiao, save me. Every camera in the room swung toward her. Holy crap. Xiao Yi's girlfriend. Another monster headline. Would they even be allowed to air this? Didn't matter. Shoot now, figure it out later. Xiao Yi's jaw tightened as he stared at An Xiuli. She could almost hear the word he was biting back. Girlfriend. She felt the heat of his gaze but refused to meet it. All she could do was pray he wouldn't blow this whole thing apart. To her relief, he said nothing. The police captain approached, glancing nervously at Xiao Yi before addressing An Ruoxi. Miss An, since you reported the incident, we'll need you to come down to the station to give a formal statement. She nodded through her tears, every inch the traumatized victim, and followed the officers out. Wu Jingyi scrambled to her feet and rushed toward Xiao Yi. Mr. CEO, thank you. Thank you for saving me. She reached for his hand. Before her fingers could brush his skin, he shot her a look that stopped her cold. She stumbled backward, heart hammering in her throat. 2 hours later, An Ruoxi walked out of the police station. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the news as she went. The reporters worked fast. In the time it took her to give a statement, the story had already hit the trending list and was still climbing. Former An Group heiress kidnapped. Former An Group heiress missing for 4 years kidnapped. Only survivor of former An Group kidnapped. 2 more texts followed, rapid fire. Recorded call with kidnappers. An Group stock plunging. An Shangxin and An Shangnan brothers. Thousands of comments were already piling up underneath. Holy shit. I thought the whole An family was dead. I didn't know there was still a daughter alive. She disappears for 4 years, then the second she shows up she gets kidnapped. Something's fishy. No kidding. Somebody's terrified she came back. Wait, are you saying that car accident 4 years ago wasn't an accident? Someone planned it. Obviously. You think powerhouse families don't have dirty secrets? I listened to that recording. Does this tie back to the current An Group? The public's not blind. Look at their stock already tanking. They're blood brothers, and they still pull something like that. An Ruoxi watched the comment threads and let a cold smile curl her lips. She had people subtly steer the conversation. Now everyone was pointing at An Shangxin. TSK, An Shangxin, do you like your gift? By tomorrow, he'd be standing in front of the shareholders. But that wasn't her real goal. Her real goal was clawing her way back into the An family. With that thought, she shut off her phone and slid it into her pocket. The moment she stepped out of the police station, a Rolls-Royce pulled up directly in front of her. The rear window rolled down slowly. Xiao Yuan's face was unreadable. Get in. An Ruoxi's fingers curled. She walked around and got in from the other side. The car pulled away smoothly. Silence filled the back seat. Up front, Li Feng could feel the cold radiating behind him. It was sharper than the AC. He shifted in his seat. He turned to look at An Ruoxi. Miss An, are you okay? You have no idea when Mr. Xiao couldn't reach you, he nearly lost it. He mobilized every connection in the capital to track you down. I have never seen him like that. Xiao Yuan shot him a sharp look. Running your mouth. But Li Feng caught the tone, no real bite behind it. His heart lifted. Guess I called it right. If Mr. Xiao won't say it himself, someone's got to do it for him. The sooner Mr. Xiao wins Miss An over, the easier our lives get, right? An Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan, caught off guard. So that's why he found her so fast. He'd used every resource he had. She parted her lips. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Xiao Yuan glanced at her, lazy and detached, and said nothing. They returned to Taiping Mountain. The moment they stepped inside, Wu Ma rushed over in tears. Yuan, you have to get justice for my niece. Xiao Yuan's brows pulled together as he looked toward Wu Jingyi, standing off to the side. Her eyes were red. She was still wearing clothes stained with blood, fragile and pitiful. Justice for what? His voice gave nothing away. Wu Ma glared at An Ruoxi and jabbed a finger at her. She's a poisonous woman. She hired men to ruin Jingyi's purity. An Ruoxi almost laughed out loud. She hadn't even settled scores with Wu Jingyi yet, and here they were, flipping the whole thing around on her. Unbelievable. Wu Jingyi caught her aunt's cue and stepped forward, tears brimming in her eyes as she tugged at her sleeve. Auntie, I'm fine. Miss An must have her reasons. Don't blame her. On the surface, it was sweet and forgiving. But the glance she shot An Ruoxi was pure challenge. Back at Taiping Mountain, she told her aunt everything, how she'd set up the kidnapping and how it had all gone sideways. She'd been terrified An Ruoxi would tell Xiao Yuan, so she begged her aunt to save her. But her aunt saw it as an opening. Since the kidnappers were dead and couldn't talk, why not pin it all on An Ruoxi? Let Xiao Yuan see just how vicious she was and turn him against her for good. Wu Jinyi figured she was dead either way. Might as well gamble. That was how this whole act started. Xiao Yuan had figured everything at the warehouse was An Ruoxi's doing. He hadn't cared why Wu Jinyi was there. But now that Wu Mao brought it up, a flicker of curiosity lit his eyes. He turned to An Ruoxi, amused. Nothing to say. An Ruoxi couldn't care less whether Xiao Yuan thought she was a monster. But Wu Jinyi had schemed against her. She wasn't letting that slide. They'd come to her doorstep. Fine. She'd settle it all right now. A faint smile touched her lips. She stepped closer to Wu Jinyi. Wasn't it you who invited me to the orphanage for charity work? You hired 4 men to kidnap me. You tried to destroy me. And now you have the nerve to twist the truth. Wu Jinyi's eyes flickered. She shrank behind her aunt, voice trembling on the edge of tears. Mason, how can you slander me like that? You were the one who invited me to the orphanage. Why else would you bring all those donations when I brought nothing? An Ruoxi watched the pathetic, manipulative act and found it almost amusing. So showing up empty-handed at the orphanage had been the setup all along. No wonder there hadn't been any servants around when Wu Jinyi had invited her at the restaurant. Miss Wu, An Ruoxi said coldly, you're very good at lying through your teeth. Aren't you afraid the truth will bite back? A flash of panic crossed Wu Jinyi's face. Wu Mao caught it and jumped in fast. Mason, Jinyi just arrived in the capital. She doesn't know a soul here. How would she go donate to an orphanage? You, on the other hand, you grew up here. Your family ran charity events for years. It makes a lot more sense that you dragged my niece out there. You can't smear her just because she's kind and innocent. And now you tried to ruin her. What kind of person does that? She spun toward Xiao Yuan, shaking with indignation. Yuan, keeping this poisonous woman on Taiping Mountain, who knows when she'll turn on you, too. Throw her out now, before it's too late. Xiao Yuan looked down and slowly turned the ring on his finger. His voice came out dark. People who try to play games under my nose don't just get thrown off Taiping Mountain. Wu Mao and Wu Jinyi felt a chill slide down their spines. But they were in too deep to back out now. Wu Jinyi's voice jumped higher. I have proof. She pulled out her phone and flipped through several photos. These are pictures of An Ruoxi donating supplies. There's one with the orphanage director, too. If she wasn't planning the whole thing, why would she have all this ready in advance? She used charity as an excuse to lure me to some remote location so she could destroy me. Mason, I'm just a little prettier than average. I never threatened your place on Taiping Mountain. Why couldn't you stand me? Why did you have to hurt me like this? An Ruoxi had never met anyone so utterly shameless. She was done playing their game. A cold smirk touched her lips. Funny you mention it because I have proof too. Wu Jinyi and the steward flinched in unison at Anshuli's words. Wu Jinyi's mind scrambled. How could Anshuli have evidence? It all happened so fast. There was no way she had time to gather proof. She straightened her spine and arranged her features into a wounded expression. Go ahead, Mason. Show your proof. I'm an honest person. I have nothing to hide. And Shuli could barely believe she still wouldn't admit it. Shameless people really were invincible. She pulled out a digital audio recorder and hit play. The voices were unmistakable, the exact conversation from when Anshuli first walked inside that warehouse with Wu Jinyi. Wu Jinyi, if you release me right now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Let me make this crystal clear, An Ruoxi. You're the one on the chopping block, and I'm holding the knife. Don't you dare talk down to me. As if I'd ever let you go. Never. What's everybody standing around for? Don't just stand there, give our miss and the welcome she deserves. Wu Jinyi and the steward both went white as the recording played. Wu Jinyi vividly remembered taking An Ruoxi's phone. How had she still had a voice recorder on her? Unless she planned for this the whole time. But there was no fixing it now. Her legs buckled, and she dropped to her knees in front of An Ruoxi. Miss An, I was out of my mind. I don't know what came over me. Please, just let me off this once. An Ruoxi stared down at her, expressionless. When I begged you to let me go inside that warehouse, what did you say? Now I'll say it back to you, never. Wu Jinyi had no choice but to swivel toward the steward. Auntie, please beg Mr. Xiao for me. I swear I'll never do anything like this again. Just this one time. The steward had always thought Wu Jinyi was clever. But the girl was beyond stupid, caught red-handed and demolished in an instant. Still, she was the one who brought Wu Jinyi onto Taiping Mountain. If this blew up, she'd have to answer to the Wu family. She swallowed her pride and turned to Xiao Yi, her voice pleading. Yi, I've looked after you for over 10 years. Let my niece off this once. She was only jealous of Miss An. She made a stupid mistake. Miss An is safe now. Can't you just drop it? An Ruoxi's temper detonated. The only reason I'm standing here in one piece is because another crew came to kill me and took out her people first. If those two assassins hadn't shown up, do you honestly think I'd have walked away without a scratch? She was stretching the truth, but Wu Jinyi had hurt her, and she had zero intention of forgiving her. The steward didn't even glance at An Ruoxi. In her eyes, An Ruoxi was irrelevant. What mattered was Xiao Yi's position. If he decided to let it go, who cared how angry An Ruoxi got? She looked at Xiao Yi, as desperate. Yi, I may not have been perfect, but I've given my best all these years. For my sake, can you spare Jinyi? Wu Jinyi knelt on the floor, tears streaking her face. She crawled forward a couple of paces, reaching toward the hem of Xiao Yi's trousers. But she was too terrified of angering him, so she just tipped her chin up, eyes glistening. Mr. Xiao, please, please. That pitiful act would have melted any other man's heart. An Ruoxi's hands curled into fists at her sides. A cold gleam flashed through her eyes. If Xiao Yi dared help Wu Jinyi, she'd bury them both. Huh? Xiao Yi let out a dry, humorless laugh and crossed to the sofa, sinking into the cushions. They hurt An Ruoxi. Why are you begging me? The steward and Wu Jinyi froze. Was he saying he wasn't going to interfere? The steward had no choice but to swallow her pride and turn to An Ruoxi. Miss An, Jinyi made a mistake. I apologize on her behalf. I can compensate you generously. Can't you let it go, for my sake? No. An Ruoxi's voice could have cracked ice. Who are you? Why would I give a damn about your sake? The steward choked on her next words, irritation flashing across her face. She spun toward Xiao Yi. Yi, I watched you grow up. Everyone treats me with respect because of you. Miss An is merely a guest here. Humiliating me like this is practically a slap in your face. An Ruoxi sneered inwardly, trying to wedge herself between her and Xiao Yi. As if she cared. Xiao Yi sat on the sofa, his expression unreadable. But the tension radiating from him was suffocating. His whole presence darkened. He toyed with the ring on his finger, his voice flat. Is that so? The steward's lips curled in satisfaction. On Taiping Mountain, Xiao Yi's word was law. If An Ruoxi dared disrespect him, she'd see exactly how that ended. Xiao Yi said to his assistant, bring in the rest of the household staff. Yes, sir. The assistant left to summon everyone. The steward's confidence swelled. It's time to set some rules. Some people seem to think they're the mistress of Taiping Mountain and they don't even respect you. Xiao Yi's gaze flicked to An Ruoxi. True. An Ruoxi's frown deepened. It looked like today was heading toward a bloodbath. Her fists tightened. Within minutes the assistant had assembled the entire staff. More than 100 people packed the living room, heads bowed, anxiety stamped on every face. Xiao Yi's cold stare swept over them before he spoke. In your opinion, is Miss An a guest on Taiping Mountain? The servants trembled, fear skittering through their eyes. Not one of them dared answer. Xiao Yi pointed at one. You. Speak. The maid he indicated shuddered. She darted a glance at the steward, then stammered, that the steward said that Miss An would eventually leave, so there was no need to pay her too much attention. Xiao Yi's expression hardened. He pointed at several more servants. Their answers were almost identical. The steward watched Xiao Yi's face grow darker and darker, a sinking dread curling in her stomach. I didn't mean anything by it, she rushed to explain. You never brought a woman home before, so I just assumed Miss An would leave sooner or later. Xiao Yi's eyes went flat and merciless. So while he'd been bending over backward to win her back, these people had been scheming to drive her away. No wonder Wu Jingyi had the nerve to pull what she did. Fine. Just fine. He fixed his gaze on the steward. I didn't realize Taiping Mountain belonged to you. The steward's face drained of color. She hit the floor with a heavy thud. It's not like that. I've always been in charge of caring for you. I was only trying to keep everyone focused on you. Caring for me. Xiao Yi let out a cold laugh. You think I have amnesia? When everyone else thought I was crazy and wouldn't come near me, you were just a little braver and more patient than the rest. All you did was make sure I got 3 meals a day. That's it. I remember the time I fell down the stairs I had to call the doctor myself. Where were you? Playing mahjong with the other servants. The steward stared at him in horror. He had never breathed a word of this before. She'd assumed he didn't know. But he knew everything. She scrambled for excuses, but nothing came. Xiao Yi's voice was cold steel. You're old now. It's time for you to leave. Pack your things and get off Taiping Mountain. Leave Taiping Mountain. The steward's face crumpled. You can't do this. I've served the Xiao family for decades. You can't just throw me away. Xiao Yi's eyes were dark and unyielding. I let things slide because I didn't want to waste energy. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to all these years. Get out before I change my mind. Terror flickered in the steward's eyes. She was accustomed to a life of comfort and command. If she left Taiping Mountain, where would she go? How would she survive? Get out. Xiao Yi's voice dropped to a low growl. The steward knew there was no going back. She swallowed her pride, her voice barely a whisper. I understand. The maid got up and started packing her things. Jingjing watched her and get thrown out and started shaking uncontrollably. Xiao Yuan's narrow eyes locked onto her, cold and absolute. Your turn. Jingjing's face went pale. She crawled to the young lady's feet, clutching the hem of her dress, begging. Miss, I know I was wrong. Please, one more chance. Just one. The young lady shook her off. You made this bed. Now lie in it. Xiao Yuan twisted the ring on his finger, something cruel flickering behind his gaze. Assistant. Miss Jingjing here enjoys destroying people's reputations. Find 8 men to keep her company. Let her taste her own medicine. Jingjing's eyes flew wide with horror. She shook her head wildly, sobbing. No please. The assistant didn't give her another breath. He signaled, and 2 mercenaries dragged her out. With the maid and Jingjing dealt with, Xiao Yuan swept his gaze across the room full of trembling servants. From today on, the young lady is the mistress of Taiping Mountain. Her word is my word. Do I make myself clear? The servants kept their heads down. Understood. The young lady frowned. She'd been planning to leave Taiping Mountain soon. But Xiao Yuan's attitude made one thing obvious: she wasn't going anywhere. She'd have to come up with a new plan. And group. The conference room. The stock had cratered so hard the shareholders were demanding an emergency board meeting. The chairman sat at the head of the table, his expression carved from stone. Below him, the shareholders tore into him. Mr. Chairman, what exactly is going on? Your deceased brother's daughter is alive, and you had no idea. It's worse than that. People online are saying you killed your own brother for the inheritance and now you're trying to murder your niece. What are you going to do about it? This mess triggered 2 trading halts today. It'll tank even more tomorrow. This is our money. We need a solution, and we need it now. They talked over each other, voices climbing, pounding at his skull. Enough. He slammed the table. I've already sent people to clean this up. We're issuing statements that I had nothing to do with it. We're pulling the trending topics down. The news will die. Someone shot back, killing the news won't kill the story. Your brother's daughter is alive. The company needs to address that publicly, or the rumors keep spreading. Forget addressing it. Have the daughter come out herself and say the assassination had nothing to do with you. Otherwise, that stock price isn't bouncing back. The chairman had heard enough. I'll make her say it. He stormed out of the conference room. The An residence. What? The sister stared at her father, stunned. Dad, you're bringing the young lady back to the An family. The brother's face twisted. Dad, Grandpa adores her. If you bring her back, she'll claw into the inheritance. The chairman knew they were right. You think I want this? His voice cracked like a whip. If those 2 idiot assassins hadn't let my name slip, and if the stock hadn't cratered because of it, would I be letting her back through that door? The sister stamped her foot. How is that bitch so lucky? 2 assassins from the province couldn't finish her off. A cruel gleam crossed the chairman's face. I heard Xiao Yuan's girlfriend got grabbed, and he showed up at the scene. That's the only reason she's breathing. Otherwise, the young lady would be dead right now. The brother snorted. She got lucky. But once she's under our roof, I'll make her life a living hell. The chairman nodded, his voice cold. Let her come back. She's an orphan girl with nothing. How is she supposed to fight us? A smile spread across the sister's face. Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Once she's living under our roof, we can do whatever we want to her. Right under our noses. The chairman said nothing, but a venomous light burned in his eyes. Don't worry, brother. I'll send your daughter to join you soon enough. Your whole family will be reunited. Taiping Mountain. The young lady soaked in a luxurious milk bath. She knew the chairman would summon her back to the An family soon. Once she went back, treatment like this was over. She enjoyed every second of it, and she was a little reluctant to let it go. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. She barely made it into the bedroom when she spotted Xiao Yuan standing on her balcony, smoking. In the darkness, his narrow eyes gleamed like a wolf tracking prey. The young lady clutched her chest and stepped back. What are you doing in my room? Xiao Yuan leaned lazily against the railing, exhaling a slow stream of smoke. Came over from the balcony, he said, something almost amused in his voice. The young lady rolled her eyes. Xiao Yuan, pulling a move like this. Wasn't he worried about looking ridiculous? She grabbed her pajamas off the bed, changed in the bathroom, then came out and joined him on the balcony. What's going on, this late? Xiao Yuan held the cigarette between his lips, his dark eyes roaming over her. The kidnapping. You planning to explain that? The young lady's gaze flickered. It's just. Don't lie to me. He cut her off, his eyes sharpening. When I carried you out of that container, I saw something in your eyes. You keep telling yourself it's gratitude, but it's more than that. It touches something deep inside me. I want to know what it is. The young lady looked away, her heartbeat picking up speed. She hadn't expected him to read her that clearly. I don't know what you're talking about. You do. Xiao Yuan stepped closer, the heat of him pressing into her space. And I'm not leaving until you tell me. The night air hung still between them. The young lady finally met his gaze. Maybe I'm just tired of running. Maybe I'm tired of pretending I don't feel anything. Xiao Yuan's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. Something hungry. Then stop pretending. He flicked the cigarette over the railing. I want more. And Xixi considered her words carefully before she spoke. Wu Jingyi told me to meet her at the orphanage. It felt off, so I tucked a recording pen in my pocket. Just in case. She hired men to assault me. Right when they were about to grab me, the assassins Xia Mingyu sent showed up and killed all 4 of them. After that, I managed to pull some information from the 2 killers. They were about to finish me off too, but then Mr. Xiao showed up. The assassins recognized you were more trouble than they wanted and ran. She had meant to say the police scared them off, but Xiao stepping in made the storyline better. She couldn't afford to reveal her assassin background. This version would hold. Xiao said nothing. His dark eyes stayed fixed on her. Under that steady stare, a needle of guilt pricked at her. Did he suspect something? A long silence stretched between them. Then Xiao leaned in close, his face only inches from hers. So that makes me your savior now, doesn't it? His clean, masculine scent, layered with a trace of cigarette smoke, hit her nostrils. And Xixi's heart stuttered. She shifted sideways. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. A faint smile ghosted through his narrowed eyes. A life that is worth a hell of a lot more than a thank you. And Xixi looked up at him. Her pale face glowed brighter than moonlight. What do you want, Mr. Xiao? Xiao's hand slid around her slender waist. He pulled her flesh against him. How about you pay me back with your body? His low voice was pure seduction. And Xixi froze. Before she could react, Xiao angled his head and kissed her. Possessive. Intense. Aggressive, leaving zero room for refusal. And Xixi's mind went completely blank. For a moment, she forgot to even respond. He forced her lips apart, his tongue tangling with hers in a demanding rhythm. Soon, and Xixi could barely breathe. Her legs went weak. She pressed both hands against his chest, feeling the scorching heat of him through his shirt. MMPH. A pained little sound escaped her. Xiao eased the kiss slightly, but his burning lips still hovered against her soft ones. Then he bent, lifted her up, and carried her toward the bedroom, never breaking the kiss. And Xixi had never been in this position before. Her heart pounded like a drum in her chest. Her head spun. In a dizzy blur, he pressed her down onto the bed. His large hands, hot and electric, roamed freely over her body. And Xixi gasped, her breathing short and ragged. Xiao. Xiao, let go of me. She forced the words through clenched teeth. Xiao didn't stop. He only grew bolder. His hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt. Be good, 再来. Don't move. I'll make you feel good. His fingers traced slowly downward. And Xixi's eyes flew wide open. Her entire face flushed crimson. Shame and fury warred inside her, but she couldn't fight back too hard. She might blow her cover. As his touch grew more unrestrained, she steeled herself and bit down hard on his lip. Oh! Xiao winced and finally pulled away. He was breathing heavily, the corners of his eyes tinged red with raw lust. You bit me. And Xixi was panting too. A faint pink blush spread across her cheeks, making her look like a peach blossom in full bloom. You're the one who was attacking me. Xiao Yi sat on the edge of the bed, watching her wide-eyed, caught somewhere between anger and embarrassment. Heat cold low in his stomach. Damn. She was too cute. He wanted to absolutely wreck her. He chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear. His voice was pure sin. Your mouth says no, but your body's being pretty honest. He glanced down at his left hand. And Shuli's face burst into flames. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Get out. Xiao Yi knew that if he pushed any further, she'd really lose it. He licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. The gesture was obscene. Try not to dream about me tonight. He stood and walked to the door. When he pulled it open, he paused and looked back at her. Zayulai, you can't escape me. And Shuli threw another pillow at his head. But Xiao Yi had already closed the door behind him. Deep in the night, lying in bed, and Shuli's lashes fluttered. She was dreaming. In the dream, Xiao Yi pinned her to the bed again, kissing her senseless. Unlike the abrupt end in reality, in the dream, they went all the way. Caught in the wild storm of it, his seductive voice whispered in her ear. Baby Shuli, does it feel good? Lost in the peak of pleasure, she only managed to answer after he asked 3 times, each one more insistent than the last. Yes. At that moment, and Shuli jolted awake. Daylight streamed in through the windows. She sat up in bed, gasping for air. The memory of the dream flooded back, and her face blazed hot again. How the hell could she have a dream like that? This was Xiao Yi's fault. All his fault, for seducing her. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand. It was already past 9 in the morning. Had the dream really gone on that long? And Shuli steadied her breathing. Just as she threw off the covers to go wash up, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. Unknown number. Her expression went cold. After a few seconds, she answered. Xia Mingyu's icy, detached voice came through the line. And Shuli, I've told grandfather you're alive. He wants to see you. Come back to the old mansion today. And Shuli answered flatly, fine. The An family mansion. Old master An leaned on his cane, cheerfully directing the servants. You two, go clean up Shuli's room. Lay out my best mulberry silk sheets. She won't be sleeping on cheap fabric. And put plenty of fresh flowers in there. They lift her mood. Stock her favorite snacks and fruit. Change them out daily. Everything has to be fresh. No repeats. Steward, tell the kitchen to prepare everything exactly to Shuli's taste. The steward smiled warmly. Understood, old master. Li Yaqing and Hang Lu sat on the living room sofa, their faces pinched with jealousy at the old man's blatant favoritism. Li Yaqing whined, Grandfather, we're your grandchildren too. Why do you treat Shuli so much better? Old master An shot her a cold look. Shuli is your sister. I don't expect you to look after her, but are you seriously going to be jealous right now? Terrified of angering him, Li Yaqing quickly plastered on a smile. Grandfather, that's not what I meant. I'm thrilled my sister's coming home. Why would I be jealous? Old master An's expression softened slightly. That's more like it. And Shuli's aunt, Xixi, was also at the mansion. She couldn't hold back a sneer. Shuli is our grandfather's most beloved granddaughter. Nobody else even comes close. Old master An glared at her, clearly irritated. If any of you were half as outstanding as Shuli, I'd shower you with affection too. But you're not. Especially you. Seeing that he was about to launch into a full scolding, Xixi cut in quickly. Dad, I was only joking. Why do you take everything so seriously? Old master An rapped his cane hard against the floor. The point is, Shuli coming back alive is a blessing. Anyone who makes her unhappy will find themselves very unhappy in return. Xing's face drained of color. Yes, Dad. Got it. Li Yaqing and Hang Lu both looked thoroughly displeased, but neither dared to say another word. Just then, a servant burst in, beaming. Old master, Miss Shirley is here. Old master and rushed toward the door. Grandfather. Before he even reached the doorway, he heard that familiar voice. Old master An's eyes instantly welled with tears. Sweetheart. My poor sweetheart. Old master An held An Ruoxi tight, his hands trembling. An Ruoxi burrowed into her grandfather's arms, her eyes burning. After the car accident that took her parents, her grandfather had been so devastated he'd suffered a heart attack and slipped into a coma. She left the imperial city before she could see him again. She thought she'd lost him forever. But the heavens hadn't been entirely cruel. She squeezed him hard, her voice cracking. Grandfather. I missed you so much. Old master An patted her back gently. Coming home is what matters. That's all that matters now. And Chu An and Xiao Yuan watched the emotional reunion from the side, barely hiding their resentment. And Shirley stepped closer, forcing a smile. Dad, don't get too upset. You need to watch your health. Old master An released his granddaughter and wiped his eyes, managing a smile. I'm just so happy. Seeing my sweetheart alive again, that's all I could ask for. He led An Ruoxi to the sofa and sat down. Tell me everything. How have you been these past 4 years? An Ruoxi recited the story she'd rehearsed. After her parents died, she'd been heartbroken and set out alone to clear her head. Along the way, she got into another accident and lost her memory. She'd only recently recovered it, and the moment she did, she came straight back to the imperial city. The story was thin. But old master An adored his granddaughter. He knew her character, she wasn't a liar. So he didn't question a word. His eyes reddened again. You suffered so much out there all these years. Don't worry now. As long as grandfather is here, no one will ever bully you again. An Ruoxi nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. They talked for a long time, on the sofa, lost in their own world. When old master An learned she'd been taken in by a kind family and hadn't truly suffered, some of the weight lifted from his chest. An Ruoxi excused herself to the restroom. When she came out, An Chu was waiting for her at the door. Her eyes burned with open malice. Don't think just because grandfather is on your side, you're safe. You humiliated me. I am not letting this go. An Ruoxi flicked the water from her fingertips and let a cold smile curl her lips. Then I guess we'll find out, won't we? She walked off without another glance. And Chu watched her arrogant exit and stomped her heel in pure fury. An Ruoxi. Just you wait. I will destroy you. By lunch, An Shangxin and Zhao Qingji had arrived. An Shangxin kept his composure flawless, greeting An Ruoxi like nothing had ever happened. She played along, bowing respectfully. Uncle. Old master An held An Ruoxi's hand, his tone earnest. Sweetheart, grandfather saw the news. That assassin who came after you, there's been ugly talk online. But your uncle and your father always got along so well. I simply don't believe he'd do something so heartless. An Ruoxi's eyes flickered. She clenched her jaw. An Shangxin had always played his role perfectly. The devoted younger brother. Her father probably died never believing An Shangxin was the one who'd struck. And she knew her grandfather might not believe it either. That was why she hadn't come straight back to the An family when she first returned to the imperial city. But the timing was right now. Taking back what An Shangxin had stolen from her father meant playing the long game. Patience. Destroy them slowly. She nodded obediently. Grandfather, I understand. I believe uncle wouldn't do that either. But I was terrified at the time. I just released the recording without thinking. I had no idea it would cause so much damage to the An group. Don't worry. I'll talk to the media soon and make it clear this had nothing to do with uncle. Hearing that, relief washed over old master An's face. He said, Sweetheart, don't you worry. Grandfather already sent people to investigate. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my granddaughter, I will make them pay. An Ruoxi smiled. Thank you, grandfather. Seeing her play along so smoothly, An Ruoxi let his guard drop a fraction. The hit had been handled discreetly. The old man wouldn't find anything. And with this incident still simmering, he couldn't afford to move against An Ruoxi right now. Still, as long as she stayed under the An family's tight watch, he doubted she could stir up any real trouble. After lunch, everyone filtered out except An Ruoxi. Old Master and led her upstairs to her room, a smile lighting his face. Sweetheart, grandfather had your room redone. Tell me what you think. If anything needs changing, say the word. An Ruoxi looked around. Everything was arranged exactly the way she liked it. Every piece of furniture was top tier. Her grandfather had put real thought into every detail. She smiled. Grandfather, it's perfect. I love it. Old Master and beamed. Then move back home tonight. An Ruoxi's thoughts flickered to Xiao Yuan. She hadn't told him about any of this yet. That conversation was going to be a headache. She took her grandfather's arm gently. Let me go back to my place first and pack my things. Can I move in tomorrow? He patted her hand with open affection. Fine. But you have to come keep your old grandfather company tomorrow. No excuses. Taiping Mountain. When An Ruoxi pulled up, she spotted an unfamiliar luxury car parked by the entrance. A woman in a high-end designer outfit stood at the gate, shouting toward the house. Open the door. I need to see Xiao Yuan. An Ruoxi could only see her from behind. But even from that angle, she could tell the woman was stunning. She got out of her car and approached. Can I help you? The woman turned around. An Ruoxi's breath snagged. She was beautiful in a way that felt almost unreal. Mid-30s, maybe. Delicate features that looked painted on. A presence that was both elegant and quietly commanding. Just standing there with a blank expression, she looked like a portrait come to life. An Ruoxi's mind went sideways. Another romantic entanglement of Xiao Yuan's. If so, his taste had dramatically improved. The woman studied An Ruoxi, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. You live here? An Ruoxi nodded. The woman's expression darkened. Take me inside. I need to see Xiao Yuan. Now. An Ruoxi caught the jagged edge in her voice. Had Xiao Yuan done something to this woman and then refused to take responsibility? Was this a confrontation? Not my problem. An Ruoxi offered a polite, evasive smile. I'm just staying here temporarily. I'm actually moving out soon. But Xiao Yuan should be back any minute. As the words left her mouth, she heard a car approaching. Seconds later, Xiao Yuan's car pulled up beside her. He stepped out. The moment his eyes landed on the woman, his face went hard. Her expression was equally grim. She walked straight up to him, not a word, and slapped him across the face. What did you do to Xia Mingyu? The slap cracked through the air. The mercenaries behind Xiao Yi froze, eyes wide. That woman had a death wish. She actually dared to slap Mr. Xiao. And Shuli raised an eyebrow. But the woman just glared at him, her face blazing with fury. Not a flicker of fear. Even more surprising was Xiao Yi's reaction. He pressed his tongue against his cheek where she'd struck him, his expression dark and unreadable. When he looked at her, his eyes were complicated, almost hollow. He pulled out his phone and called Li Feng. Bring him out. He ended the call and faced the woman, his voice ice cold. The ambush in the woods last time, that was you, wasn't it? Her gaze flickered. She looked away. I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Yi laughed, bitter and hollow. You hurt me to my face, but you can't own up to what you did behind my back. Hurt him to his face. And Shuli's eyes lit up like she'd just stumbled onto major gossip. So the stab wound that nearly killed Xiao Yi, this woman had done it. What kind of twisted love-hate relationship was this? At that, the woman dropped the act. She fixed her cold stare on Xiao Yi, hatred and venom burning in her eyes. That's right. I tried to kill you. A man like you doesn't deserve to live. And Shuli studied her. Maybe it was her imagination, but the woman's features were strangely similar to Xiao Yi's. Even the look in her eyes was the same. Just then, the gate slid open. Li Feng emerged with 2 mercenaries, a pale-faced boy of about 16 or 17 between them. The moment the boy saw the woman, he burst into tears. Mom, save me. Mom. And Shuli was shocked. That woman looked like she was barely in her 30s and she had a son this old. She definitely took good care of herself. The woman flew across the distance in a frantic rush. Mingyu. Then she spun around and screamed at the mercenaries, let him go. The mercenaries glanced at Xiao Yi. He gave a grim nod. They released Xia Mingyu's arms. Free, the boy threw himself into her arms, sobbing. Mom, they starved me. You have to make them pay. The woman's heart shattered. She held him and soothed him gently. It's okay, it's okay. Mom's taking you home. Then she faced Xiao Yi, all tenderness gone, replaced by pure venom. Xiao Yi, if you ever touch Mingyu again, I'll kill you. Xiao Yi's face paled. His hands curled into fists at his sides. He met her eyes with icy calm. You can hurt me all you want. But you never should have touched the people I care about. If you try anything like that again, I swear Xia Mingyu will die a miserable death. Last time, if An Ruoxi hadn't been able to defend herself, he might not have been able to protect her. Anyone who dared hurt An Ruoxi, he'd make them pay, no matter who they were. You! The woman shook with rage. Xia Mingyu shrank back, terrified by Xiao Yi's brutality. He grabbed his mother's hand. Mom, I'm scared. Let's go home. She softened instantly. Okay, let's go home. Without another glance at Xiao Yi, she took Xia Mingyu and drove off. Xia Mingyu. An Ruoxi stood there, deep in thought. The eldest son of the Xia group, raised abroad Xia Mingyu. And this woman was his mother. Could it be that? She shook her head. No way. How could anyone be that heartless? An Ruoxi. Get in the car. Her thoughts shattered under Xiao Yi's cold voice. She muttered oh and climbed into his car. His face was tight, jaw clenched. When they got home, he went straight to his room. An Ruoxi waited until after 8 that night, but she still hadn't heard him come out. She needed to talk to him about going back to the An family. With that in mind, she opened her door and went to his room. Mr. Xiao. Are you there? Come in. His voice came through the door. She pushed it open but didn't see him inside. Mr. Xiao. She moved deeper into the room. Over here. She followed the sound toward the balcony. Xiao Yi sat with his back to her in a chair, a half-empty bottle of imported liquor on the table in front of him. The balcony was dark. His silhouette blended into the thick night, lonely and desolate in a way she couldn't describe. An inexplicable pain shot through An Ruoxi's heart. She took a deep breath, walked onto the balcony, and sat down in the chair beside him. Xiao Yi didn't speak. He poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Seeing him like this, the words she planned to say suddenly felt impossible. She hesitated. Mr. Xiao, was that woman at Taiping Mountain today the Xia matriarch, Lu Jinxian? Yeah. His hand tightened around the glass, that one syllable forced out. An Ruoxi looked at him carefully. Are you related to her? Xiao Yi's dark eyes went dim, pain flickering through them. He turned to her, his eyes rimmed red. She's my mother. An Ruoxi's eyes flew wide. It really was his mother. But hadn't old Master Xiao said Xiao Yi killed both his parents? As if reading her thoughts, Xiao Yi looked away from her, gazing out over the sea of lights below Taiping Mountain. For someone so towering and proud, his voice came out hollow and said, I didn't kill my parents. My father was killed by my mother. And my mother, she didn't die. Back then, my father was in a rage. He beat her badly. She couldn't take it anymore. She killed him by accident. I was hiding in my room. When I didn't hear anything outside, I came out. And then, I saw my mother holding a knife, cutting him up piece by piece. And Shuli gasped. So that was the truth. Xiao Yi paused before continuing. When my mother saw me, she panicked at first. But she calmed down fast. She grabbed my shoulders hard and said, Yuan, tell everyone that you killed your father, okay? If they know I did it, my life is over. But you're a child. They won't do much to you. Please take the blame for mommy, okay? And Shuli's heart twisted. Some parents would die for their child. Others would sacrifice their child to save themselves. Xiao Yi went on. My mother was almost out of her mind at that point. Her face was covered in blood, her body bruised everywhere. I felt sorry for her. I told her, Mom, run. I'll tell everyone I killed both mom and dad. After she escaped, she changed her name, got plastic surgery, and married Xiao Yuan, the head of the Xia group. Soon after, Xia Mingyu was born. And Shuli never imagined the truth could be this dark. When Xiao Yi said back then that he killed his mother too, he must have been trying to throw everyone off her trail to keep anyone from finding her. He'd been only 8 years old, but his mind was already that sharp. She frowned. You took the blame for her. So why does she still want to hurt you now? Xiao Yi's lips curled into a bitter, mocking smile. Because Xiao Yuan's health has been declining the last couple years. She wants full control of the Xia group. At the same time, she thinks her past is too shameful. She's afraid I'll expose the murder and ruin her perfect life. The only way to bury the past forever is if I'm dead. And Shuli's heart ached for him. Her own mother would fast for a month at the temple, praying day and night for a blessing charm for her. But Xiao Yi's mother would murder her own child for power. She still had one question. She stabbed you last time, and you didn't even fight back. So why did you lock up Xia Mingyu to warn her after this assassination attempt? Xiao Yuan's hands curled into fists on his knees. Then he turned toward An Ruoxi, his eyes catching the light, glinting with something unreadable. Because she almost hurt you. She gave me my life. She can hurt me any way she wants. But not you. I won't let anyone hurt you. An Ruoxi's beautiful eyes went wide, her lashes fluttering. Her voice came out soft. Why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan's Adam's apple moved. His gaze locked on her, hot and deep. Because I like you, silly girl. An Ruoxi stared at his handsome face, her fingers curling against her palm. Her heart slammed so hard she could barely breathe. She froze for a few seconds, then glared at him. You're the silly one. Xiao Yuan let out a low laugh. He stood, one hand reaching out to cradle the back of her head. What's going on in that head of yours? That doesn't matter. What matters is I like you. And then he leaned in and kissed her. The wine left a faint bitterness on his breath, the smell of alcohol flooding her senses. And Ruoxi felt her own head spin from it. Her cheeks flushed, her whole body going limp. Xiao Yuan took advantage and lifted her, carrying her quickly to the bed. The moment he had her beneath him, he was kissing her again and again, relentless. Maybe it was hearing his story. Maybe it was the ache and pity she felt for him. And Ruoxi only struggled for a moment before she started kissing him back. Her response hit him like a shot of pure adrenaline. In an instant, he became a storm, and she had no defense. His mouth moved from her lips to her neck, then to her collarbone, working lower and lower. She'd never felt anything like this. Her whole body trembled. She grabbed his hair, gasping. Wait. His eyes were rimmed red, burning like wildfire. Xixi. Just let me take care of everything. Under his touch, her mind blurred into fog. Then came a sharp, piercing pain, like being split in two. It hurt so badly her toes curled and a thin sweat broke out across her forehead. Xiao Yuan kissed her face gently. His voice was low, rough, impossibly seductive. Baby, don't be scared. It'll be over soon. An Ruoxi couldn't think anymore. She had no idea what soon meant to him. To her, it felt like an eternity. When it was finally over, he carried her to the bathroom. By the time he bathed her and brought her back to bed, her mind was slowly clearing. They lay there, him spooning her from behind. He pressed a tender kiss to the back of her neck. Xixi. I'm really happy. An Ruoxi lay curled in his arms. Her waist felt like it was about to snap, her whole body aching like she'd been run over by a truck. She gritted her teeth silently. You sure had your fun. Poor me, I almost died. But she remembered what she needed to do, and spoke softly. Mr. Xiao. At those two words, Xiao Yuan nipped gently at the pale shell of her ear. Call me Yuan. An Ruoxi clenched her fist. Yuan, there's something I need to tell you. Xiao Yuan nuzzled his chin against the top of her head, his voice lazy. What is it? She drew a breath. My grandfather knows I'm alive. I'm going back to the An family. Xiao Yuan shot upright in bed. In the dim light, his dark eyes turned stormy. An Ruoxi, you get what you want and then you bolt. What do you take me for? At that, she sat up too. Glancing down and realizing she was still naked, she snatched the blanket to cover herself. I have things I need to do. I have to go back to the An family. Xiao Yuan's voice went hard. You can go during the day and come back to Taiping Mountain at night. No. She didn't even hesitate. My grandfather won't agree. A vein paused on Xiao Yuan's forehead. He gritted out, I think you just don't want anyone to know we're together. An Ruoxi's eyes dropped, guilty. That was exactly what she was thinking. At least for now, the An family couldn't know about her relationship with Xiao Yuan. Otherwise, An Shangxing would be twice as careful around her. But she couldn't reason with Xiao Yuan. She softened her voice. Yuan. I gave you my first time. What more do you need to feel secure? Xiao Yuan ran his tongue over his back teeth. That was my first time too. I worked my ass off to make you feel good. I didn't shortchange you. At that, a chill settled in her gaze. No negotiation. No negotiation. Fine. An Ruoxi threw off the blanket, her voice turning to us. I'm telling you, I'm leaving. Even if we go down in flames together. She got up barefoot to grab her clothes. Xiao Yuan sat on the bed, watching her resolute back. His fists clenched, chest heaving with anger. Just as she pulled her dress on and was about to walk out, he lunged off the bed, hoisted her over his shoulder, and tossed her back onto the mattress. You want to leave? Fine. 2 more rounds first. And with that, he yanked the dress she just put on back up over her head and pressed her down again. An Ruoxi pushed against his burning chest, glaring. Xiao Yuan, were you a pit bull in a past life? That insatiable. He gave her a wicked grin, then leaned in to bite her earlobe. Thanks for the compliment, baby. By the time they were done, it was 2 in the morning. An Ruoxi was so exhausted she didn't even need her sleeping pills. She sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. Xiao Yuan pulled on a pair of gray boxer briefs and stepped out onto the balcony. He lit a cigarette. Then he pulled out his phone and called Wei Xian. Wei Xian was already asleep. The ringtone jolted him awake, and when he saw Xiao Yuan's name on the screen, every trace of drowsiness vanished. It's this late. Nothing bad happened, right? Xiao Yuan lazily exhaled a stream of smoke. Bring me some ointment for swelling. The best you can find. Wei Xian was confused. Boss, Are you hurt? Xiao Yuan frowned. Less talking. Just get it here. He paused, then added, you know, the kind for down there. Down there? Wei Xian was lost. Where? Xiao Yuan's temper flared. For crying out loud, you've never eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run. Don't tell me a single dog like you doesn't know what I'm talking about. Wei Xian blinked. Then it hit him. Holy shit. Holy shit. Did the boss finally open his account? And he already swelled her up on the first try. That's some serious stamina. He scrambled out of bed. I'll bring it right over. An Ruoxi didn't make it back to the An family mansion until nearly dinner time, dragging her suitcase through the front door just as a handful of men in suits were leaving. Old Master An was sitting on the sofa. The second he spotted her, his face lit up. He waved her over, his voice warm and eager. Sweetie, come here, quick. A maid took her luggage. An Ruoxi smiled and walked over, her voice honey-sweet. Grandfather. He gave her a mock-stern look. Why are you back so late? I was starting to think you weren't coming. Her cheeks warmed. She could hardly tell him Xiao Yuan, that jerk, had worn her out so thoroughly she couldn't get out of bed. She let her gaze flicker away for a moment. I overslept. Oh, grandfather, I saw some strangers leaving just now. What were they doing here? Old Master An chuckled. I'm throwing you a banquet in a couple of days. The whole world needs to know my granddaughter is home. Those men were the decorators. An Ruoxi beamed and wrapped her arms around his. You're the best, grandfather. His eyes crinkled with affection. What else would you be? My precious granddaughter. After a beat, she said, Grandfather, I don't have anything to do right now. What if I went to work at An Group? He tilted his head. Work is draining. Why not stay home and keep me company? I've got more than enough to support you for 100 lifetimes. A trace of sadness crossed her face. My father gave everything to that company. Now that he's gone, I want to take his place and help out. It's what he would have wanted. At the mention of his eldest son, Old Master An's heart ached. He patted her hand. You're a good child. I'll talk to your uncle about it. She smiled, radiant. Thank you, grandfather. She leaned into his embrace, but the moment her face was hidden, the smile dropped. Her eyes went cold. After dinner, she took a slow walk with her grandfather. Once she'd seen him to his room, she turned back toward her own wing of the house. At the top of the staircase, she ran straight into her aunt, An Ruoxi, who was just coming home. An Ruoxi had clearly had too much to drink. Her cheeks were flushed, her steps unsteady, and she swayed as she walked. An Ruoxi greeted her politely. Aunt. She started to move past. Stop right there. The words slurred. An Ruoxi staggered closer and jabbed a weak finger at her. Don't think I don't know why you're back. You're just like my dad, big brother full of schemes. But I'm telling you, it won't work. An Ruoxi looked at her coolly, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Oh. Then tell me, and why am I back? An Ruoxi wobbled, let out a hollow, drunken laugh. You want An Group. A flash of killing intent cut through An Ruoxi's eyes. Her voice stayed calm. You had too much to drink. An Ruoxi waved a hand, her gaze turning venomous. My second brother has already secured his position at An Group. And he's about to partner with the Pay Group on a major project. No one can shake his standing now. Whatever you're plotting is pure delusion. An Ruoxi knew exactly where that hatred came from. When her father was alive, An Ruoxi's husband had embezzled a large sum from the company. Her father had uncovered it. An Ruoxi had knelt and begged him to let it go just once, but he refused, because it wasn't the first time. He'd sent the man to prison for 8 years. An Ruoxi smiled, unbothered. No one knows what the future holds. You should get some rest, and without another word, She turned and walked away. Back in her room, she sat on the edge of the bed, playing back everything Xixi had said. She pulled out her phone and called Xiaolu. What's the project between An group and Pei group? Xiaolu answered quickly. Boss, I was just about to report. They bought a big plot of land on the western outskirts and they're planning a resort. They kept it airtight. Our people only found out today, but the purchase paperwork is already done. If this deal goes through, the two families get even tighter. An Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. The western outskirts. Is there an undeveloped forest out there? Yeah. I sent someone to look into it. I wanted the full picture before bothering you. That forest is part of the resort plan. She paused, and a cold smile settled on her lips. I need you to do something for me. And we don't have much time. After giving Xiaolu his orders, An Ruoxi disappeared into the bathroom for a long, soothing bath. She came out wrapped in nothing but a towel and froze. Xiao Yuan was lounging on the sofa in her room. She clutched the towel tighter against her chest. How the hell did you get in here? He stretched back lazily, a wicked grin tugging at his mouth. I go wherever I want. Nobody stops me. Her eyes flew to the wide-open window, curtains fluttering in the night breeze. Frustration spiked. Did he moonlight as a cat burglar now? Balconies, windows, nothing was off limits. She frowned. Why are you here this late? His dark gaze swept over her, catching on the faint red marks still visible along her collarbone. He dragged his tongue slowly across his teeth, rose from the sofa, and stalked toward her. An Ruoxi stepped back on instinct, but he caught her wrist before she could get far. Why didn't you answer my messages? He texted that morning, asking how she felt. She'd been in bed, sore everywhere, furious at how rough he'd been, so she ignored him. She turned her head away. I didn't see them. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth. Sure. Little liar. He pulled a slim tube of ointment from his pocket. Apply this morning and night. I'll do it for you. Her face flamed. She knew exactly where the swelling was. She snatched the ointment from his hand. I'll do it myself. Grabbing her pajamas, she fled into the bathroom. After she treated the soreness and changed, she came back out to find him sitting on the edge of her bed, studying the two photo frames on the nightstand. One was a family portrait. The other was with her grandfather. In both, An Ruoxi's smile was wide and bright. She crossed the room and took the frames from his hands. You brought the ointment. Now you can leave. He looked up at her. Under the warm lamplight, her skin was flawless, luminous as porcelain. Remembering the way she looked beneath him last night, all sweetness and fire, he didn't want to move an inch. A lazy smile curved his mouth. One night together, 100 days of grace. You really are heartless. Last night, she slept with him partly because she pitied him and partly because she needed to get off Taiping Mountain fast. And honestly, his face and body were irresistible. She figured she had nothing to lose. But this was the mansion. If her grandfather found out, he'd worry. Xiao Yuan's reputation was far from clean. She chose her words carefully. My grandfather is strict. If he knew you were here, he'd be furious. Xiao Yuan shrugged. Then don't let him find out. She clenched her fists. Was he seriously going to cling to her after one night? He found the mix of indignation and restraint on her face utterly endearing. Amusement flickered in his eyes. I hear the An group and Pei group are working together. As it happens, I know some inside information. Want to hear it? And Xixi felt a brief flicker of warmth at Xiao Yi's words. Then her expression turned to stone. You investigated me. Xiao Yi rose to his feet, looking down at her with lazy, unguarded ease. Xixi baby, when I want to know something, you can't keep it hidden. Her glare turned icy. Her hands curled into fists at her sides. Just how much did he know about her? He read the question in her eyes. Lifting her chin with one long finger, he said, "You need to trust me. I'm not here to hurt you." Maybe it was the sincerity in his eyes. Whatever it was, she stood there, speechless for a bit. Xiao Yi sank back onto the edge of the bed, bracing himself with both hands behind him. That prime piece of land, that project. By all rights, the Xiao group should have been the one with the muscle to take it. So guess why we didn't bid? Guess why we let the Pei group and the An group walk off with it instead? And Shuli narrowed her eyes. Unless there's a hidden risk. A fatal flaw. His lips curled into a slow smirk. No wonder you're the woman I set my sights on. She shot him a glare. This man had absolutely no shame. So what's the hidden risk? What's the fatal flaw? Instead of answering, he started stripping off his clothes. She eyed him, suspicious. What do you think you're doing? Was he seriously expecting her to trade her body for the inside scoop? While the thought was still forming, he stripped down to his boxers. He pulled back the duvet and slid into bed. I'll get you the files tomorrow. I burned too much energy taking care of you last night. I'm going to sleep. And Shuli fumed. He was the one who tangled her up over and over again, and now he was pinning it on her. She yanked the blanket off him. If you want to sleep, go home. He grabbed it back, wrapped it around himself, and let out a satisfied sigh. Too tired. Can't move. Don't worry, I took a shower. She ground her teeth. Xiao Yi, you're doing this on purpose. He rolled onto his side, facing away from her. Don't forget to turn off the light. A vein throbbed at An Shuli's temple. But seeing him planted there with zero intention of leaving, she knew arguing was pointless. With a huff, she walked around to the other side of the bed, threw back the covers, and slid in. She lay still for a long moment. No movement from him. Her eyelids grew heavy. Half asleep, she felt herself drawn into a warm embrace. A low voice whispered against her ear. Whatever you want to do, I'll make sure it gets done. The day of the banquet arrived. It was held in the sprawling garden of the old mansion. Since An Shuli had just returned, Old Master An worried she might feel overwhelmed. He kept the guest list small, only the An family's collateral branches, the senior management of An group's subsidiaries, and their families. The whole purpose was to introduce An Shuli to everyone. Before it started, Xiao Yi was in the study giving Old Master An a report. With nothing else to do, An Shuli wandered out into the garden. Guests clustered in small groups, deep in conversation. No one noticed her. She hadn't walked far before she heard voices carrying from behind a tree. Miss Wangjun, that dress is absolutely gorgeous. I can't take my eyes off you. Right. How is it even possible for one person to be so stunning? Standing next to you, we all look like ugly ducklings. Tonight, Miss Wang is definitely going to be the most beautiful woman here. Wangjun basked in it, her face glowing with satisfaction. So what if An Shuli was back? All the attention, all the glory, it still belonged to her. The eldest Miss An. She covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. You shouldn't say that. Tonight's banquet is for my cousin. She might get upset if she hears you. These girls were the daughters and granddaughters of An group's subsidiary heads. Their families had already briefed them Xiao Yi was running the company now, and An Shuli was nothing but a fallen heiress. Who mattered more was obvious. So they kept piling it on. Miss Wang, we're just telling the truth. Even if An Shuli were standing right here, we'd say the same thing. Exactly. She used to pass for a proper young lady, but after 4 years out there, who knows what she's been through. She's probably not even clean anymore. That's right. Nothing like you, Miss Wang, so elegant and beautiful. She's not fit to be compared to you. Every word landed exactly where Wangjun wanted. She was thrilled. She didn't even have to speak. Everyone already knew what kind of trash An Ruoxi was. An Ruoxi studied the speakers. She recognized all of them. They used to trail after her, fawning and brown-nosing for attention. She'd never bothered with them then. Now that she'd fallen, they'd scrambled to kiss Wang Wangjuan's ass. Why don't you say that again to my face? She stepped out from behind the tree, her voice ice. The group jumped. Everyone but Wang Wangjun went visibly pale. No matter how far An Ruoxi had sunk, she still carried the name. And this banquet was for her. Wang Wangjun glared. Do you have no shame, eavesdropping on other people's conversations? An Ruoxi snorted. Who knew the crap you were spewing would stink this bad? I thought I'd wandered into a public restroom. You. Wang Wangjun was speechless with rage. Don't get cocky, An Ruoxi. Seeing how furious she was, the others scrambled to defend her. Miss Wang, don't let her upset you. We're civilized people. We don't argue with someone who never even made it to college. A proper miss and with no degree. It's a joke. During those 4 years away, An Ruoxi had indeed missed college. She looked at the girl who'd spoken. She knew her, they'd attended the same school. She crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. You went to college, sure. But you started getting abortions your sophomore year of high school. Was the count not 3? 4. Real civilized. Aren't you worried about catching something? You. The girl's face drained of color. She'd gone to great lengths to keep those abortions secret. How did An Ruoxi know? If that ever got out, she could forget about marrying into a good family. Wang Wangjuan's expression darkened as her lackey got shut down. Another girl jumped in, indignant. An Ruoxi, Wang Wangjun is your cousin. Xiao Yuan was your classmate. How can you be so vicious, saying things like that? Do you have no sense of respect? No decency? An Ruoxi fixed her cold stare on the new speaker and laughed. You crawled into your brother-in-law's bed and stole your own sister's husband. And you're standing here lecturing me about decency. Or do you think everyone's forgotten your little scandal? I'd be happy to refresh their memories. You. The girl's face flooded red, then went pale with panic. The other two shrank back, too scared to open their mouths, terrified An Ruoxi's anger would turn on them next. There you are, sweetheart. Grandpa's been looking everywhere for you. Old Master An's voice rang out from behind her. An Ruoxi's expression shifted in an instant. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. She walked toward him and said, Grandpa, maybe I should just leave the An family. We don't need to hold the banquet tonight. Old Master An's face crumpled with concern at the sight of her tears. What happened? Who bullied you? And Chu stared, struck speechless as An Ruoxi's expression shifted in a heartbeat. With acting skills like that, she could have cleaned up in Hollywood. An Ruoxi shot her a defiant look, then her face crumpled into perfect wounded innocence. They said I never went to college, so I'm not really a mason. They also said, after 4 years on the streets, I'm tainted. Old Master An's face went black. He jabbed a finger toward the 4 women flanking An Chu. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk behind my granddaughter's back? All 4 shook their heads frantically. Old Master An, we didn't mean. I don't care what you meant. His anger didn't cool an inch. Anyone who gossips about my granddaughter is finished in this family. Steward, throw them out. Each of those women represented a subsidiary under the An group. Banning them from family gatherings meant cutting them off from the real power. Their relatives working in the company would be replaced within days. They scrambled to apologize. Miss Ruoxi, I spoke carelessly. Please, let it slide just once. Miss Ruoxi, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Please be generous and forgive me. And Chu watched Old Master An defend An Ruoxi with such ferocity, and her teeth ground together. Grandfather, they're my friends. We were just chatting. Do you have to make this big a deal out of it? Old Master An's gaze swept over her, heavy with authority. His voice still hot. As her older sister, you should be defending her, not letting other people cut her down. Shame on you. I think the only reason they dared to run their mouths is because you gave them the green light. If you don't want to be at your sister's welcome banquet, then get out. And Chuchu's eyes went wide. Grandfather. And Shangxin's expression darkened. Quietly he said, Dad, there are too many people here. Don't give them a show. And Shuli jumped in. Yes, Dad. Chuchu isn't that unruly. Old Master An's fury is just a fraction. And Chuchu was blood, she'd get a pass. The other 4. No mercy. He glared at the girls. Steward, show them out. The commotion pulled a crowd. The families of those 4 girls rushed over. Dad. Grandfather. They turned to Old Master An with fawning, desperate smiles. President An, what did my daughter do wrong? My granddaughter is always so well behaved. How did she offend you? Old Master An's face was stone. My precious granddaughter, I won't even scold her myself. Your well-raised daughters and granddaughters dared to slander her behind her back. Clearly, you have no respect for the An family. Steward, see them out. The steward stepped forward, gesturing toward the door. This way, please. President An. They tried to argue. See them out. Old Master An didn't blink. The families turned on the girls, faces twisted with fury, and slapped each one hard. Look what you've done. The steward escorted them out. Old Master An patted An Ruoxi's hand, his voice softening to something warm. Darling, even though your parents and brother are gone, as long as I'm alive, no one will ever hurt you. Then he faced the guests. Today is the banquet to welcome my granddaughter An Ruoxi home. I also have an announcement. Starting tomorrow, my granddaughter will join the project department of the An Group. I expect everyone to support her and look out for her. And Shangxin's face tightened, but he stayed silent. Old Master An had already laid it out in the study. And Shuli's expression soured just as fast. She'd angled for a position in the An Group for years, and Old Master An always said she wasn't cut out for it. Yet An Ruoxi had barely returned and he dropped her straight into a core department. The favoritism was blinding. The other guests traded loaded glances. The An Group was about to get very interesting. After the banquet, An Ruoxi dragged herself to her room, exhausted. She hadn't worn heels in ages, a few hours, and her feet were screaming. She pushed open the door and froze. Xiao Yuan stood by the bed, a towel tossed aside, nipple on a pair of pants. She caught a flash of bare skin and shrieked. Oh! She slammed the door shut. A maid came running. Miss Ruoxi, what happened? An Ruoxi's face burned. Nothing. I just pinched my finger. The maid looked worried. I'll get the first aid kit. An Ruoxi waved her off. It's fine. Go on. Once the maid was gone, she shoved the door open and stepped inside. Xiao Yuan had his pants on now. He leaned back against the balcony railing, smoking, the loose gray lounge pants slung low on his lean hips. The V-cut of his muscles was stark in the dim light. An Ruoxi rushed over and yanked him inside. Are you crazy? What if someone saw you out there? Xiao Yuan smirked, unbothered. Then they'd know we're together. Better than sneaking around like this every night. She shot him a glare. He'd done it on purpose. She shoved his hand aside. If you hate sneaking around so much, then don't come. Ever since she moved back into the mansion, Xiao Yuan had scaled the wall every single night. She'd even hinted to her grandfather about increasing security. But this man climbed walls and crawled through windows smoother than most people used the front door. The estate might as well not have a gate. She had suspected he had superhuman agility. Xiao Yuan pressed in behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder. I can't sleep without holding you. His chest was solid against her back, every muscle tense with heat. His low, husky voice vibrated near her ear, warm breath sending a shiver all the way down her spine. Her breathing stuttered. She pried his hands off. "I'm taking a shower." He watched her nearly run for the bathroom, a smirk tugging at his mouth. "Little one. Still can't resist me." The warm amber light filled the room, silence settling around them. Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, flipping through documents. And Shuli perched at the edge of the bed, scrolling through her phone. She already knew a decent amount about the An group, but tomorrow she'd be reporting to the project department. The more familiar she was, the better off she'd be. She was deep in concentration when the mattress dipped beside her. Xiao Yuan's scent hit her first. Clean. Crisp. Unmistakably his. He leaned close to her cheek, voice low. "Did you go over the materials on that piece of land?" And Shuli wasn't used to anyone being this close. She shifted sideways and pushed his head away. "I did." Xiao Yuan pulled back for half a second, then leaned in again without a shred of shame. "Was it useful?" And Shuli paused. Of course it was useful. The information he'd given her would have taken her at least 10 days to dig up on her own. Time wasn't something she could afford to waste. But she didn't want him getting too pleased with himself. "It was okay," she said flatly. Xiao Yuan's jaw tightened at her indifferent tone. He slid an arm around her slim waist. "I gave you something that good. Don't I get a reward?" Even as he said it, his hand slipped under the hem of her pajamas. And Shuli grabbed his wrist, frowning. "No. I have work tomorrow." If she let him have his way, he'd never know when to stop. She had no intention of being too exhausted to get out of bed. Xiao Yuan wasn't about to give up that easily. He rolled, knees bracketing her hips, and caught her right hand. Slowly, deliberately, he guided it down his abs, lower. The corners of his eyes lifted. His dark gaze locked onto hers, tempting, seductive, thickening the air until it felt like it could pull into strands. "You tasted this body before," he murmured. "Don't you crave it?" Her palm met searing heat. The further down she went, the hotter it burned. Heat flooded her head. She hadn't even done anything, yet a thin layer of sweat broke out across her forehead. Maybe she did. Crave it. A glint of triumph flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He leaned down and captured the lips he'd been aching for, rubbing, savoring. His voice went rough. "Zayulai, baby. I'll make you feel so good." The temperature in the bedroom skyrocketed. Before long, soft, uncontrollable moans rose and fell. And Shuli's consciousness began to swim. She gave herself over completely, letting him do whatever he wanted. But she had to admit, it felt good. The price of one night's abandon was a near miss on being late the next morning. She didn't let old master unsend her. She went straight to the project department to check in. The department director was a woman in her 40s named Xixi. After the previous family had died, old master An had overhauled the entire An group. A position as important as the project department was naturally staffed with his own people. Xixi gave An Shuli a blank look. "I don't care who you are. In this department, everything is based on ability. No special treatment. Understand?" A chill flickered in An Shuli's eyes. Then she nodded obediently. "I understand." Xixi said nothing else and had someone show An Shuli out. Once she was gone, Xixi picked up her phone and made a call. Her face was stern, with a trace of contempt. "Don't worry, Mr. An. I guarantee she won't last long here." An Shuli's position was project assistant. Zero real authority. She was stuck with scut work organizing project files, taking meeting minutes. She barely sat down when the team leader, Lu Jiangbo, dumped a stack of documents on her desk. "Get these data sets organized. Don't leave until they're done." And Xixi pulled out one sheet and glanced at it. Market research data for a project. There was so much it would take at least 3 days to finish. She swallowed a cold snort. He was trying to make her quit before she even started. The other project assistant leaned over, concern on her face. How did you manage to offend team leader Lu on your first day? Nobody gets this much work dumped on them right out of the gate. And Xixi smiled. Maybe he's testing my skills. The assistant nodded knowingly and introduced herself. I'm Chen Yongqing. What's your name? And Xixi. Chen Yongqing's eyes went wide. You're An. And Xixi didn't want to reveal her identity. Too much trouble. No, not that An, she said. Chen Yongqing nodded. Yeah, figures. If you were from the An family, team leader Lu wouldn't dare target you. Want me to help with some of this data? And Xixi shook her head. Thanks, but if he finds out, he'll come after both of us. True. Well, let me know if you need anything. Thanks. And Xixi said nothing more and focused on the data. Near the end of the day, Xiao Yuan messaged her. Boss, let me treat you to a big dinner to celebrate the new job. And Xixi had something she needed Xiao Yuan to do, so she replied, sure. After sending the message, she went to the restroom. When she got back to her desk, it was exactly quitting time. She grabbed her phone and was about to leave. And Xixi. Team leader Lu's angry voice rang out behind her. She turned around. It's of ours. Something wrong. Lu's face reddened with rage. Didn't I say you can't leave until the data is organized? With a lazy attitude like that, I seriously doubt you're fit for this job. And Xixi picked up the files he'd given her from the desk. I finished it. Without even looking at the papers in her hand, Lu got angrier. You think throwing something together will get you past me? This data is for senior management's decision-making. If your shoddy work leads to bad decisions, can you take responsibility for that? And Xixi's expression went cold. He was clearly out to get her. Team leader Lu, don't you want to at least look at what I organized before you judge? Lu scowled. A normal person needs at least 3 days to finish this. You did it in 1. I don't have to look to know it's garbage. And Xixi let out a cold laugh. Team leader Lu, so you admit a normal person needs 3 days. Then why did you tell me I couldn't leave until it was done? Were you deliberately making things hard for me? Lu froze. He let the wrong words slip in his anger. The director had told him to find a way to push Xixi out, but she was still someone the chairman had placed here. If she caught him red-handed, she might run straight to the chairman and complain. He stammered, I was testing your work ability. Then maybe you should actually see what I've done. Lu finally took the folder from her hand. Fine. He'd see just how bad her work was. The first sign of sloppiness, and he'd write her up on the spot. He flipped open one file and skimmed it. After a few pages, his eyes went wide. He grabbed another file and flipped through it. Then another. And another. He didn't stop until he'd gone through several. Impossible. The data was organized with pinpoint accuracy. The logic was sharp, easy to follow at a glance. And Xixi watched him coldly. May I leave now? Xixi shut down her computer and reached for her bag. She had evening plans and was already running late. A knock sounded. Lu Jiangbo stepped in without waiting for an answer. She flicked a glance at her watch. Unless the building's on fire, it can wait until tomorrow. I'm in a hurry. This won't take long. He crossed to her desk and set down the documents Wu Jingyi had organized. Director Liang, you need to see this. She picked up the file, skeptical. A few pages in, her eyebrows lifted a fraction. This data is detailed. Who put it together? Wu Jingyi. Liang Xini's expression went flat. Her grip on the papers tightened. Didn't think she had it in her. Lu Jiangbo lowered his voice. Director Liang, this woman might be more trouble than we expected. Liang Xixi said nothing. The CEO had given her this task personally. If she couldn't handle one new employee, how was she supposed to hold his trust? After a pause, she spoke. Tomorrow, the CEO and President Pei are touring the resort site. Have Wu Jingyi give the presentation. Lu Jiangbo blinked. That's a massive deal. She's barely a project assistant. She doesn't know the ins and outs. If she bombs it. The smile on Liang Xixi's lips was thin and cold. Her eyes stayed hard. That's exactly what I'm counting on. At the hot pot restaurant, steam curled between them. Zhang Yu fished a slice of fatty beef from the bubbling broth and dropped it into Wu Jingyi's bowl. Boss, your favorite. She swirled it through the sauce and took a bite. Tender. Rich. Chewing, she asked, everything set for tomorrow. Zhang Yu added some crispy tripe to her bowl and puffed out his chest, grinning. Boss, when have I ever let you down? I guarantee they'll walk in smiling and leave ready to cry. Wu Jingyi nodded. Just imagining old master and stumbling through tomorrow made the meat taste even better. Her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the caller ID, and her face cooled. Hello. Lu Jiangbo's voice came through, clipped with irritation. Tomorrow, the CEO and President Pei will inspect the resort land. You're handling the presentation. A cold smile flickered at the corner of her mouth. I'm still new. Don't you think that's a little inappropriate for someone in my position? What? Refusing a direct order? If you don't want the job, quit. Fine. Send me the materials. Someone will get them to you. The line went dead. Zhang Yu hadn't caught everything, but he heard enough of the tone. His face darkened. Boss, is someone giving you grief? Say the word and I'll handle it. Wu Jingyi set her phone aside. Just a clown. She reached for another slice of beef. Anything on Liang Xixi yet? Zhang Yu's smirk turned sly. Oh, I found it. And it's explosive. Her eyes sparked. Suddenly, she was looking forward to work. The next morning, the resort preparation studio was chaos. With the CEOs and top brass showing up, everyone was scrambling. Wu Jingyi spotted a man barking directions and pegged him for the studio manager. She caught his arm. I'm the presenter today. He stared at her. Lu Jiangbo had called him the day before, saying the project department would handle the presentation. But this woman looked young. An unknown. You memorized the script? He asked. Script? She had waited all night for Lu Jiangbo to send her anything. Nothing came. She shook her head, unruffled. I don't know anything about a script. The manager's eyes bulged. The CEO and President Pei are about to walk through that door any second. How do you plan to present without knowing the script? Wu Jingyi's gaze drifted to the resort blueprint mounted on the wall. Do you have a copy here? He was livid. The studio always prepped its own presenters. Now the project department was sending someone who hadn't even glanced at the material. Were they trying to sabotage this on purpose? Even if I hand it to you right now, you'd be reading off the page. That's unprofessional. It makes all of us look bad. The project department made this call, Wu Jingyi said, her tone flat. The manager yanked out his phone and dialed Lu Jiangbo. Lu Jiangbo told him to stay out of it and hung up. The manager's face went dark. But he couldn't afford to get on the project department's bad side. He snatched a script from his desk and shoved it at her. Good luck. You're going to need it. A voice rang out from the entrance. The CEO and President Pei are here. The manager clapped his hands. Everyone, positions. Now. This was the first inspection of the resort land since the An Group and Pei Group had jointly acquired it. The stakes were high. Along with the two CEOs, senior executives from both conglomerates had come. A crowd of reporters clustered at the edges, Cameras clicking, voices buzzing. First time seeing this site up close. It's massive. Are you kidding? 40 billion just for the land. You see that forest? The oldest and largest untouched old-growth forest in the country. That's the crown jewel of the whole resort. Word is, if this thing gets built, it'll be the biggest resort in the country. Maybe the world. Annual revenue projections are in the tens of billions. Pay Group and An Group teaming up on a project like this. It could shift the power rankings among the 6 major conglomerates. Pay Group probably won't leapfrog Xiao Group. Just airline routes cover the globe. But An Group might climb a spot. Look at old Master An. He can't stop smiling. Ever since he took over, people said he couldn't measure up to his brother. This should shut them up. Shoo, you trying to get yourself killed. Wu Jingyi stood near the press pool, catching every word. Inside, she was laughing. So old Master An wanted to build his reputation on this project. Dream on. Presenter. The manager's voice cut through the noise. Wu Jingyi steadied herself and walked over, posture straight, stride confident. Pei Tianmin's eyebrows shot up. Jin Ai. What are you doing here? Pei Tianmin was Pei Jinyue's older brother and the current head of Pei Group. Wu Jingyi gave a polite smile. Hello, President Pei. Old Master An's face was stone. His voice came out clipped. She works at An Group now. Pei Tianmin nodded, looking pleased. Good. That's good. Starting from the bottom, like your father did. At the mention of Xiao Yuan, old Master An's expression turned sour. He shifted gears fast. President Pei, shall we begin the inspection? Pei Tianmin seemed to catch his misstep. Yes. Of course. Liang Xini and Lu Jiangbo joined the group, hanging near the back. Lu Jiangbo kept his voice low. Director Liang, is it smart to let Wu Jingyi do this? President Pei is right there. If she screws up and the CEO gets angry. Liang Xini's face stayed calm. If she fails, we'll say she volunteered to show off. We couldn't refuse because she's family. There are other presenters on standby. We'll swap her out and move on. Lu Jiangbo's face lit up. That's brilliant. Then we fire her for incompetence. Even if she complains to the chairman, she won't have a leg to stand on. Across the field, Wu Jingyi had already climbed onto the sightseeing cart. Liang Xini turned to Lu Jiangbo. Get the backup presenter ready. On it. An Ruoxi eased into the guide's seat at the front of the open-air tour cart. She'd only seen the script that morning, and this was her first presentation. Her opening words stumbled. Lu Jiangbo watched, barely concealing his glee. Finally she slipped. He put on a stern face. An Ruoxi, I told you. You're new, you don't know the situation. You should have let someone else handle the presentation. But no, you had to hog the spotlight. We gave you the script and you didn't bother memorizing it. Now you're stumbling through it. How are President Pei and President An supposed to get a clear picture of the project? Step down. Xiao He will take over. An Ruoxi suppressed a cold snort. There it is. The fox finally shows its tail. She kept her smile pleasant. Team leader Lu, didn't you call me yesterday and ask me to do the presentation? Why are you scolding me now? And for the record, I haven't even started. How do you know I can handle it? Without waiting for him to answer, she turned to the passengers and began. Our resort has 28 functional zones. The area we're in right now is designated for the hotel, scheduled for completion. Lu Jiangbo listened as her words flowed smooth and confident, his jaw slackening. How is this possible? She'd only been notified yesterday, and he deliberately held back the script until that morning. How could she be explaining everything so effortlessly? Liang Xini's face darkened too. When Lu Jiangbo sat back down, she muttered under her breath, what the hell happened? Lu Jiangbo looked miserable. I thought everything was set. He grimaced. Does she have a photographic memory or something? Liang Xixi shot him a glare. Don't make excuses. Lu Jiangbo hurried to add, Director Liang, don't worry. I won't let her get away with it next time. Liang Xixi said nothing more, but her sour expression stayed frozen on her face. Since construction hadn't started yet, the tour was just a quick drive-through overview. Even so, it took a full hour. The project was a 50-50 venture between the Pei Group and the An Group, but Pei Group only handled the initial introductions and funded 30% of construction. Everything else, engineering, development, fell squarely on An Group. After hearing the full resort plan, Pei Tianming was delighted. President An, you clearly put tremendous time and resources into this design. The Pei Group is extremely satisfied. Once it's complete, I'm confident this resort will be a massive hit. And Shengnan was equally thrilled. He laughed heartily. We owe it all to the Pei Group's matchmaking. Without you, we never would have gotten our hands on such a prime piece of land. This collaboration would only cement an even stronger partnership between the Pei and An families. Pei Tianming smiled. Tianqi and Chu Chu are getting engaged soon. Soon we'll be family. Of course we should work together for mutual benefit. And Shangxin's heart leaped at the mention of the engagement. He'd been nervous, with the Pei family dragging their feet. But now Pei Tianming was bringing it up himself. It was practically a done deal. He beamed. Then soon, we should sit down properly and discuss the engagement arrangements. Pei Tianming nodded. Good. I'll speak with my parents when I get back. The other executives overheard and immediately began offering congratulations. An Ruoxi stood quietly to the side. A faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Go ahead and laugh. You won't be laughing much longer. Just as the thought settled, An Shangxin's assistant took a call. The moment he hung up, his expression sobered. He leaned in and whispered, President An, people from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration just arrived. An Shangxin frowned. What do they want? The assistant hesitated. They said, someone reported endangered plants and animals in the forest. An Shangxin's face went dark instantly. An Ruoxi caught the shift in his expression, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. The show begins. At the resort's preparatory office, 5 officials from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration, led by a section chief, sat in a row on the left side of the reception room. An Shangxin, Pei Tianming, and a few key managers faced them on the right. An Shangxin offered a smile to the lead official. Director Wang, before we purchased the land, we brought in experts to survey the area. There were no endangered plants or animals. Could there be some misunderstanding? Director Wang, facing the CEOs of 2 major conglomerates, kept his tone friendly. He chuckled. President An, no need to be nervous. With the strict enforcement of endangered species laws, we're simply performing a routine inspection. If your team did its due diligence, everything should be fine. And Shangxin's eyes flickered. Of course. The forest is completely clean. But even as he said it, he wasn't confident. If any protected species turned up, the fallout would be catastrophic. At best, they'd lose access to that section of the forest. At worst, the entire area could be declared a protected zone and the project would be dead. Pei Tianming understood the stakes. His expression hardened. About half an hour later, a man burst into the reception room, flustered. The moment he spotted An Shangxin, he blurted, brother-in-law. An Shangxin's face stiffened. At work, it's President An. The man was Zhao Yongqiang, younger brother of An Shangxin's wife, Zhao Qingji. He scanned the crowded room, and is crawling up his spine. President An, what did you need me for? An Shangxin rose. Come with me. They stepped into the hallway. An Shangxin's voice dropped, stern. Be honest with me. I gave you 5 million to hire experts to survey that forest. Did you actually do a thorough check? Zhao Yongqiang's heart lurched, but he forced himself to answer. I did. The report was submitted to you. And Shangxin's expression is a fraction. He fixed Zhao with a hard stare. You'd better be telling the truth. With that, he turned and walked back into the reception room. The moment he sat down, a fieldworker from the inspection team rushed in, shouting, "We've got results." Every person in the room tensed. "We've got the results." The surveyor from the National Forestry and Grassland Administration burst in, breathless. Director Wang shot to his feet, eyes gleaming. "Did you find endangered species?" The surveyor opened his mouth. "Hold on." And Shangxin's voice cut through the room. Everyone out except President Pei and myself. The people in the room were sharp enough to read between the lines. They rose without a word and filed out of the small reception room. An Ruoxi had no choice but to follow. She stood outside with the others, staring at the closed door, her brow furrowed. Was An Shangxin trying to cut a deal with Director Wang? Over an hour later, the reception room door finally swung open. Director Wang came out first. He paused at the threshold to shake hands with An Shangxin and Pei Tianming, his posture almost deferential. "President An, President Pei, we'll take our leave now. Sorry for the trouble." An Shangxin smiled smoothly. "I'll find a time to treat Director Wang to dinner." Director Wang's expression flickered with flattery. "You're too generous, President An." An Ruoxi's jaw tightened. So Director Wang was just going to let this slide. She underestimated the reach of money. The man was folding right in front of everyone. As Director Wang's group moved toward the exit, An Ruoxi's hands curled into fists at her sides. Such a perfect opportunity. Wasted. It was maddening. Then a staff member came sprinting toward them, panic all over his face. "President An, we've got a problem." And Shangxin's gaze went cold. "In front of all these people, you're falling apart." "What is it?" The man rushed out the words. "Over 20 animal and plant experts just showed up. They've got cameras and they're already heading into the forest." "What?" And Shangxin's face twisted. "Why didn't you stop them?" The man looked miserable. "The land is too big, and there are too many of them. We couldn't hold them back." Director Wang and his team overheard. Their faces drained of color. And Shangxin strode toward the door. "Let's go." Too late. Pei Tianming's voice was flat and grim. He held up his phone. He turned the screen toward An Shangxin. "They're live streaming. The whole internet's already watching." The resort descended into chaos. An Ruoxi didn't want to stick around. She left early. The moment she reached the parking lot, she spotted a familiar Rolls-Royce. She walked straight toward it without thinking. The rear window rolled down, revealing Xiao Yuan's devastatingly handsome face. "Get in." For once, An Ruoxi didn't hesitate. She walked around to the other side and slid into the back seat. The car pulled away, slow and smooth. Silence settled between them. An Ruoxi spoke first. "Mr. Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Yuan leaned back, lazy and relaxed. "Just passing through." "Passing through? Out here in the middle of nowhere?" A small smile tugged at An Ruoxi's lips. She looked at him. "Those animal and plant experts, that was you, wasn't it?" Xiao Yuan turned to face her. Her skin was fair and luminous, her eyes clear and pure, like they'd never been touched by anything ugly. Hard to believe those same clean, innocent eyes could look so seductive when she was beneath him. He leaned in close, a glint of amusement in his gaze. "What, want to thank me?" He was too close. His presence pressed in around her. An Ruoxi's cheeks flushed. She glanced at the driver and pushed him back, flustered. "Behave." Xiao Yuan didn't press. He straightened up, his tone turning calm. "That old fox An Shangxin is tougher than you think." The game of power and money is crueler than you know. Don't let your guard down. An Ruoxi nodded. Thank you for the intel about the endangered species, and for sending the experts. The information about what was living in that forest next to the resort that had all come from Xiao Yuan. That piece of land had originally belonged to a major foreign company, Prime Feng Shui Real Estate. But strangely, they'd never developed it. Then rumors started circulating that they were looking to sell. The Pei conglomerate caught wind. So did Xiao Yuan's conglomerate. Xiao Yuan sensed something off. He didn't jump. He dug deeper first. And he found exactly what he expected. The Pei group couldn't swallow the land alone, so they partnered with the An group and trusted them to handle the investigation. And Xiangxin, in turn, handed the job to his useless brother-in-law, Xiao Yuan. That's where An Ruoxi found her opening. Hearing her say thank you, Xiao Yuan's face lit up with satisfaction. He raised an eyebrow, his voice dropping. Save it for somewhere more private. Somewhere more private. An Ruoxi looked confused. But Xiao Yuan didn't look at her again. He just said to the driver, back to Taiping Mountain. An corporation. CEO's office. Smack. The slap rang out sharp and brutal. Xiao Yuan dropped to his knees instantly, wailing. Brother-in-law, I messed up. Please, just give me one more chance. And Xiangxin's face was crimson with rage. He paced back and forth in front of Xiao Yuan, finger trembling as he pointed, struggling to find his voice. All your usual nonsense, I let it go. I never bothered. But this. How dare you? Xiao Yuan knew exactly how important this project was. Fear crawled across his face. The grown man was crying like a child, snot and tears streaming down. Brother-in-law, I didn't think there really were endangered species in that forest. I got blinded by greed, just for a second. Blinded by greed. And Xiangxin looked like he might explode. I think you did it on purpose. Before I gave you that money, did I tell you to take it seriously? Did I tell you not to screw it up? Did I tell you that if endangered species were found in that forest, miles of land would be locked down as a protected area? No development allowed. Tell me how much of the 50 million did you pocket? Xiao Yuan saw the murderous look in his eyes and didn't dare lie. He mumbled, 49 million. What? And Xiangxin's eyes bulged. He nearly choked on his own blood. Xiao Yuan knew how deep the hole was. He grabbed An Xiangxin's hand, sobbing. Brother-in-law, I know I screwed up. I really know it. An Xiangxin roared, you think a half-assed apology makes this go away? Do you realize that because of your greed, we and the Pei group just spent 40 billion on a worthless piece of dirt? Today, the stock prices of both An Corporation and Pei group are already sliding. Tomorrow they'll probably crater. All that damage, what exactly are you planning to do about it? Xiao Yuan's eyes went wide with terror. Brother-in-law, what are you going to do? A cold, ruthless glint crossed An Xiangxin's eyes. Because of you, we've offended the Pei group. Pei Tianming is furious. We have to give them an answer. I can't protect you anymore. No, brother-in-law. Yang Piang. Uncle. The office door burst open. Xixi and Chu Chu strode in. Xiao Yuan's eyes lit up. Reinforcements. He sobbed, Sis, Chu Chu, you got to save me. Xixi's chest tightened the second she saw Xiao Yuan. She rushed to him, voice strained with worry. What happened? And Chu Chu leaned in beside her, forehead creased. Uncle, why are you crying like this? And Xiangxin jabbed a finger toward Xixi, his face burning red. Ask your precious brother what he did. Xiao Yuan was well into his 40s, but right now he was crying like a helpless child, head bowed, too terrified to speak. And Xiangxin's fuse was gone. Because of his stupidity, we just lost the Pei Corporation resort project. And on top of that, we threw away 40 billion. What? Xixi and Chu spoke at the same time, both of them stunned. Xixi grabbed her husband's arm, desperate. Honey, Yongqiang is my own brother. You can't just cut him loose. And Shangshin yanked his arm free, his was a blade. We've lost this bet, what exactly do you think I'm supposed to do? And Chu's expression went ice cold. Unless this huge would-pay corporation take it out on the An group. Would her engagement to Pei Tianqi be destroyed before it even started? Her tone was sharp when she spoke. Uncle, this time you went way too far. Xixi knew exactly how dire the situation was. Her voice shook. Honey, what do we do now? And Shangshin's face was stone. What can we do? Almost 30 billion gone. The shareholders are already going to be out for blood. And Pei Corporation lost 10 billion. If we don't figure out how to put out that fire, our entire future with them is dead. That much. Xixi's knees buckled. And Chu caught her before she collapsed. Then An Chu's eyes narrowed, voice dropping low. Dad, I bet anything An Ruoxi is behind this. Every time she's around, disaster follows. And Shangshin's gaze went sharp as glass. Taiping Mountain. The Rolls-Royce glided past the main house and kept going. An Ruoxi looked over at Xiao Yuan, confused. Where are we going? The corner of his mouth curved. You'll see. When the car stopped and An Ruoxi stepped out, the set in front of her rooted her to the ground. She stood there, silent, staring at the house. Xiao Yuan watched her reaction. Something warm and possessive unspooled in his chest. He kept his voice low. Do you like it? An Ruoxi didn't answer. She pushed open the gate and walked inside. It was exactly the same. From the garden to the living room, it wasn't just the layout. Every finish, every piece of furniture she recognized all of it from the old and family home. Her eyes landed on the padded corners of the table, and tears rushed in. Back then, she used to walk around staring at her phone and constantly knock into things. Her father had the servants wrap every sharp edge in the house so she wouldn't hurt herself. They had even gotten that small, careful detail right. Tears brimmed at her lashes as she turned to Xiao Yuan. How did you even think to do this? He saw the tears on her face, and something deep in his chest pulled tight. He stepped forward, cupped her cheeks in both hands, and kissed the tears away, soft and slow. I kept seeing you standing at the balcony, just staring out at nothing. I figured you were homesick. Her tears spilled harder. She wrapped her arms around him and pressed her face into his chest. To build this house in such a short time, with every single piece of furniture matched exactly, she didn't even want to think about the cost. But the care behind it that staggered her. She looked up at him. Why are you so good to me? Xiao Yuan dropped a quick kiss on her lips, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The woman of Xiao Yuan. I have to find a way to spoil her properly. An Ruoxi saw the naked adoration in his eyes, and something electric moved through her. She rose onto her toes and kissed him. They had been intimate plenty of times, but this was the first time she had ever started it. Xiao Yuan's heart hammered against his ribs. He slid a hand behind her head and deepened the kiss with the kind of possessive intensity that left no room for doubt. Before long they were breathless, tumbling onto the sofa. An Ruoxi's lips felt swollen and tender. When his hand slipped beneath the hem of her shirt, she grabbed his wrist, panting. Not here. Bedroom. Xiao Yuan's eyes were dark with want. He scooped her up in one motion. Okay. Because she had started it, because she was willing, this time was more intense than anything that had come before. An Ruoxi nearly believed she wouldn't survive that bed. Afterward, she lay completely still, boneless. Xiao Yuan curled behind her, trailing lazy, open-mouthed kisses along the back of her neck and shoulder. His voice was a low rumble. Baby, one more time. An Ruoxi rolled her eyes, too exhausted to even respond. You gave this man an inch, and he always tried to take a mile. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. She had silenced it for the presentation earlier. She reached for it. Grandpa. Grandpa, she answered, and winced at how wrecked her voice sounded. Old Master An picked up on it instantly. Sweetheart, are you getting sick? No, I had a presentation this morning. Just a sore throat. Then I'll have the kitchen make you some pear soup, he said, sounding relieved. An Ruoxi smiled softly. Thanks, Grandpa. Are you off work yet? When are you coming home? While she was on the phone, Xiao Yuan kept mouthing at the nape of her neck. At the word home, he bit down. An Ruoxi flinched and shoved the nuisance away. I'll be home soon. She hung up, threw off the blankets, and tried to stand. Xiao Yuan's arm locked around her waist. Move out of the house. It was not a suggestion. An Ruoxi paused, then peeled his hand away. I'll talk to Grandpa in a few days. Satisfied, Xiao Yuan let her go. The driver took An Ruoxi back to the mansion. On the way, Xiao Lu called, her voice crackling with excitement. Boss, Xiao Yongqiang just blew everything up. Xixi is scrambling to put together money to dig him out. An Ruoxi's smile was cold. Move to the next step. Nightclub, VIP room. 7 or 8 people were scattered around the room, drinks in hand. Xiao Yongqiang sat in the center, pouring whiskey down his throat glass after glass. A woman with a sway in her hips drifted over, draping herself against him. Big strong, let me toast you. Xiao Yongqiang's mood was black. He shoved her off. Get lost. I'm not in the mood. She stomped her heel and walked away, hips swinging hard. Niesha, slouched nearby, slid closer with his glass. Big strong, what's got you so wrecked? Xiao Yongqiang knocked back another drink. He was too ashamed to say it out loud, so he just grunted. Leave me alone. Niesha's eyes flicked around the room before he leaned in. Hey, I got wind of a deal could make a killing. But I'm short on cash. You want in? At the word cash, Xiao Yongqiang's head snapped up. What kind of deal? Tension hit An Ruoxi the second she stepped through the doors of the An family mansion. The steward came over, voice low. Old Master just gave second master a serious dressing down over company business, Miss Ruoxi. Go cheer him up. She nodded, crossed the room, and sat beside the old man. She held up the paper bag with a smile. Grandfather, I brought your favorite pumpkin cakes. The tightness in old Master An's face eased a little. He took the bag. You always know what I need, sweetheart. An Ruoxi hooked her arm through his. Grandfather, let uncle handle the company. Don't let it eat at you. He said. The An family didn't build this fortune overnight. I'm terrified he'll tear it apart. Then he looked at her. How's work going? Everything smooth. Really smooth. She brightened. I'm an assistant in the project department now. While I was organizing files, I spotted a project with real potential. Really? A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Tell me about it. She told him how Lu Jiangbua had her sword market research data, and she discovered a solid opportunity. She walked him through her analysis, and he nodded along as she talked. When she finished, he took her hand warmly. That's my granddaughter. I think it's got legs. Run with it. I'll speak to your uncle. Once this wraps, I'll move you into management. And Ruoxi hugged his arm, laughing. Thank you, grandfather. The next morning, An Ruoxi had barely walked into the office when Chen Yongqing hurried over. Ruoxi, Director Liang wants to see you. An Ruoxi smiled. Okay, got it. Chen Yongqing's brow creased. Did you do something to upset her? Don't worry. It's not bad news. She stood and headed for the director's office. Chen Yongqing stared after her for a second, puzzled, then shook her head and went back to work. An Ruoxi knocked on Liang Xini's door. A crisp come-in answered, and she pushed it open. Liang Xini sat behind her desk, face stern, and got straight to the point. Old Master An called me. He says you found a worthwhile project. Walk me through it. And Shuli delivered a concise briefing. The longer Xixi listened, the more shocked she became. She reviewed those materials herself and saw nothing. But An Shuli's breakdown made her admit the gaming project had serious potential. How did someone brand new have instincts this sharp? That's about it. An Shuli finished her report. Xixi snapped back to the present. You can take this project on. I'll assign you an assistant. An Shuli's mouth twitched. So she's planting a spy on me. Aloud, she said, thank you, Director Liang. Xixi's face stayed blank. That's all. Send Deputy Director Sanxin in. Of course. An Shuli walked out, but she didn't leave immediately. Her hand lingered on the door handle, a cold smile curving her lips. Xixi, I'm about to send you a very big gift. Sanxin knocked and entered. Xixi smiled. Deputy San, have a seat. He sat across from her, posture respectful. What's the matter, Director Liang? She slid a project proposal across the desk. This proposal? Is something wrong with it? He cut in, anxious. This was a project his team had poured themselves into for nearly half a year. Xixi gave a small smile. Relax, Deputy San. The project is excellent. I reported it to Old Master An, and he's approved the investment. Sanxin exhaled. Great. When do we sign? She paused. Well, when I spoke with Old Master An, he felt the project was too large for your team to manage. He wants to give it to Deputy Director Gao's group. Sanxin shot to his feet. What? Xixi added quickly, as compensation, I'm giving you another project. She pushed a second proposal toward him. Sanxin flipped through it, fury rising with each page. He slammed it onto the desk. This isn't even a fifth the size of ours. I won't swap. Xixi's face went cold. Director San, know your place. This isn't a negotiation. I'm telling you how it is. Old Master An has already signed off. Sanxin couldn't hold back. You did this on purpose. Just because Director Gao kisses your ass, you keep stealing our projects and feeding them to his team. How is that fair? Fair. Xixi let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Deputy San, are you still in kindergarten? This is final. If you don't like it, resign. Sanxin's jaw tightened. Are you threatening me? Her expression was as. Get out. Face burning, chest heaving, Sanxin stormed out and slammed the door. He was about to stalk away when An Shuli stepped out from the corner. She smiled. Deputy San. Got a minute? He stared at her. He knew exactly who she was, the former president's daughter. After a beat, he nodded. An Shuli led him to the stairwell. He frowned at the secrecy. Mason, just say what you need to say. If someone catches us, it won't do your reputation any favors. Thank you for thinking of my reputation. She smiled. Director Liang just stole your team's project again, didn't she? Sanxin's eyes flickered, then went cold. That's none of your concern. An Shuli didn't beat around the bush. Do you want her position? His head snapped up. His expression held no excitement, only a flicker of anger. I have no such ambition. I'd advise you to watch your words, Mason. Calm and unruffled, she said, by seniority, you've been at An Group over a decade. Xixin's only been here 8 years. By ability, your team brings in the best proposals and she hands them to her cronies. By integrity, you work hard and stay honest. She's corrupt and abuses her power. You belong in that chair more than she does. Sanxin looked at her with new eyes. He expected a spoiled, sheltered rich girl. In just days, she met the entire department. His voice held a note of resignation. Office politics aren't that simple. No matter how capable you are, you can't compete with someone's connections. An Ruoxi's smile didn't waver. So, shall we cooperate? He stared at her. The smile was there, but the look in her eyes was dead serious. Still, Sanxin shook his head. Listen, it's not that I don't trust you. But Xixi has old master and backing her. You can't beat him. She didn't take offense. I don't expect you to agree right now. But soon, you'll see my sincerity. Just then, a commotion broke out in the office area. Sanxin frowned. What's going on? An Ruoxi's smile deepened. My sincerity just arrived. Xixi. Who's Xixi? Get out here, you home-wrecking bitch. A well-dressed, middle-aged woman stormed into the office, face twisted with fury. A male staff member moved to intercept her. Ma'am, can I help you? She barely glanced at him before slapping him hard across the face. Who the hell do you think you are, getting in my way? Tell Xixi to come out right now. The force of the blow sent him stumbling to the floor. Another staff member immediately stepped forward. Ma'am, let me escort you to the reception room. She slapped him too. I'm not going anywhere. If that whore isn't ashamed of what she did, why should I hide it? The entire project department, dozens of people watched, whispers buzzing through the crowd. She's not here for a friendly chat. Looks like she's hunting down the other woman. I've heard rumors Director Liang slapped her way to the top. Guess they're true after all. SHH. Keep your voice down if you want to keep your job. Just watch and keep your mouth shut. Xixi finally emerged, her face stone cold. What's all this noise? This is unprofessional. The woman spotted her and lunged like a mad dog. Xixi, you slut. You shameless homewrecker. Give me back my husband. Before anyone could react, she had Xixi by the hair, yanking hard. Xixi winced and grabbed the woman's wrists. Let go of me, you psycho. The woman bared her teeth. Let go. You seduced my husband, destroyed my family, and you think you can tell me to let go? I'll beat you to death today, I swear it. She dragged Xixi to the floor by her hair, screaming, I'll kill you, you little mistress. I'll kill you. The office froze in shock. Xixi shrieked in pain. Are all of you dead? Pull her off me. Everyone snapped to action, rushing to separate them. Security arrived and joined the effort. No matter how fierce the woman was, she couldn't fight off several strong men. As they dragged her out, she kept shouting, Xixi, don't think this is over. We're not done. Sanxin and An Ruoxi stood behind the crowd of onlookers. Sanxin watched the drama fade and muttered, this isn't enough to take down Xixi. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and smirked. That was just an appetizer. The main course is still coming. She turned and walked back to her desk without another word. After work, An Ruoxi headed to the parking lot. Before she reached her car, she spotted Xiao Yuan's Rolls Royce in the distance. She frowned. What's he doing here again? Doesn't he have anything better to do? She walked to the back door, opened it, and slid inside. Mr. Xiao. What brings you here to pick me up today? He leaned in, catching her chin between his fingers. Still calling me Mr. Xiao? She met the possessive heat in his eyes and smiled. An Yuan. His expression softened instantly. He stole a kiss from her lips and murmured, good girl. She shot him a look. Where are we going? He settled back into his seat, clearly pleased. Taking you somewhere good to eat. Minutes later, they pulled up to one of the hottest new high-end couples restaurants in the city. Xiao Yuan took a work call in the car, so An Ruoxi went in first. The moment she stepped through the door, she saw An Chu hanging off Pei Tianqi's arm at the hostess stand. Pei Tianqi's face went cold when he saw her. He hadn't forgotten how she humiliated him last time. An Chu shot her a smug smile. Sister, what a coincidence. You're eating here too. This is a couple's restaurant. Who'd you come with? Pei Tianqi sneered. She probably found someone rich to latch onto. But let's be real, she's just a toy to him. And Chu loved hearing him insult An Ruoxi. It meant he was finally done with her. An Ruoxi laughed. What's wrong? Mad because I turned you down when you begged me to take you back? I'd rather be someone's toy than take back a piece of trash like you. And you have the nerve to talk. You. Pei Tianqi was fuming. And Chu's alarm bells went off. Brother Tianqi, you're still thinking about her. He knew the An family business was in trouble, and An Chu's recent behavior had been turning him off. But she asked him out several times, and he couldn't keep refusing. Still, seeing An Ruoxi so smug made his blood boil. He forced a gentle tone. Of course not. She's nothing to me. You're the only one in my heart. And Chu's face lit up. Really? I'm so happy. She pressed herself against him and shot An Ruoxi a triumphant look. An Ruoxi felt sick watching the two of them. What's wrong? Xiao Yuan appeared behind her. And Chu's eyes went wide. He was gorgeous 10 times better looking than Pei Tianqi. Pei Tianqi noticed Xiao Yuan standing close to An Ruoxi and clenched his fists, practically grinding his teeth. Shameless. An Ruoxi frowned. Just saw two people who ruined my appetite. Xiao Yuan's face darkened. Wait here. He stepped outside, made a quick phone call, and came back. He put his arm around her waist. Let's go. No more annoying people. As soon as he spoke, a flood of waiters appeared, approaching every table. Sorry, but the restaurant has been booked for a private event tonight. Your meals will be comped at 20 times the cost. And Chu and Pei Tianqi weren't spared. As An Ruoxi walked further inside, and Chu protested, why do they get to stay? The waiter replied politely, they're the ones who booked the entire venue. And Chu whined, Brother Tianqi, look at her. Pei Tianqi shot a dark look at the retreating figures. Let's go. And Chu had no choice but to follow him out. Inside the private room, Xiao Yuan asked casually, why didn't you distance yourself from me today? And Ruoxi flipped through the menu without looking up. Pei Tianqi has no real talent, but he's got an ego the size of a mountain. He won't tell anyone who you are, that would just make him look pathetic. A cold gleam passed through Xiao Yuan's eyes. He ran his tongue over his teeth, a sour edge creeping into his voice. You sure know him well. After they left the restaurant, and Chu still couldn't let it go. She had never been thrown out like that in her life. She clicked her seatbelt into place, fuming. Brother Tianqi, who exactly did my sister latch onto? He must be seriously powerful. Pei Tianqi's grip on the steering wheel tightened. Every time he thought about An Ruoxi getting cozy with Xiao Yuan, or the way she humiliated him in public, his blood boiled. She's a plaything, nothing more, he said coldly. She'll get what's coming to her soon enough. And Chu's mood brightened the second she heard him talk about An Ruoxi that way. She laid her hand over his. I'm the lucky one. I found a man like you, Brother Tianqi. If my sister knew, she'd die of jealousy. Pei Tianqi's eyes flickered. He'd originally planned to cut things off with An Chu. But after she started doing all that charity work, her public image had improved a lot. And being with her got under An Ruoxi's skin. Suddenly, An Chu didn't seem so bad. He smiled and squeezed her hand. I treat you well because you deserve it. And Chu leaned into him. Brother Tianqi, I'm so happy. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder but didn't say a word. His eyes stayed cold. An corporation. And Shangxin hurled a project proposal straight at Liangxini. I told you to get rid of An Ruoxi. So why is her project doing better and better? Liangxini flinched. She'd never seen him this furious before. She knew he was under massive pressure after the last project tanked. She didn't dare provoke him further. I've thrown obstacles in her way a few times, but she always finds a way around them. There hasn't been a good opening. A ruthless gleam flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. No opening. Then make one. You still got someone telling her, right? Let them both die. Liang Xini's heart lurched. Mr. An, what exactly do you want me to do? He didn't answer directly. I'll handle the details. You just cooperate. Then he added, one of the vice presidents is retiring soon. There's a farewell ceremony in a few days. Handle An Ruoxi, and I'll recommend you for the VP position right there at that ceremony. Liang Xini's face lit up with excitement. Don't worry, Mr. An. I won't let you down. Project Management Department. Liang Xini strode out of her office. Deputy Director Gao fell into step beside her. She clapped her hands. Everyone, stop what you're doing. I have good news. The whole office paused and looked at her expectantly. Liang Xini smiled and glanced at Deputy Director Gao. Today, Deputy Director Gao's team closed a drone project worth 2 billion. Let's give them a round of applause. People exchanged looks, then offered scattered, half-hearted claps. Deputy Director Gao beamed and bowed with exaggerated humility. We can't take all the credit. Without Mr. An's support and Director Liang's guidance, we never would have closed this deal. It's an honor to work under such leadership. Let's save our applause for Mr. An and Director Liang. He started clapping first. Liang Xini looked deeply satisfied. Deputy Director Gao always knew exactly what to say to win her over. She ran this department, with Mr. An's full backing, and Gao never forgot it. He never stole the spotlight. She liked that. After the flattery, Gao launched into sharing their team's experience closing the deal. His whole team stood tall, chests puffed out with pride. Meanwhile, Sanxin's face turned stormy. His people looked just as deflated. Chen Yongqing shook her head and whispered, I heard Deputy Director Sun's team chased that project for 6 months. At the last second, Director Liang handed it to Deputy Director Gao. Sun must be livid. An Ruoxi frowned. Nobody objects to project theft that blatant. Chen Yongqing shrugged helplessly. What's the point? Director Liang runs the department, and she has Mr. An's backing. Another deputy director once complained about losing a project to Mr. An. Director Liang walked away without a scratch, and that deputy director was fired on the spot. Ever since, no one dares to challenge her. An Ruoxi's eyes went cold. And they're just okay with their work getting stolen. They don't quit. A few of the really talented ones did resign, Chen Yongqing said. But Director Liang has deep connections in this industry. Word is, those people couldn't find decent jobs afterward. Everyone figures she blacklisted them behind the scenes. So now, even though people are bitter, they don't dare leave. The pay here isn't terrible, at least. An Ruoxi watched Liang Xini preening and let out a quiet snort. Someone that well doesn't deserve that seat. Chen Yongqing tugged her arm urgently and whispered, don't say that. Director Liang holds grudges like you wouldn't believe. If she hears you, you're in serious trouble. An Ruoxi shrugged. So what? She won't be in that seat much longer anyway. Chen Yongqing didn't catch it. What did you say? An Ruoxi smiled. Nothing. Just then, Liang Xini and Deputy Director Gao wrapped up their little performance and disappeared back into their offices. An Ruoxi got up to grab water from the break room. She just filled her cup when her phone buzzed. She checked the caller ID and smiled. Stepping into the stairwell, she answered. Deputy Director Sun. Sanxin's voice was low and tight. I'm in. I'll cooperate with you. An Ruoxi's lips curled. Change your mind. He sounded deflated. What's your plan? She paused. I heard a vice president is retiring. And Sanxin is throwing him a farewell ceremony. That's our shot to take down Liang Xini and embarrass An Sanxin at the same time. Sanxin's voice sharpened with interest. What's the plan? An Ruoxi said, just do exactly what I tell you. And Xixi stayed late at the office, grinding through the project proposal. By the time she stepped out, it was past 7. She crossed the parking lot and spotted Xia Minggu's car idling in its usual spot. She was used to it. She headed for the back door and reached for the handle. Sit up front. He was driving himself tonight, no chauffeur. She slid into the passenger seat and clicked her seatbelt. No driver. Xia Minggu turned his head, one eyebrow lifting with a wicked grin. We're on a date. Why would I want a third wheel? Her mouth curved. So where are we going? He faced the road. Dinner. They pulled up to a Huaiyang cuisine restaurant. Dark wood, low lighting, elegant and intensely private. The food arrived almost as soon as they sat down. And Xixi had been running on fumes all day and was starving. She grabbed her chopsticks and dug in. Xia Minggu barely touched his plate. He slouched in his chair, a faint, almost teasing smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Watching her eat like that did something to him, an indescribable sense of contentment. So this was what it felt like to spend money on your wife. When are you planning to move back to Taiping Mountain? Her hand froze mid-reach over a dish. She didn't look up. Once I get through this busy stretch. He frowned, visibly displeased. You're not stringing me along, are you? She forced her eyes up and plastered on a smile. Of course not. My family's there. I want to come back. His brow smoothed, but only slightly. Don't make me wait too long. And Xixi let out a quiet breath. As they finished, Xia Minggu lit a cigarette, took a drag, and blew a slow smoke ring. There's a birthday dinner in a few days. You're coming with me. She dabbed her mouth with her napkin. Whose birthday? He paused. My mother's. Lu Jingxian. And Xixi blinked. She actually invited you. A dry, self-mocking smile crossed his face. Not a chance. So you're planning to stir up trouble? He cut her a sideways glance, lips curling. Afraid I'll drag you down with me. She lifted her water glass and smiled. I love a good show. In another private room, Xiao Yuan held court at the head of the table, dining with a small circle of associates. Beside him sat young Master Nie, the same one from the bar who promised to cut him into a business deal. Nie raised his phone with a grin. Brother Chang, the principal and the profits from this investment already transferred to your account. Xiao Yuan set down his chopsticks, genuinely surprised. That fast? He pulled out his phone and checked the balance. His voice jumped. Doubled. 10 million into 20 million. Nie thumped his chest. I told you it would pay. When have I ever steered you wrong, Brother Chang? Xiao Yuan stared at the number, his face lit with something close to giddiness. It wasn't the money itself. It was the lifeline. After the last disaster, his brother-in-law had forced a settlement with the paid consortium, squeezing out 20% in compensation over 2 billion. His brother-in-law had been livid, and he'd made one thing crystal clear. Xiao Yuan was going to find a way to repay it himself. His sister had already sold off every handbag, every piece of jewelry, every fixed asset she owned. They were still short by more than $1 billion. He'd been losing his mind trying to dig them out. He laughed, loud and full, and clapped Nie on the shoulder. A friend in need is a friend indeed. You're a real brother. Let me toast you. They clinked glasses and knocked back the baijiu. Nie set his glass down. You flatter me, Brother Chang. You've done plenty for me before. Consider this repayment. Xiao Yuan's smile dimmed. You're saying this is a one-time thing? Nie nodded, still smiling. I had to pull every string I had to find this channel. The other party let me bring in a portion of your capital as a personal favor. There won't be another opening like this. Unless what? Xiao Yuan leaned in. Nie dropped his voice. Unless the investment is in the hundreds of millions. Only then would they consider letting someone else in. Otherwise, he gestured at the others around the table. Why wouldn't I bring them in? None of them have the kind of capital you do, Brother Chang. Zhao Yongqiang's vanity puffed up, but so did the tension. I don't have that kind of liquidity right now. Nia frowned. Then there's nothing to be done. And this project window is closing fast. Another opportunity like this won't come around. Zhao Yongqiang's face crumpled with regret. If only he had 800 million, a billion, he could solve everything in one stroke. Letting this slip felt like throwing money away. Then it hit him. He slapped his thigh. I've got it. What? Zhao Yongqiang grinned, smug. My nephew works in finance at Pay Corporation. I'll have him advance some funds. Pull the money out, get the returns, and pay it right back. Simple. Nia's brow furrowed. You sure that's a good idea? Of course it is. Zhao Yongqiang waved a hand. Pay Corporation is my brother-in-law's company. The company's money is the Pay family's money. I'm just borrowing it. It's not like I won't return it. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Yuan. Yali, it's your uncle. I've got a big deal. You interested? The day of the deputy general manager's resignation ceremony came fast. And Shuli had barely reached her desk when a message from Sanxin popped up. Same place. She slipped into the stairwell, out of sight. Sanxin looked jittery, almost restless. Are you absolutely sure you want to stir things up at the ceremony and drag General Pei into it? And Shuli's gaze went cold. I told you I'm not just taking down Xixi. I'm exposing the evidence of her secret collusion with Pei Tianming, and I'm going to ruin him with it. Sanxin fidgeted. And what if you fail? You won't give me up, right? Some of that evidence came from me. She met his eyes, steady and unblinking. Don't worry. We're going to succeed. Her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. I'll be right there. She ended the call and looked back at Sanxin. The show's about to start. Just wait to step into Yang Xini's position. I have to go. She walked out of the stairwell. Sanxin stared after her, his expression dark. And Shuli returned to her desk to find Xiaozhu, the assistant Yang Xini had assigned to her, already waiting. Ruoxi, where'd you disappear to? Xiaozhu asked. She was older than An Shuli but always called her Jie out of deference. An Shuli kept her face neutral. Restroom. Xiaozhu glanced in the direction An Shuli had come from, then smiled. Should we head out now? An Shuli scooped up the documents on her desk. Today they were heading to the gaming company she'd been pursuing, to finalize contract details. Let's go. She hadn't been gone long when Sanxin emerged from the stairwell. He watched her retreating figure, his expression hard, then bypassed his office and took the elevator straight to the top floor. The executive assistant blocked his path. General Pei is in a meeting. Sanxin looked harried. I need to see him now. It's about this afternoon's resignation ceremony and General Pei's reputation. The assistant hesitated, made a quick call, and a moment later Pei Tianming actually stepped out of the meeting room. He didn't recognize Sanxin. He gave him a blank, questioning look. Deputy Director San, from the project department, Sanxin introduced himself. Pei Tianming paused. Come into my office. Once inside, Pei Tianming leaned back in his executive chair, radiating control. Talk. Sanxin shifted on his feet. General Pei, someone is planning to set you up. I want to make a deal with you. And Shuli's target was a game company. 4 recent college grads had crammed themselves into a rented warehouse, chasing a dream. She put together a preliminary investment proposal and was heading over with Xiaozhu. Just as they got close, her phone rang. Lu Jiangbo. She lowered the volume and answered. Boss, where are you? And Shuli glanced at Xiaozhu. On my way to the game company. Lu Jiang was spiked with panic. Boss, you can't go. Our people just reported someone's planning to plant explosives there. We haven't found them yet. Her expression went cold. Hu Qingdong was getting desperate. Good. He was practically serving himself up on a platter. I understand, she said. Lu Jianghua caught the edge in her voice. She was still planning to go. His panic cranked her. Boss, I know you've got skills, but this is explosives. We don't know how many they planted. It's too dangerous. You can't. Her grip tightened on the phone. I've got it handled. Before he could argue, she hung up. Then she shot him a quick text. Xiaozhu noticed the call ended. Sayulai, is something wrong? She pocketed her phone and studied him. He didn't look like he knew anything. Because who'd be dumb enough to walk into a death trap willingly? He'd been set up as a pawn. She smiled lightly. Nothing. When we get there, you handle the negotiation first. Xiaozhu's eyes went wide. Really? I've only been here a short while. I've never run a project before. You helped with the proposal. I trust you. For a second, guilt flickered across his face. He hesitated. Shuli, actually, I've been hiding something from you. She gave him a knowing look. Let Yang Xini put you up to spying on me. He gasped. You know. A cold smile touched her lips. Not hard to figure out. Respect flashed in his eyes. He was still new to the department, rough around the edges. But working with her on this project, he'd seen how sharp she really was. The proposal didn't just serve their company. It protected the target company's future too. She tried to strike a fair balance. He meant it when he said, Shuli, I'm sorry. I only joined recently. I didn't have a choice. She shrugged. It's fine. Just do your job. He broke into a grin. Don't worry. I'll nail the negotiation. Xiao Corporation. Conference room. The second quarter review was in full swing. Xiao Yuan lounged at the head of the table, chin propped on one hand. Regal, dangerous, with just enough amused arrogance to keep everyone on edge. Several managers had already presented. The marketing director was up next. First time in this setting, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Respected President Xiao. I'll begin my report. Please take a look at my PPT. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe I set up. Either way, the slide he pulled up was completely blank. A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. What is this? Unbelievable. Lou's done for. The boss hates incompetence. He's about to get torched. Last time a department head misreported a single number, President Xiao fired him on the spot. This is going to be ugly. The director on stage turned ghost white. He'd heard every story about Xiao Yuan's ruthlessness. His voice came out desperate. President Xiao. I swear I checked the PPT before the meeting. It was fine. I don't know how. Please, give me another chance. I won't let it happen again. Getting into Xiao Corporation was brutal enough. He fought tooth and nail to get here. He couldn't lose everything over one mistake. Xiao Yuan frowned, clearly annoyed. He straightened in his chair. The room went dead silent. Everyone breathed. Then, after a long pause, he smiled. Why is everyone so tense? It's just a small mistake. Pay attention next time. Hand me your report. The director froze, utterly lost. Was this the same cold, merciless President Xiao? He scrambled to pass over his materials. Xiao Yuan flipped through them. Next. The room buzzed with disbelief. What's gotten into him? Did someone swap his soul? Word from the executive office is he's been in a great mood lately. Way more patient with everyone. Maybe he closed some huge deal and he's pleased. Doubtful. He's closed hundreds of billions in deals and still looked like he'd swallowed a lemon. No, this has to be about a woman. Holy crap. Is President Xiao actually in love? That's terrifying. I'd bet on it. My son acted the exact same way when he started dating. Grinning all day, fantastic mood. I'd kill to see the woman who tamed that monster. The meeting continued. Then Xiao Yuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and stepped out. He returned a moment later, face grim. He leaned in close to Xiao Yuan. President Xiao. Bad news. Our people just reported someone's trying to blow up mission. Xiao Yuan's gaze turned to us. Meeting adjourned. Everyone out. He strode from the room without another look. The game company. Their contact, Engineer Yu, met them at the door. Plaid shirt, faded jeans, hair a mess, dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. An Ruoxi and Xiaozhu settled onto an old wooden sofa. Yu set 2 bottles of soda in front of them and smiled sheepishly. Sorry for the humble welcome. Not at all. The drinks are fine. Xiaozhu pulled the proposal from his folder. Here's our cooperation plan, Engineer Yu. Please take a look. An Ruoxi stood. Engineer Yu, let Xiaozhu walk you through it. Would you mind if I looked around? Yu quickly nodded. Of course. I'll have someone show you around. She waved him off. No need. I'll just browse on my own. All right. Call us if you need anything. She smiled and nodded. As she moved through the workspace, she took it in carefully. The studio was converted from a warehouse. Big on space, but the actual work area was small. Hu Qingdong's men wouldn't dare plant too many explosives. Too much attention. So if they wanted to make sure they got her without overdoing it, the bombs had to be close to the work zone. Her eyes swept every corner, sharp and methodical. But after a full sweep of the interior, nothing seemed off. Maybe they weren't inside the warehouse. Maybe outside. She crossed her arms, hand under her chin, frowning. Then her gaze lifted. She stared at the restroom door a few yards away. In a narrow alley near the warehouse, 2 men dressed like street thugs lurked in the shadows, their eyes darting nervously. One of them kept his voice low. Bro, shouldn't we move? I saw that woman go in a while ago. The other checked his watch, glanced toward the warehouse, and nodded. Now. He pulled a remote control from his pocket. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the silence. Half the warehouse collapsed in an instant, a massive cloud of dust and debris blasting into the night air. The younger one grinned. Bro, we fucking did it. I didn't know the bomb was that heavy. The older one didn't smile. Don't get excited yet. We confirmed the kill. We don't finish the job, we're dead men. Yeah, let's go see. The older brother yanked a black mask over his face and ran toward the rubble. Moo! Rescue shows up, we're screwed. His brother pulled his mask on and followed. Relax. I didn't see anyone come out. She's definitely dead. Alive or dead, we need proof. They reached the wreckage. Only half the warehouse had come down, so the search area wasn't huge. But after digging through several spots, they found nothing. Not a single body. A cold realization sliced through the older brother. Shit. He straightened. Run. But bro, we haven't confirmed if the target is. No time. He grabbed his brother and spun to bolt. They didn't make it 2 steps. A figure blocked their path. Wu Jingyi stood with her arms crossed, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. You two looking for me? The older brother's eyes bulged. Shock, then fear, then rage flickered across his face in rapid succession. He threw a fist at her. You're dead. Wu Jingyi's smile went cold. She caught his fist like it was nothing. Amateur. A sharp twist of her wrist, and the man screamed. He spat through clenched teeth. Mission's already blown. I'm dead either way. Kill me, torture me, do whatever the hell you want. Wu Jingyi just smiled. How about a deal? I let you laugh. A convoy of luxury cars tore down the road. Xiao Yi dialed Wu Jingyi's number again. And again. No answer. Agitation clawed up his spine. He ripped at his tie. Faster. The driver's hands shook on the wheel. They were already pushing 180 miles an hour. Any faster and the tires might blow. But the man in the back seat was not someone you argued with. The driver pressed the pedal down harder, and the car surged forward. In the front passenger seat, Xie Mingyu stared at his tablet. An old warehouse came into view on the screen, a faded game company logo peeling off its side. His eyes lit up. Mr. Xiao, over there. Go. The word barely left Xiao Yi's mouth when a thunderous blast tore through the air. His blood went cold. A panic he had never known seized him, sharp and absolute. Those last few dozen seconds of driving stretched into agonizing minutes, each one dragging across his chest like a dull blade. He could hear his own pulse roaring in his ears. Screech! The car slammed to a stop. Xie Mingyu turned to look at Xiao Yi. Mr. Xiao. The look on Xiao Yi's face stopped him cold. Grief tangled with murderous rage. A chill crawled up Xie Mingyu's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He had never seen his boss like this. Xiao Yi snapped out of his shock, wrenched the door open, and sprinted toward the rubble. His eyes were bloodshot. He dropped to his knees in the debris and clawed at the bricks and concrete with his bare hands. Jing Ai. You can't. Jing Ai, hold on. I'll get you out. Jing Ai. Jing Ai. Xie Mingyu directed the rest of the team to search. When he saw Xiao Yi's fingers already torn and bleeding, he steeled himself and stepped forward. Mr. Xiao. Your hands. Xiao Yi didn't hear him. He kept digging frantically, stumbling from one spot to the next, finding nothing. Xie Mingyu knew he couldn't stop him. He pulled out his phone and called Pan Jichu. Get here now. Something happened. Pan Jichu's voice came through casual as ever. What? Someone tried to kill the boss again. Xie Mingyu's gaze cut to Xiao Yi, who looked half mad with desperation. Worse than that. Hurry. Xiao Yi had torn through several areas. No sign of Wu Jingyi. He was unraveling. He roared at Xie Mingyu. Get everyone here. I don't care what it costs. Find her. Xie Mingyu fumbled with his phone, his hands shaking. Okay. Okay. A1. Wu Jingyi's voice drifted from somewhere nearby. Xie Mingyu nearly wept. It sounded like heaven. Before he could even react, Xiao Yi had already crashed into her. His arms locked around her like iron bands, crushing her against him so tight she could barely breathe. She felt him trembling, shaking uncontrollably. She stroked his back. A1, let go. I can't breathe. His arms tightened for a split second, then loosened. But the moment he pulled back, one hand clamped onto the back of her head and he kissed her hard, desperate, frantic. Strands of her hair tangled between his fingers, pulling painfully. Her startled gasp disappeared into the heat of his mouth. His arms locked around her again like steel, pressing her so close it felt like he wanted to fuse her into his bones. Nearby, Pan Jichu had driven over like a madman. He stepped out of his car and took in the scene. He blinked, then walked over to Xie Mingyu. You dragged me all the way here in a panic just to watch the two of you make out. Xie Mingyu was still shaking from the scare. Be glad that's all you're watching. A minute ago, I thought I was about to eat a bullet. Pan Jichu raised an eyebrow. That's serious. Xie Mingyu didn't answer. Losing the one you love. He couldn't imagine what that would drive Xiao Yi to do. He silently prayed for Wu Jingyi to live a long life. And to have a happy, lasting marriage with the boss. Inside the car, An Ruoxi grabbed a cotton swab, dipped it in iodine, and began cleaning Xiao Yuan's wounds. His hands long, pale, always so controlled, were covered in cuts. Some shallow, some deep. One looked like something sharp had sliced straight through. It was deep enough to see bone. She pressed down on it for a long time before the bleeding finally stopped. Staring at that gash, her chest ached, and her voice came up sharper than she intended. You got plenty of men. Why did you have to do it yourself? Xiao Yuan didn't blink. His eyes stayed locked on her face, as if looking away for even a second might make her vanish. He was still shaken, and it showed. When I called, why didn't you answer? An Ruoxi patted herself down. No phone. She must have left it on the couch at the studio. A twinge of guilt hit her. Sorry. I lost my phone. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth. Calling me when you're in danger, would that kill you? She looked up at him, knowing exactly why he was angry. A soft sigh escaped her as she dropped her gaze. There wasn't time. More like she could handle it herself. No need for him to drive all the way out there. Xiao Yuan reached out, tilted her chin up, and forced her to meet his eyes. An corporation. I can wipe it off the map for you. An Ruoxi stared at him, stunned. There was zero joking in that voice. She knew he could probably do it, but it would cost him badly. She shook her head, pulling free of his grip. No. I'll take my own revenge. Then she looked him straight in the eye. But I promise you I won't put myself in danger like that again. Only then did his expression finally ease. She finished applying the ointment and wrapped both his hands in thick layers of gauze. Xiao Yuan held up his bandaged hands and raised an eyebrow. We're heading back to Taiping Mountain tonight. You're washing me. For once, An Ruoxi answered without a second of hesitation. Okay. An corporation's large conference room was packed, nearly 100 employees, all mid-level and above. At the head of the main table sat An Xiangxin, sharp in his suit, his face carved from stone. To his left sat the retiring President Fang. By the time An Ruoxi walked in, the meeting had just started. She went straight to the very back row and took a seat. From the main table, An Xiangxin spotted her immediately. His eyes tightened, and the pitch of his voice dropped a notch. An Ruoxi smiled coldly. He had to be so disappointed she wasn't dead. But the real show. It was just getting started. An Xiangxin lost focus for only a second before pulling himself together. He shot her a dismissive glance and looked away, thoroughly unimpressed. The ceremony rolled on as planned. President Fang gave his farewell speech, and An Xiangxin presented him with an honorary certificate. According to the original agenda, this was the moment the new VP was supposed to be announced. An Xiangxin's gaze cut across the room to where An Ruoxi sat. The smug look on his face said it all. He knew exactly what she was up to, and he wasn't playing along. With a self-satisfied tone, he announced, "That concludes today's farewell ceremony. Meeting adjourned." An Ruoxi's eyes went cold, but she stayed put. Around her, mid-level employees started whispering. Wait, weren't they supposed to announce the new VP? Did they not make a decision yet? Rumor was it'd be Manager Liang from projects. I even heard the appointment documents and contract were ready. Maybe Mr. N's going to do it privately. Who knows? What do little people like us care about the big shots' decisions? Let's go. Liang Xini sat frozen in her seat, completely thrown by An Xiangxin's move. He promised her. The farewell ceremony was supposed to be where he named her VP. So why cut the meeting short? Was he backing out? Having second thoughts. She'd gone so far as to hire 2 assassins to take out An Ruoxi, just to win his approval. She paid the price. She was not about to let him back out now. She pushed herself to her feet, voice sharp. Mr. N, are you forgetting something? That VP seat, she'd been after it for way too long. She'd given up her body. Turned herself into his obedient little dog. All for this. She wasn't letting it slide. And Shangxin's face darkened. He said coldly, the full agenda for today has been covered. All items are closed. Xixi gritted her teeth. Mr. N, you promised me you would. That's enough. He cut her off before she could get another word out. If you have something to say, come to my office. With that, he moved to leave. The other attendees had been half hoping for a scene. They stayed in their seats, lingering. But when Xixi seemed to back down and Shangxin started for the door, they figured there was no show after all. One by one, they headed for the exit. An Ruoxi didn't move. A small smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Who said there's no show? Right on cue, the conference room doors swung open from the outside. A group of uniformed police officers marched in. And Shangxin hadn't made it out yet. The second he saw them, his face turned thunderous. Now what? He shot a glare at Sanxin, standing among the crowd. Sanxin shook his head, clueless. The lead officer spoke, face utterly unreadable. Which one of you is Xixi? Xixi had been about to eavesdrop on the gossip when the cops burst in. Then it hit her, they were asking for her. Her face drained of color. Her legs buckled. No one said a word, but every gaze in the room drifted to her. The officers read her guilty expression instantly. They walked straight toward her. Xixi, you're under suspicion of hiring a hitman for attempted murder. You need to come with us. Her eyes flew to An Shangxin, pleading. Tears nearly spilled over. Mr. N, please save me. An Shangxin's hands clenched at his sides. His voice was flat, cold. If you've done something wrong, cooperate with the investigation. Do not say a single word out of line. Or you know the consequences. Xixin's legs gave out. She slumped into the chair. But it wasn't over. Just as the officers were about to escort her out, another group in uniform walked through the door. They used the exact same opening line. Which one of you is Xixi? At that, Xixi completely collapsed. The two sets of cops exchanged glances. One of the first officers said, she's the one. What else did she do? An officer from the second group answered, we got a report yesterday. A wife turned in her husband for bribery and corruption after finding out he was cheating. Based on the husband's testimony, Xixi is involved. We need her for questioning. The first officer looked at Xixi with open disgust. Didn't realize you had this many problems. Let's go. Xixi was dragged out right there on the spot. And Shangxin let out a silent breath of relief. That was close. The office was Old Master N's domain. Sanxin stood in front of the desk, eyes lowered. Old Master N leaned back in his chair, clearly satisfied. Good thing you warned me about An Shuli's little plan with Xixi. If I'd gone ahead and named her vice president, and the police showed up to arrest her in front of everyone, the board would have slaughtered me. Sanxin kept his smile small and respectful. Old Master N, I only shared what I heard. You made the call in the moment. I can't take credit for that. Old Master N studied him with new eyes. Xixi had run the project department for years. She handled a lot of his dirty work, and he trusted her, so he never looked too hard at anyone else in that division. He had no idea someone like Sanxin had been buried in the ranks the whole time. When Sanxin first approached him, he'd been suspicious. He even did some digging. What he found surprised him. The man had landed multiple major accounts and consistently delivered top-tier numbers. But Xixi took every achievement and handed the credit to someone else. And Sanxin never pushed back. Year after year. Not a single complaint. So when Sanxin came to pledge loyalty this time, Old Master N figured the man had finally reached his breaking point with Xixi. And Shuli, naive as she was, probably thought she could use him. Instead, Sanxin took her tip and flipped it right back on her. Smart move. Old Master An smiled like a king tossing scraps. How would you feel about becoming the new director of the project department? Sanxin's head snapped up. Shock swept across his face. Me? You're serious? Old Master An enjoyed the reaction. It made him feel like an emperor, throwing a bone and watching a subject scramble. His tone turned playful. Not interested? Yes. Yes, absolutely. The words tumbled out. Thank you, Old Master An. I'll work my ass off. Whatever you need, I'm there. Old Master An let out a low laugh. Keep a very close eye on An Shuli. The second she moves, I want to know. Of course, Old Master An. You can count on me. I won't let her cause you any trouble. Old Master An hadn't expected the man to catch on that fast. Satisfied, he nodded. All right. Back to work. Sanxin bowed and stepped out. The door clicked shut behind him. For just a moment, his eyes brushed the wood grain, and a small, triumphant smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. The moment he was gone, Old Master An pulled out his phone. Xixi can't stay. The project department. Sanxin walked in and glanced toward An Shuli's desk. She happened to look up at the exact same moment. Their eyes locked. A silent understanding passed between them. Sanxin kept walking toward the stairwell. A few moments later, An Shuli stood and followed. When they met in the stairwell, Sanxin dropped into a deep bow. Miss An. Thank you. An Shuli gave a faint smile. You earned it. No thanks necessary. Sanxin's eyes turned red. Too many bitter years in this department. Right now, just a little of that weight had finally lifted. His voice came out rough. Without your plan, I never would have gotten that title. An Shuli kept her tone even. Losing Xixi doesn't really hurt Old Master An. It's smarter to use her as leverage to earn his trust. Even if she were gone, you never would have been made manager. But this way. One piece of intel bought you his trust and the job. We came out ahead. Sanxin was stunned by how sharp she was. What's our next move? He asked. An Shuli frowned slightly, thinking. The project department is one of An Group's core divisions. Knowing Old Master An, he's been scheming for years. Start digging into past projects. Find proof he's been abusing his position for personal gain. Sanxin nodded. Whatever you say, Miss An. Then worry crept into his voice. Do you really think we can take him down? An Shuli smiled, confident. Don't worry. A few bombs are already on their way. When she stepped out of the building, Xiao Yuan was already waiting in the car. An Shuli slid in beside him. Her gaze dropped to his bandaged hands. Do they still hurt? Xiao Yuan had left the top two buttons of his shirt undone. He leaned in close, a smirk tugging at his lips. One kiss and the pain goes away. An Shuli's eyes caught the sharp line of his collarbone through the open collar. She swallowed. She pressed her lips lightly to his cheek, eyes crinkling. Like this. Xiao Yuan hadn't actually expected her to do it. The soft brush of her mouth melted every thought clean out of his head. He cupped her face in both hands and deepened the kiss. Their mouths moved together, and the words slipped out between breaths. More like this. An Shuli's eyes flew wide. She put her hands over his injured ones. Are you crazy? Your hands are still hurt. But he was already gone, lost in her. One arm slid around her waist and pulled her onto his lap. Breath coming fast, he murmured against her mouth. Stop talking. Just kiss me. By the time they reached Taiping Mountain, Xiao Yuan finally let her go, and only because he had to. An Shuli's lips were burning. Definitely swollen. She shot him a glare, but then her eyes caught the fresh bloodstains seeping through his bandages, and she tensed. She grabbed his hand. Your wound tore open again. Xiao Yuan watched her panic with pure satisfaction. It's a scratch. Won't kill me. An Shuli pulled the medical kit from the back seat. Thank God the steward had thought to stock it. She started redressing the wound, rolling her eyes as she worked. You are completely reckless. Xiao Yi arched an eyebrow and leaned close to her ear. His whisper was warm. You're the one who makes me lose control. Her cheeks flashed hot. She pressed down on the wound, maybe a little harder than necessary. But the second she saw fresh blood bead up, she regretted it instantly. Her touch went feather-light. Xiao Yi watched her focused expression, and his dark eyes deepened. God, he loved how she cared for him. Once the bandages were done, they got out of the car. Dinner was already laid out in the kitchen. With both hands bandaged, Xiao Yi wasn't about to miss a chance to be spoiled. He hadn't surely fed him 2 full bowls of rice. If he hadn't had other plans for the evening, he could have easily eaten 2 more. After the meal, she followed him to the bedroom to help him bathe. The moment they stepped through the door, he swept her off her feet. Let's finish what we started in the car. And Shuli was exasperated. Your hands. He laid her on the bed and pressed over her, peeling off his own shirt with practiced ease. The needy man from dinner had vanished. Don't worry. These wounds won't affect my performance. That's not what I. His mouth covered hers. It didn't take long for her to understand exactly what he meant by no effect on performance. By the time he had her beneath him for the 4th time, she was gritting her teeth. Xiao Yi. Are you even human? Who had stamina like this? Xiao Yi caught her earlobe between his teeth, voice husky and low. As long as my baby's happy, that's all that matters. The next day, An Ruoxi didn't wake up until noon. She felt like she'd been hit by a truck. She winced. What a beast, she muttered. She sat on the edge of the bed for a moment to catch her breath, then got dressed and headed downstairs. Chen Qingqing was tidying up the ground floor. When she spotted her, she smiled and walked over. Miss An, you're awake. An Ruoxi nodded, glancing around. Has Mr. Xiao gone out? Chen Qingqing's smile turned mischievous. No, he's in the kitchen making you breakfast. Breakfast? An Ruoxi looked stunned. Xiao Yi seemed like the type who'd never touched a kitchen utensil in his life. Could he actually cook? Curious, she headed for the kitchen. The instant she stepped into the dining room, the smell of something burning hit her. She hurried into the kitchen and found Xiao Yi, the big boss himself, standing helplessly by the stove, spatula in hand, completely lost. The chef beside him looked miserable but didn't dare say a word. An Ruoxi leaned in. What are you trying to make? Xiao Yi still had bandages wrapped around his hand. When he saw her, he scowled. Why are you in here? Get out. An Ruoxi took in the blackened mess in the pan and couldn't help but laugh. She took the spatula from his hand. You go out. I'll handle it. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow and didn't move. An Ruoxi's voice softened. Be good. Only then did he obediently leave. The chef stared in disbelief. Since when was Mr. Xiao that easy to manage? Scratch that easy to talk to. A few minutes later, An Ruoxi came out carrying a steaming bowl of shredded pork and egg noodles. She set it in front of Xiao Yi with a smile. Eat. The chef brought out another bowl and placed it in front of her. Xiao Yi's expression was stiff. He wanted to show off by cooking for her. Instead, he made a complete fool of himself. An Ruoxi caught his mood. She gently touched his head and murmured, just the fact that you tried means a lot to me. Xiao Yi's face relaxed a little. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. My girl's noodles are the best, he thought. Chen Qingqing and the other servants stood nearby, watching with warm smiles. Ever since Miss An arrived, Mr. Xiao had changed so much. Before, he was gloomy and dark. Now he was like a pitiful little puppy. They were halfway through the bowl when An Ruoxi's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her heart sank. Dr. Jin. He never calls unless it's something serious. She answered immediately. What's wrong? Dear, Jin's voice was excited. I've made a major discovery. Can you come over today? An Ruoxi's voice tightened. I'm on my way. She stood up to go. Xiao Yi grabbed her hand. I'm coming with you. He'd seen the panic flash across her face. Something was definitely wrong. An Ruoxi hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Since Xiao Yi's hand was injured, An Ruoxi drove. They pulled up outside a standalone villa. From the outside, it looked ordinary. But the moment they walked in, the difference was clear. Heavy security doors slid open one after another until they reached a sterile white research facility. Xiao Yi glanced sideways at An Ruoxi. She had more secrets than he thought. An Ruoxi entered Dr. Jin's lab. He smiled. Mason, you're here. Then his eyes landed on the man behind her. He paused. And this is... An Ruoxi hesitated, then said, he's my boyfriend. Dr. Jin's face lit up. A boyfriend? Finally, girl. You come to your senses. An Ruoxi cut straight to the point. You said there was something important on the phone. What is it? Dr. Jin glanced at Xiao Yi but didn't speak. An Ruoxi turned to Xiao Yi. Yi, can you wait outside for me? Xiao Yi was still floating on that one word, boyfriend. He didn't argue. He just smiled and stepped out. Once the door closed, Dr. Jin spoke. I found out a pharmaceutical company recently developed a drug with excellent healing effects on the brain. If we can get the formula, it might help your brother and sister-in-law's condition. An Ruoxi's hand shot out and grabbed Dr. Jin's arm. Which company? Dr. Jin knew how long she'd been waiting for this. He understood her emotions. But his face showed hesitation. The company behind the drug is backed by a very powerful group. Getting the formula won't be easy. An Ruoxi's voice turned to steel. No matter how hard, I'll get it. Dr. Jin let out a soft sigh. The Xia Group. An Ruoxi froze. The Xia Group. That was Xiao Yi's mother's company. Dr. Jin continued. I heard they invested tens of billions over 5 years to develop it. But the formula isn't with the pharmaceutical company, it's with the Xia Group. An Ruoxi clenched her fists. She said firmly, don't worry. I'll get that formula for you. 15 minutes later, An Ruoxi came out of the room. Xiao Yi was lounging on the sofa outside, scrolling through his phone. When he saw her, he stood. Done. She nodded. Come with me. I want you to meet my brother. Xiao Yi was surprised. Rumors said An Ruoxi was dead. Was he still alive? He didn't ask. He just stayed close to her side. An Ruoxi opened the door to An Ruoxi's room. The scent of herbs hit her, making her eyes sting with tears. She walked to the bedside, picked up her brother's hand, and pressed it to her cheek. She forced a smile. Brother. I came to see you. Xiao Yi watched her cry, and a heavy weight settled in his chest so tight he could barely breathe. He wanted a cigarette but held back. So this was why An Ruoxi was so obsessed with making money. For her brother. She must have gone through so much these years. That delicate young lady had shouldered a burden no one else could see. The thought made his heart ache even more. About half an hour later, An Ruoxi stood up and left the room. Her eyes were red. She said to Xiao Yi, wait for me here. Then she walked into Jiangning's room. She didn't let him follow. She didn't want to risk triggering Jiangning. Besides, when Jiangning lost control, she sometimes tore off her own clothes. An Ruoxi refused to let anyone see her sister-in-law like that. Xiao Yi didn't argue. He stood there quietly, waiting. Soon the door closed, and a woman's shrill screams and sobs came from inside. Xiao Yi's dark eyes flickered with emotion. It was too much. He couldn't help it. He walked to the window and lit a cigarette. After he'd finished too, An Ruoxi finally came out. Her eyes were even redder. She wiped her tears and forced another smile at him. Let's go. That smile cut through Xiao Yi like a knife. He pulled her into his arms. Idiot. You don't have to pretend with me. An Ruoxi's hands, hanging at her sides, tightened into fists. Tears streamed down her face. Finally, she wrapped her arms around his back and sobbed. The research staff rushed out at the sound. Dr. Jin stood nearby, his own eyes wet. One of the researchers asked worriedly, Dr. Jin, is Missen okay? Dr. Jin dabbed at the corner of his eye. Let her cry. That girl has been through too much. It's rare she has someone to lean on. Xiao Yi carried An Ruoxi into the car. Within minutes, her head lolled against the seat, sleep pulling her under. Her lashes were still wet, clumped together from all the crying. The sharp edges she wore like armor every day had dissolved. What was left was raw and fragile, and he couldn't look away. Xiao Yi stared at her, and something pulled tight in his chest. He lit a cigarette, dragged deep, then pulled out his phone. I need something handled. He ended the call, crushed the cigarette, and pointed the car toward Taiping Mountain. An Ruoxi jolted awake, her phone buzzing against her hip. She opened her eyes to total darkness. She fumbled for the screen. 6 in the evening. The caller ID read Xiaozhu. Before she left the research institute, she'd given him a job, find out where the Xia group hid their most sensitive files. If he was calling now, he found something. She answered. Xiaozhu's voice came through fast. Boss, our people breached Xia group's internal systems and their security network. There's definitely a vault inside. That's where they're keeping the big secrets. But the vault's locked down tight. 3 reinforced security doors. Each one requires the chairman's heiress scan plus a unique passcode. Getting inside won't be easy. An Ruoxi's grip tightened on the phone. Her voice went cold. I don't care how hard it is. I'm getting in. Notify everyone in the capital. Target, Xia Group's vault. Timing. She paused. Lu Jinxian's birthday banquet. Xiao Yi had already told her he wanted her on his arm for the event. She didn't need to scheme her way in. After slipping into her gown and finishing her makeup, she waited at Taiping Mountain for him to arrive. While she was waiting, her phone rang again. Dr. Jin. She answered immediately. Dr. Jin. What's going on? His voice carried an odd note. Missen, that boyfriend of yours the last time he was here, he asked for my contact information. Just now, our institute received a transfer. An Ruoxi's brow furrowed. How much? A pause. 10 billion. The sender also left a message. Don't be frugal. When it runs out, I'll send more. An Ruoxi blinked. She hadn't expected Xiao Yi to go that far. And tonight, she was about to use him at the banquet. She exhaled slowly. It's fine. Keep it. I'll repay the debt. Not long after she hung up, Jingjing rushed in. Missen, Mr. Xiao is here. An Ruoxi slid her phone into her clutch and smiled. Okay. The gown had a full skirt, so Jingjing helped her down the stairs. You look absolutely stunning, Missen. I've never seen anyone so beautiful. You're going to steal the spotlight tonight. An Ruoxi smiled but said nothing. At the bottom of the stairs, Xiao Yi leaned against the car. Custom black tuxedo, posture lazy, a cigarette dangling between his fingers as smoke curled into the night air. When he saw her, his eyes ignited. A slow smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Dignified. Wild. An Ruoxi walked toward him, and he dipped his head close to her ear. You look devastating tonight, baby. Heat climbed her cheeks. She pressed a hand against his chest. Come on. Let's go. He opened the door with exaggerated gallantry, waiting until she was settled before circling to his side. Jingjing stood in the doorway, watching them, practically melting. Real-life couples hit different. Nobody understood it the way she did. Inside the car, Xiao Yi lounged with one leg crossed, elbow propped on the window frame, head resting against his hand as he studied Anshuli. So what's the plan tonight? Anshuli's fingers curled against her knee. She met his eyes and smiled. Eat and drink. What else? Xiao Yi's gaze narrowed, something knowing flickering there. Oh. He dragged the word out slow. Is that right? The Xia family estate buzzed with glitter and power. Xia Group ranked third among the capital's 6 major conglomerates, and its momentum was brutal, closing the gap on second-place Pei Group. The previous head of the family had been in poor health and had recently stepped down. Against fierce opposition, he handed the reins to his wife, Lu Jinxian. Tonight was her 48th birthday, and the guest list read like a directory of the capital's elite. Old Master An had arrived with his family. The moment Wu Jingyi walked in, she spotted Pei Tianming across the room. She turned to her father, bright-eyed. Dad, I'm going to find brother Tianming. Old Master An nodded. Fix things with him. Get that engagement locked in. Soon. A coy smile flickered across her face. I know. Xia Mingyu saw his opening and took it. Dad, I'm going to find some friends. With the room packed full of the capital's most powerful, Old Master An agreed. Wu Jingyi swayed toward Pei Tianming, her voice dripping honey. Brother Tianming. He turned, champagne in hand, and smiled. Wu Jingyi. You look lovely tonight. She ducked her head, all practiced bashfulness. I'm glad you think so. Before he could respond, a cluster of heiresses closed in. Their families had money, but nothing close to An Group levels. They took one look at Wu Jingyi and Pei Tianming standing close and started fawning like their social lives depended on it. Miss Wu, you're absolutely radiant. Exactly what you'd expect from a conglomerate heiress. Standing beside second young Master Pei, you two look like you were made for each other. The Pei and families joining forces. Everyone here is green with envy. So when do we get our wedding invitations? Pride swelled in Wu Jingyi's chest. This was it. Marrying into the Pei family was the only way back into the spotlight. She glanced at Pei Tianming, shy. His expression was indifferent. Her heart dipped. She forced a modest smile. Nothing's official yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Just then, a stir rippled through the entrance. Holy shit. Is that Xiao Yi from Xiao Group? He never shows up to these things. What's he doing here? And who is that woman next to him? I thought he wasn't into women. The rumors all said he preferred men. With a goddess like that, even a monk would lose his mind. Wu Jingyi had heard of Xiao Yi but had never seen him in person. She turned toward the commotion. And her blood boiled. Anshuli had actually landed Xiao Yi. Anshuli swept her gaze across the room. The banquet was in full swing at the Xia family estate. Extra waiters wove through the crowd, brought in to handle the sheer volume of guests. She tracked a few familiar faces threading between clusters of power and money, her fingers curling tight at her sides. Everything was in position. Tonight, failure was not an option. Xiao Yuan caught her scanning the room and the corner of his mouth lifted. Looking for something. She raised her eyes to his, smiled, and slipped her arm through his. Nothing. Let's go, Yuan. Surprise flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. The woman who had always kept her distance was suddenly wrapped around his arm. What had shifted? Whatever the reason, he wasn't about to complain. Tenderness softened his expression. All right. Let's go. Anshuli met his gaze, and a sharp pang of guilt twisted through her chest. Xiao Yuan, don't hate me for this. I don't have a choice. Across the room, Lu Jinxian spotted them from where she stood chatting with guests beside Xia Mingyu. Her face stiffened. Something vicious flashed behind her eyes. Xia Mingyu remembered all too clearly the last time Xiao Yuan had locked him up. The memory alone made his skin crawl. He grabbed his mother's arm, irritated. Mom, why did you even invite him? Lu Jinxian's mouth twitched. I didn't. Then he showed up uninvited. Xia Mingyu's jaw tightened. I'll have security throw him out. Don't. She clamped a hand on his arm. He's the head of the Xiao Corporation. Antagonizing him tonight doesn't benefit us in any way. Steer clear of him. Avoid him as much as you possibly can. Xia Mingyu watched Xiao Yuan's self-satisfied expression and ground his teeth. Fine. Lu Jinxian lifted her wine glass and approached. A polished smile plastered across her meticulously maintained face. Mr. Xiao, welcome. Your presence truly honors my birthday celebration. Xiao Yuan saw straight through the fake smile, and it filled him with immense satisfaction. She probably wanted to drive a knife into his chest right now, but here she was, grinning through clenched teeth hard enough to crack them. Watching her suffer instantly improved his mood. That was exactly why he had come tonight. He plucked a glass of wine from a passing waiter's tray and raised it toward Lu Jinxian. Congratulations, Mrs. Lu, on finally getting what you wanted. Head of the Xia family at last. Lu Jinxian's jaw tightened, but she forced herself to smile and take a sip. Thank you. Xiao Yuan took a measured sip of his own. Around them, guests watched the seemingly cordial exchange and murmured among themselves. The Xia Corporation has serious pull. They even got Mr. Xiao to show up. If the Xiao and Xia conglomerates ever joined forces, nobody could touch them. Then Pei Corporation would be in real trouble, wouldn't they? Keep your voice down. The Pei family has someone here tonight. If they overhear you, you're asking for a world of pain. Once she had drained her glass, Lu Jinxian's eyes shifted to Anshuli at Xiao Yuan's side. Her freak of a son had lived like a recluse for over 20 years. When had he ever shown interest in a woman? She tilted her head with studied curiosity. Your companion is an unfamiliar face. Which family is she from? Anshuli smiled and answered for herself. The An family. Anshuli. Anshuli. Lu Jinxian's voice pitched upward. She caught herself instantly, realizing her reaction had been too sharp, and smoothed her expression back into place. You're An Shenan's daughter. I'm surprised you're still alive. How astonishing. But Anshuli caught it. That flicker in her eyes. No. That was not surprise in her voice. Not on her face. Why would hearing her name make Lu Jinxian react like that? Lu Jinxian had no desire to linger. Mr. Xiao, if you'll excuse me. She turned and hurried off like a woman trying to outrun a ghost. Anshuli watched her practically flee and hid a smile behind her hand. You came all this way just to get under her skin. Xiao Yuan's eyes glinted with mischief. Are you enjoying it? Aren't you worried she'll stab you in the back again? Anshuli laughed. Xiao Yuan's gaze drifted towards Xia Mingyu, surrounded by a cluster of sycophants, and his lips curled coldly. I've already repaid her what I owed. I won't sit around waiting to be ambushed a second time. If she makes a move against me, I'll go straight for her precious son. Anshuli followed his gaze to Xia Mingyu, and her own eyes turned to us. Pei Tiaoming stood anchored near the long banquet table. He had not taken his eyes off Anshuli and Xiao Yuan from the moment they arrived. His fingers crushed the stem of his wine glass. Jealousy burned hot in his stare. Tianmingji. Tianmingji. And Chu Chu called his name several times. He didn't hear her. His attention was locked on Anshuli. And Chu Chu tracked his gaze, and fury seared through her veins. Why did he still care about her when she was already clinging to another man? No. She was going to teach Anshuli a lesson right here, right now. With that thought burning in her chest, Chu Chu snatched a glass of wine and stalked toward her. Anshuli caught the movement in her peripheral vision. She turned to Xiao Yuan. Go find a seat. I'm going to grab something to eat. He patted her hand, his touch warm and possessive. What do you want? I'll get it for you. She withdrew her hand with a smile. No need. Just wait for me. Xiao Yuan had already noticed An Ruoxi storming toward them. A spark of amusement danced in his eyes. All right. Don't keep me waiting too long. He turned and made his way toward the lounge area. An Ruoxi walked over to the dessert table, picked up a delicate little cake, and took a bite. An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi's voice rang out sharp behind her. An Ruoxi's lips curved. She glanced toward a waiter moving through the crowd with a tray, heading straight for pathetically. The waiter caught her eye and gave a small nod before continuing on his path. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. An Ruoxi turned slowly to face An Ruoxi. She smiled, the picture of innocence. Sister. An Ruoxi stared at that clean, sweet face, and rage boiled up inside her. Was this the innocent little virgin act that had every man drooling? She bit out the words through clenched teeth. You must be really proud of yourself, latching onto Xiao Yuan. An Ruoxi's smile sharpened into something mocking. Can't complain. He's a serious upgrade over your useless pathetically. You. An Ruoxi was too furious to form words. She sneered, so what if you got him now? You really think a man like that would marry you? You're nothing but his plaything. When he tosses you aside, I'll be right there watching you cry. An Ruoxi shrugged, utterly unconcerned. Sister, are you worried about me? You should focus on yourself. You're not even good enough to qualify as his plaything. You've been chasing pathetically for years, and he still won't give you a title. An Ruoxi's eyes flickered, but she refused to retreat. What do you know? The An and Pei families are already negotiating a marriage alliance. Our engagement will be announced any day now. An Ruoxi lifted an eyebrow, deeply unimpressed. Anyone can talk. Let me know when it actually happens. She turned her back and resumed browsing the pastries on the table. An Ruoxi stared at her dismissive posture, fire blazing in her eyes. Her hands clenched so hard her nails bit into her palms. Then a vicious idea took hold. An Ruoxi, today I'll humiliate you so thoroughly you'll never show your face in public again. She lunged forward, both hands outstretched toward An Ruoxi's back. Oh! The scream tore through the room as the dessert table crashed to the floor. Cake, shattered plates, and shards of glass sprayed across the marble. Chaos erupted. A crash, then a shriek. Almost every head in the banquet hall turned. An Ruoxi was sprawled in the center of the mess, her dress, her face, her hair coated in thick white cream. You did that on purpose, An Ruoxi. She screamed, fury twisting her features. An Ruoxi stood a few feet away, well clear of the splash zone. That had nothing to do with me. You lost your balance. If I hadn't moved fast, I'd be the one on the floor right now. You. An Ruoxi had lunged at her. But An Ruoxi had slipped away like a fish, and An Ruoxi's momentum sent her face first into the dessert table. More guests gathered, whispering. A few sneakers cut through the crowd. An Shangshin and Zhao Qingji rushed over. Zhao Qingji crouched down, her voice dripping with concern. What happened? How did you fall so hard? An Ruoxi saw her back up and immediately turned on the waterworks. She pushed me. I came over to keep her company. I was just being nice and she shoved me. Zhao Qingji shot An Ruoxi a glare that could freeze champagne. Your sister was trying to be kind, and you pushed her. So young and already so cruel. An Ruoxi didn't flinch. If An Ruoxi had grown up this pathetic, Zhao Qingji deserved most of the credit. She pointed to the ceiling. There's a camera. Let's pull the footage and see what really happened. Zhao Qingji's expression went cold. Fine. If you don't apologize to your sister right now, I won't let this go. An Ruoxi's face went white. She grabbed Zhao Qingji's arm. Mom, just drop it. I don't want to fight with my sister. An Ruoxi wasn't about to let her off the hook. No. For my own innocence, we're checking the tape. She turned, ready to call someone. Don't! An Ruoxi shrieked. We don't need the footage. It was probably my fault. I tripped. I fell on my own. If that tape showed her lunging at An Ruoxi and face planting instead, she'd be humiliated in front of the whole room. Better to swallow the blame now than be exposed. An Ruoxi watched her squirm and hid a smirk. All bark, no bite. An Shangxin's face was stone. Get up and go change. You embarrassed us enough. Xixi helped An Ruoxi toward the dressing room. As she left, An Ruoxi threw one last vicious look over her shoulder. An Ruoxi met it with a steady glare of her own. An Ruoxi flinched and hurried away. Once she was gone, An Ruoxi's eyes found a server holding a tray by the edge of the crowd. The man gave her a short nod, then slipped out of the hall. Across the room in the lounge, Xiao Yuan sat with his legs crossed, the picture of leisure. Zhou Han perched beside him like an eager wingman, grinning at the drama like it was primetime TV. Bro, your future sister-in-law is something else. 2 moves and she put that schemer on the floor. Xiao Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes warm with adoration. Of course. The woman he'd chosen was no ordinary girl. An Ruoxi stayed put. Her people were in position. She glanced toward Lu Jinxian. Now it was her turn. In the VIP lounge, An Ruoxi had changed and reappeared. Xixi, satisfied she was all right, went back to mingling with the wealthy wives. An Ruoxi wandered the hall, her brow furrowed. Where was Pathetically? Had he left already? The party wasn't even half over. She pulled out her phone and called him. No answer. A cold knot tightened in her chest. Had something happened? She was about to send someone to find him when a server approached. Miss An, second young master Pei asked to see you. Her face lit up. Where is he? He's waiting for you in a private lounge. The server smiled. An Ruoxi didn't hesitate. Take me there. The server led her down a quiet corridor to a closed door. He's inside. She pushed it open carefully. Tiankai. Silence. Tiankai, are you here? Still nothing. She was about to turn and storm out, convinced the server had tricked her, when she spotted someone lying on the bed in the dim light. She rushed over. Pathetically lay unconscious, his chest rising and falling faintly. Panic seized her. She dropped to her knees beside the bed. Tiankai. What's wrong? Don't scare me. He didn't stir. His eyes stayed shut. Help! Somebody help! There's a man passed out in here. She cradled his head, shouting. Then her voice died in her throat. Her gaze traced the sharp lines of his face, and a wild idea took root. She reached out, stroking his cheek. Tianqi, is this fate giving us a chance? If it is, then let's be together forever. She laid him gently back on the bed and started unbuttoning her dress. Back in the banquet hall, An Ruoxi made her way toward Lu Jinxian, who was laughing with a circle of well-dressed wives. She raised her glass with an easy smile. Mrs. Xie, may I have a word in private? Lu Jinxian turned. Her eyes swept over An Ruoxi's face so eerily like nonchalance, and a flicker of unease passed through her. She lifted her chin. I prefer to be called President Lu. An Ruoxi's brow rose. Ambitious woman. No wonder Xiao Yuan was so impressive. Lu Jinxian's genes had clearly done their work. The other wives, sensing the tension, excused themselves with polite smiles. An Ruoxi's smile didn't waver. President Lu. A word, please. Lu Jinxian held her glass in one hand, the other arm crossing over her chest. Her tone dripped with condescension. You. Not qualified. An Ruoxi didn't flinch. Is that so? She stepped closer, her voice dropping low. What if I want to discuss the fact that you're Xiao Yuan's mother? Lu Jinxian's arm fell. Her eyes sharpened to ice. Xiao Yuan told you that. An Ruoxi smiled, slow and triumphant. Can we talk now? Lu Jinxian walked to the chair behind her study desk and sat down. She didn't offer An Ruoxi a seat. Her face was grim, but her chin stayed tilted up, that arrogant posture locked in place. Miss An, what exactly were you implying just now? An Ruoxi settled into the chair across from her without any rush. She spun a decorative ornament idly on the desk, her voice flat. I know you're his mother. I also know you were behind the knife wound he took last time and the assassin after that. She looked up. You want him dead. Lu Jinxian's hands tightened on the desk, a flicker of cruelty in her eyes. Her voice stayed steady. Miss An, you shouldn't say such things without proof. Do you have any? An Ruoxi studied the woman's unshakable composure and felt grudging respect. Playing a bad hand this well took real skill. She tapped her fingers twice on the desk. Proof doesn't matter. I'm not here to settle scores with you today. I'm here to tell you one thing, bringing a child into the world and then abandoning him is evil. Wanting to murder your own son for your own selfish gain is poison. Xiao Yuan never did anything wrong, and he suffers so much because of you. A woman like you doesn't deserve to call herself his mother. Lu Jinxian's hands trembled against the wood. But her face showed no remorse. Did Xiao Yuan tell you all that? If I'd known he'd turn on his own family like this, I should have strangled him the day he was born. An Ruoxi's gaze sharpened. She slammed her palm onto the desk. A chunk of the high-quality black ebony splintered off. The violent crack made Lu Jinxian flinch back. Just how strong was this woman? A flash of panic crossed her face before she recovered. What do you think you're doing? An Ruoxi stood, planting both hands on the desk as she leaned over her. I'm warning you. If you ever hurt Xiao Yuan again, I will not let you get away with it. She delivered the threat, then turned and walked out of the study without looking back. Lu Jinxian stared at her retreating figure, then hurled the nearest objects off the desk in fury. Ungrateful brat. I knew keeping you alive would only cause trouble. I've worked too hard to get where I am. I won't let anyone destroy it. After her outburst, she pulled out her phone and dialed An Ruoxi. Find somewhere quiet to talk. I need to tell you something. A moment later, An Ruoxi's voice came through. Go ahead. Lu Jinxian's anger boiled over. Didn't you say you'd take care of An Ruoxi? Why is she still walking around alive? An Ruoxi paused. I've sent several teams after her. Either she's incredibly lucky, or something else is going on. She slips away every time. Lu Jinxian's eyes landed on the gouge in the desk where An Ruoxi had struck. That girl picked up some skills during the 4 years she was gone. You need to find a way to finish her off quickly. Once she takes control and uncovers the truth about the car accident that hit her family, the one we worked on together, both of our families are finished. An Ruoxi's voice turned irritated. Fine. I get it. She hung up and paced the study, fuming. An Ruoxi's words kept replaying in her head. How much did she know about what happened back then? No. She had to warn Xiao Yuan. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. An Ruoxi left Lu Jinxian's study and returned to the banquet hall. Her gaze swept over a server standing in the corner. She looked away quickly. She walked toward the lounge area and found Xiao Yuan staring right at her. She touched her face. What? A small smile tugged at his lips. Nothing. You just look really beautiful. An Ruoxi felt her cheeks warm. Smooth talker. She didn't sit down. I'm going to the restroom. She had to leave so that Lu Jinxian would have an opening to approach Xiao Yuan alone. Sure enough, not long after An Ruoxi left, Lu Jinxian appeared in front of Xiao Yuan with a dark expression. Come with me. I need to talk to you. He stood, and the two of them headed toward the study. An Ruoxi stepped out from a corner and gave her people a subtle nod. They scattered quickly. Moments later, a server ran over in a panic. There's an incident in the lounge. His voice carried, and many guests turned their heads. What happened? The server stammered. I don't know, I just heard strange noises coming from inside. The guests exchanged glances. Some wanted to check it out, others hesitated. Someone said, let's have security go with us to take a look. The banquet coordinator rushed over and led a group of guards toward the lounge. As soon as they reached the door, sounds filtered through that made faces flash. A guest laughed. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's just people fooling around. Who's so desperate they'd do that at someone's birthday party? Classless. Probably not anyone worth knowing. Xixi was among the crowd. She never missed gossip. Seeing the bus, she jumped in. Let's go in and see. Someone demurred. That might not be appropriate, we'd ruin their fun. Xixi snorted. If they're shameless enough to do it here, they shouldn't mind an audience. For all we know, it's some man cheating on his wife. We'd be doing a good deed. That convinced the curious crowd. The guards had no choice but to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, onlookers rushed in. Inside, Pathetically and An Ruoxi were tangled up together. Startled by the flood of people, An Ruoxi screeched and covered her face. Get out! All of you, get out! Pathetically, clearly drugged, was still writhing. Xixi froze. Pathetically. Then rage flooded her. Pathetically was supposed to be engaged to her daughter. Which tramp was seducing him? She stormed forward. Let me see the little tramp who's stealing my daughter's fiancé. She yanked the blanket off An Ruoxi. When she saw the face underneath, she gasped. Ruoxi. Then humiliation twisted her features. How could you do this? The onlookers barely held back their laughter. The gossip had just beaten her own daughter. Truly ironic. The banquet coordinator realized Pathetically was drugged and quickly called for a doctor. The doctor arrived and administered an antidote. Soon, Pathetically came to. He stared at the scene, confused and furious. What the hell is going on? An Ruoxi's eyes flickered with panic before she burst into tears. Brother Tianqi, I don't know either. Someone set us up. Pathetically exploded. This is outrageous. Whoever framed me, I'll find them and tear them apart. Knowing his status, the coordinator hurried to soothe him. Second young master Pei, please calm down. I'll have it investigated immediately. He turned to the guards. Notify everyone. Find out who did this to young master Pei. With orders issued, the coordinator rushed to report to Lu Jingxian. He reached the study entrance but was stopped by the guards. I have urgent business with Mrs. Lu, he said. The guard's face was stone. Mrs. Lu is in a meeting. No one is allowed to disturb her. And Shuli moved to a corner where she could see the whole banquet hall. She noted the security guards at every exit, slowly vanishing one by one. Her phone buzzed. Xiao Lu. She answered without a word. Boss, Xiao Lu said, Lo. Most of them went hunting for whoever drugged Pathetically. Security's down by at least half. You want us to move? And Shuli's eyes found Xia Mingyu lounging on a couch, scrolling his phone with obvious boredom. 4 massive bodyguards stood behind him. After his last kidnapping by Xiao Yuan, Xia Mingyu barely went out, and his detail was always heavy. This was the best shot she'd get. She smiled. Moo. The second she said it, the hall plunged into darkness. What the hell? Blackout. You're kidding. First party I've ever been to that loses par. What's wrong with the Xia family? Hey, stop shoving. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Chaos broke loose. The backup generator roared on. Light flooded back. Tables had been flipped. Food and pastries were scattered everywhere. The place was a disaster. Some guests stood frozen in shock. Others sat on the floor, dazed. Then a woman screamed, Xia Mingyu's gone. Everyone whipped around to where he'd been. His 4 bodyguards were on the ground, out cold. In the study, Lu Jinxian stepped out, her face ice. Xiao Yuan followed, expression just as dark. They'd been screaming at each other in there. The event organizer ran up, panic all over his face. Madam Lu, something terrible happened. Lu Jinxian's face tightened. It's my birthday. Are you trying to curse me? The organizer shook his head wildly. No, ma'am. Young Master Xia he's disappeared. What? Lu Jinxian's face went white. How is that possible? The organizer stammered. There was a blackout. When the lights came back, he was gone. Lu Jinxian spun and shot Xiao Yuan a murderous glare. Did you do this? Xiao Yuan's eyes went sharp and dark. He's a weakling. Not worth my time. Lu Jinxian threw him a venomous look and strode into the banquet hall. She saw the mess and shook with rage. This was her first major birthday celebration as head of the family. And it had turned into a joke. Whoever did this, she ripped them apart. She glared at the unconscious bodyguards. I assigned over 100 men. Worthless. The organizer quivered. Pei Tiaoming was drugged at the banquet. He lost it and demanded we find whoever did it. So I sent some guards to search. Lu Jinxian's face went purple. Why didn't you report this to me? The organizer whimpered. I went to the study, but your bodyguard said you were busy and couldn't be disturbed. Lu Jinxian ground her teeth. Find him. Now. If anything happens to my son, every one of you dies with him. Xiao Yuan didn't stay. He walked out fast. Zhou Hang caught up. Boss. You're leaving. Xiao Yuan ignored him, got in his car, and sped off. Zhou Hang scratched his head. What's the rush? Looks like his wife just ran off. Inside the car, Xiao Yuan's face was stone. Find An Ruoxi's location, he ordered Li Feng. Back at the Xian mansion, the guests had all gone. Lu Jinxian paced the study, restless. The search teams had nothing. Her phone rang. She snatched it up. A cold, robotic voice came through. If you want your son alive, come to the Xia Corporation vault. Lu Jinxian's heart ceased. Fine. Don't hurt him. She hung up, her eyes turning vicious. To her assistant, get everyone. Bring the best equipment. We're heading to the vault. Anyone who touched her son would die tonight. A convoy of luxury cars tore through the capital's streets. In the trunks, hidden away, heavy weapons. Lu Jinxian sat in the back of one car, steady as granite, her gaze sharp and cold. She hadn't climbed this far by being soft. She clawed her way up with brains and ruthlessness. Everyone who crossed her had regretted it. Soon, the convoy stopped at Xia Corporation. Lu Jinxian stepped out in a black suit, dignified and deadly. She walked toward the vault. At the elevator, 2 guards lay sprawled on the floor. Her face went colder. She took the elevator down to the vault level. The doors opened to a scene of hired mercenaries scattered everywhere, unmoving. Now she was shaken. Those mercenaries were top tier, each worth 10 regular guards. They cost a fortune. And they were all laid out like dead dogs. Whoever was behind this was more dangerous than she thought. She steadied herself and walked toward the vault. Around the corner, a figure in black sat in a chair, a mask covering their face. Xia Mingyu was on his knees, hands tied behind his back, white as a ghost. When he saw his mother, tears burst out. Mom, get me out of here. Xia Mingyu. Seeing her son humiliated like that twisted Lu Jinxian's heart. She glared at the masked figure. What do you want? The figure unsurely rose. She aimed a gun at Xia Mingyu and planted a boot on the chair. Open the vault. Lu Jinxian swayed. She clenched her fists. You think you'll get away with this? Anshuli's lips curved. Looks like you don't care much about your son. She chambered a round and pressed the barrel against Xia Mingyu's right hand. No. Lu Jingxian screamed, her face draining wet. Her lips trembled. Don't hurt him. I'll open it now. And Shuli watched the woman's desperate love for her son, and a bitter taste filled her mouth. Two sons, one thrown away like garbage, the other treasured like a jewel. She hated this woman. Lu Jingxian walked slowly to the vault door. She entered the code. A camera popped out and scanned her iris. Click. The first door opened. She repeated the process for the next two doors. And Shuli dragged Xia Mingyu along, following Lu Jingxian through all three layers into the vault. Inside, rows of safes glittered. Her heart leaped. Then, one by one, the vault doors slammed shut behind them. Lu Jingxian's beautiful face twisted into a cruel smile. You can't escape now. An Ruoxi heard Lu Jingxian's threat, but she didn't flinch. She pressed the gun harder against Xia Mingyu's temple. Give me the latest brain repair trial data. Lu Jingxian went rigid. The vault held secrets that could shatter the Xia Empire, and this woman in black only wanted clinical data for some drug. She hadn't expected that. Her voice was ice. Even if you get the data, so what? You're trapped. There's no way out of here. An Ruoxi smiled. Not with the two of you as company. I'd say I'm coming out ahead. Lu Jingxian's face burned with fury. Give up now and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you won't leave this place breathing. An Ruoxi was done talking. She dug the muzzle into Xia Mingyu's skull. Give me the data. Now. Xia Mingyu started trembling. Mom, just give it to her. He cried. What's a few files compared to my life? Lu Jingxian bit down on her lip, fury blazing. She didn't say another word. She turned, walked to a small safe, keyed in the code, and opened it. She pulled out a folder but held it back. I'll give you the data, she said coldly. Let my son go first. An Ruoxi paused. She wasn't worried about tricks. Fine. She released Xia Mingyu. He bolted toward his mother. Mom! Lu Jingxian tossed the folder to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi caught it and flipped through fast. The data was complete. It looked legitimate. Lu Jingxian pulled her son close, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes. She took 2 slow steps backward and hit a hidden mechanism. The floor opened beneath them into a gaping hole. They dropped straight through. Just before the hole sealed shut, her voice rang out, triumphant. I'll be back in a few days to collect your corpse. An Ruoxi glanced at the closed floor, unconcerned. She finished checking the documents, then carefully tucked the folder into her backpack. She looked around. The vault was sealed tight, not even a fly could get through. The only exits were the 3 heavy security doors and that hole. But the hole required Lu Jingxian's fingerprint to open. An Ruoxi's lips curved. They thought this could trap her. Outside the vault, rows of heavily armed mercenaries waited in formation. Lu Jingxian and Xia Mingyu emerged and joined them. The lead mercenary bowed. Madam, your orders. Lu Jingxian's eyes were dark as she stared at the sealed door. Send 2 men to escort the young master home. She turned to Xia Mingyu, her gaze softening to something almost tender. Don't be afraid. Go home. Xia Mingyu's face was still pale, terror lingering in his eyes. He nodded and followed the 2 mercenaries away. Lu Jingxian's expression hardened again. Release the gas, she said flatly. She dared to touch my son. She dies in there. The lead mercenary nodded. Yes, ma'am. He signaled. Gas. 2 men pulled on masks and moved toward the vault. All eyes were fixed on the door. No one noticed the distant elevator ding. The doors slid open, revealing another team of masked, heavily armed mercenaries. They moved fast. The moment they reached the vault, they opened fire. The ambush scattered Lu Jingxian's men in seconds. Lu Jingxian took a hit to the arm before her guards shoved her out of the line of fire and rushed her through a different exit. Outside the vault, chaos erupted. On the rooftop of the Xia building, Xiao Yuan stood against the wind, his trench coat whipping around him. His expression was grim as he stared at the tablet in his hand. If he weren't terrified Lu Jingxian would recognize him and guess that An Ruoxi was inside. He would have led the assault himself and taken down that viper. Li Feng stood beside him. Mr. Shao, our team brought a top lock specialist. Mason will be fine. Xiao Yuan watched the live feed. His mercenaries were routing the opposition. But the frown on his face didn't ease. Waiting like this was torture. Is the helicopter ready? His voice was tight. On its way, Li Feng said. Inside the vault, An Ruoxi pulled tools from her backpack and pried open the fingerprint scanner panel. She took out a small canister of liquid nitrogen and sprayed the lock mechanism. Instantly, the metal frosted over, turning white as snow. She checked her watch and counted. 3, 2, 1. At 1, the lock gave a sharp crack. The casing shattered. She pried the panel open, pulled the manual release lever, and the seamless floor split apart. An Ruoxi dropped into the hole. Once she was done, she stood, dusted off her clothes, and looked up at the sealed panel above her. A satisfied smile crossed her face. Those 3 vault doors might be beyond her, but a tiny digital lock like that. She'd cracked 100 of them. She didn't linger. She sprinted for the rooftop. Passing through the corridor outside the vault, she spotted 2 groups of fighters locked in a brutal firefight. Who's tearing into Lu Jingxian's people? She wondered. But she didn't stop. She slipped past them unnoticed and made her way to the roof. She burst onto the rooftop, ready to rappel down. Before she could set up, a figure lunged at her, fist flying straight for her face. An Ruoxi ducked, dodged, then threw a punch of her own fast and hard. A blow like that could kill. Just as her fist was about to connect, she recognized the man. Li Feng. What was he doing here? She pulled her punch at the last second. Even at half force, Li Feng crumpled to the ground. More mercenaries rushed forward. Stop! Xiao Yuan's voice cut through the chaos. An Ruoxi froze. He was here too. Before she could react, he closed the distance and pulled her into his arms. Xixi. He held her tight, burying his face in her shoulder. She wriggled once. Let's get out of here first. He released her instantly. Right. He took her hand and led her to the waiting helicopter. The rotors whirred, and they lifted off. An Ruoxi clutched her backpack, finally letting herself breathe. She'd done it. Xiao Yuan pulled the black mask from An Shuli's face. The helicopter hummed through the night sky, the city lights scattered below like spilled diamonds. This was the first time they'd been face to face since she'd started hiding her identity. A sharp pang of guilt hit her. She couldn't meet his eyes. How did you know it was me? He brushed away the faint marks the mask had left on her cheeks, his touch lighter than she'd ever felt. His eyes held a softness she'd never seen before. I'd known for a while. She blinked, her mind racing back over the weeks. When had she slipped? Then it clicked. The forest. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. He reached out and flicked her forehead. Smart girl. She rubbed the spot and pouted. And you just pretended you didn't know. He looked at her, something warm and fierce blooming in his chest. Without a word, he gathered her into his arms. What difference does it make? Whether I knew or not. I love you no matter who you are. Her heart stumbled. She wrapped her arms around his waist. How did you know I'd be there today? His expression darkened. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his jaw tight. Didn't I tell you to come to me when something happens? What did you promise me? She knew she was in the wrong. Still holding onto his waist, she tilted her chin up as wide, face open, a silent plea. It won't happen again. Don't be mad, okay? He froze. Was she actually trying to sweet-talk him? Why was his heart slamming against his ribs? He looked away fast. Don't do it again. She raised her right hand, a smile breaking through. I promise. He stared at her laughing face, and heat flooded his chest. He pulled her in again, a silent prayer running through his mind. Please let me keep her. I'll pay any price. At the An residence, the front door had barely shut before a slap cracked through the fur. And Shangxin's palm connected with An Chuchu's cheek. His chest heaved. He pointed at her, hand trembling. You humiliated me. The whole night was a disgrace. Xixi rushed to her daughter's side, fingers hovering over the red mark blooming on Chuchu's skin. Chuchu was the victim here. How dare you hit her? And Xianyu chimed in from the side. Yeah, Dad. Pei Tianming is the one who took advantage of her. Why don't you go hit him? And Shangxin whirled on Xixi. This is your fault. You spoiled her rotten. But An Chuchu stood eerily calm. Even after losing face in front of the entire upper crust, she didn't regret a single thing she'd done tonight. She lifted her chin. Dad, haven't you always wanted a marriage alliance with the Pei family? Now we have our reason. And Shangxin stared, momentarily stunned. You didn't actually drag Pei Tianming just to marry into that family, did you? He grabbed her arm. Are you insane? If he ever finds out, you have no choice but to choke on this. She was past caring. I didn't plant the drug. I just seized the opportunity. Xixi jumped in, was smooth. Honey, think about it. Since it's already done, maybe it's not such a bad thing if it leads to a marriage. And Shangxin's jaw clenched. He couldn't argue the logic, but the memory of those people pointing fingers at him at the Xia family party burned in his mind. Humiliating. I'll go to the Pei residence tomorrow, he said flatly. My daughter doesn't get taken advantage of for nothing. I'll make Pei Tianming marry you. And Chuchu's face lit up, every trace of shame gone. Thanks, Dad. And Shuli dropped off the experiment data with Dr. Jin first, then she and Xiao Yuan took the helicopter back to Taiping Mountain. She was so drained from the day that she slipped asleep against his shoulder mid-flight. He turned his head, watching her peaceful face, a fierce protectiveness surging through him. Gently, he tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and pressed a kiss there. They reached Taiping Mountain close to midnight. Xiao Yuan didn't wake her. He lifted her from the car and cradled her against his chest. She stirred, blinking. We're here. Yeah. A soft smile. Go back to sleep. I've got you. She looped her arms around his neck, buried her face against him, and murmured a sleepy mm. He carried her up to her room. Jin followed them in. Mr. Xiao, I can take over. I'll draw her a bath. He waved her off without looking away from An Shuli. You go rest. I'll handle it. Jin's eyes went wide. He's going to take care of Mason himself. Her favorite couple just kept getting sweeter. Fighting a grin, she said, Okay, I'll leave you two alone. She slipped out and quietly pulled the door shut. Xiao Yuan went into the bathroom, ran the warm water, and poured in the milk bath that had been set out. When everything was ready, he came back to the bed, gathered An Shuli up, and carried her into the bathroom. He settled her on the edge of the tub and started unbuttoning her clothes. Half asleep, she stirred and opened her eyes. When she saw his hands working with practiced ease, a blush crept up her cheeks. I can do it myself. He caught her hand, amusement dancing in his gaze. What are you scared of? I've seen every inch of you. Besides, you're worn out. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. Let me give you the full service. The way he said full service sent a tingle down her spine. She shot him a drowsy glare. Not tonight. I'm too tired. He kissed her cheek, his voice dropping to a murmur. Don't worry. I'm just going to wash you. That's all. She was too exhausted to argue. When she sank into the warm, milky water, every tight muscle in her body loosened. He knelt beside the tub, working the tension from her shoulders and arms with slow, steady hands. Her eyelids drooped. She was asleep before she knew it. He didn't let her soak too long. He dragged her off, carried her back to bed, and was about to head to the shower himself when her fingers caught his wrist. "Don't go." He sat back down on the edge of the bed, stroking her hair. "Okay." She slept deeper than she had in days. When morning light slipped through the curtains, Anshuli stretched lazily and opened her eyes. "Sleep well." She whipped her head to the side. Xiao Yuan was lying on his side beside her, propped on one elbow, watching her with a lazy smile. She remembered asking him to stay. A slow grin curved her lips, and she rolled onto her side to face him. "Up for some exercise?" His gaze darkened, heat flickering behind his eyes. He licked his lips and shifted over her. Couldn't agree more. He kissed her hungry, possessive, taking control. His hand slid under her shirt, roaming with purpose. A soft sound escaped her, and then she stiffened. "I don't have any, in my room." Breathing hard, he pulled away and rolled off the bed. "I'll get some." He was back in under a minute, climbing under the covers with a handful of boxes. She glanced over at least 6. She pressed a palm against his burning chest. "That's a lot." He tore one open, already leaning in to kiss her again. "We'll need them." Maybe it was the sunlight this time. Or maybe it was just the way morning energy hit different. Xiao Yuan was wound tight with an excitement he didn't bother hiding. The first box was empty already. He reached for a second one on the nightstand, but An Ruoxi stopped his hand. "Enough. That's enough." Her voice scraped out like gravel. Her throat felt scorched dry. Xiao Yuan brushed the damp hair off her forehead and pressed a kiss to her flushed cheek. "Already full." Her lower back screamed in protest. She caught her breath and glared at him. "I'm stuffed." He licked his teeth, a filthy grin spreading, and when he repeated the word, his voice dropped to a low, gravelly rasp. "Stuffed." An Ruoxi's brain replayed every desperate thing she'd moaned into the sheets, and her whole face burst into flames. She shoved him hard. "Animal." He dropped the smirk and pulled back the covers. "Let me carry you to the shower." Once they were cleaned up, An Ruoxi sat on the bed while Xiao Yuan dried her hair. She grabbed her phone from the nightstand. Old Master An had sent a string of messages. "Sweetheart, still at your friend's place. It's Saturday, want to come home for lunch? Grandpa hasn't seen you in days. I miss you." She checked the time and winced. Past noon already. Lunch was out. She typed back. "Grandpa, we stayed up late talking. Just woke up. I'll come home for dinner." Xiao Yuan was still holding the blow dryer. His eyes dropped to the screen, and a soft laugh slipped out. An Ruoxi swiveled around. "What's so funny?" He clicked the dryer off, leaned down, and brought his mouth right next to her ear. "I think you used the wrong word." His breath was warm and damp, thick with a sticky intimacy that prickled her skin. She tilted away. "Which word?" His voice came low and rough, like velvet dragged over gravel. "Not talking." "We were talking, deep." "You." Her cheeks blazed. She glared at him, huffing like a furious cat. "You are shameless." He just watched her. Like shy, flaring heat in her expression gave him a pleasure he couldn't name. He flicked the dryer back on and ran his fingers carefully through her hair. "Was I wrong? Didn't you say yourself it was too deep?" An Ruoxi's fist tightened until she heard her own knuckles crack. She'd never met anyone this brazen. She wanted to rip that mouth right off his face. Her phone buzzed. "Xiao Lu." She motioned to Xiao Yuan, and he obediently killed the dryer. The moment she answered, Xiao Lu's voice came through tight. "Boss, and Shangxin went to the Pei family this morning. Our source on their household staff says the marriage alliance is a done deal." An Ruoxi's expression stayed calm, like she'd been waiting for exactly this. I put on that little performance at Lu Jinxian's birthday banquet for a reason. Xiao sounded thrown. You're not worried Dian and Pei families will team up and make things harder for us? A cold smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry. They won't be holding hands. Has the engagement date been set? I heard An Shangxin wants the banquet in 2 weeks. But the Pei family thinks that's too rushed. They want to pick a more auspicious date. An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed, her mind already racing. The scandal between An Chuchu and Pei Tianqi made way too much noise. Public talk doesn't die down that fast. To protect both families' reputations, the Pei family will agree to 2 weeks. 2 weeks is enough. We'll lay the next piece, then close the net on Jiao Yongqiang and An Xianyu. The moment Xiao heard she had a plan, his energy surged. Got it. When the call ended, An Ruoxi realized Xiao Yuan was still sitting at the head of the bed. She'd assumed he'd left. He gave her a slow, lazy smile. Your methods could use a little more bite. Want me to throw in some gasoline? Make An Shangxin's life an absolute living hell. An Ruoxi perked up. How? Xiao Yuan leaned closer, shameless as always. Kiss me first. Then I'll tell you. She jerked back, lifted her foot, and planted it right on his cheek. Dream on. As she started to pull away, he moved fast, caught her ankle, pressed a kiss to the top of her bare foot, and smirked. Baby's feet taste sweet. And Ruoxi was speechless. Seriously. Could somebody please come take this degenerate away? When they left Taiping Mountain, An Ruoxi made a quick stop at Xiao Yin's shop. Ever since word got out that she was Master Yunji, Aro's business had exploded. Every day was wall-to-wall chaos. Xiao Yin planned to ride the momentum, build her own factory, open more locations. And Ruoxi had always known her friend had a head for business. The only reason she'd failed before was because a friend had screwed her over. They talked through some details, then An Ruoxi headed to the old mansion. Old Master An had just woken from his afternoon nap. The moment he saw her, his face lit. Sweetheart, come here to Grandpa. An Ruoxi settled beside him with a warm smile. Grandpa. He took her hand. You haven't been home in days. This friend of yours, he wouldn't happen to be a boyfriend, would he? An Ruoxi's eyes flickered. Xiao Yuan didn't exactly have a clean reputation in the capital. If Grandpa found out, he'd worry. Better to tell him later. She kept her smile steady. No boyfriend, Grandpa. I opened a shop, it's been keeping me busy, so I've been crashing at a friend's place. Old Master An's eyes lit up even more. You're starting a business, sweetheart. That's wonderful. An Ruoxi stayed modest. Just a small thing. Nothing compared to the An group you built. At the mention of the An group, Old Master An said, your uncle's management can't touch your father's. The mess he made with that resort project came down to choosing the wrong people. I warned him hire on merit, not on favoritism. But he wouldn't listen. If he keeps running things like this, who knows how much longer the An group can hold on. And Ruoxi felt a twist of guilt. That incident had been her doing. And yes, it had hurt the group. But An Shangxin wasn't fit to run the company. Sometimes you had to use a heavy hand to pull him down so the right person could take charge. She said, Grandpa, I've been learning the ropes at the company. I'll be able to help Uncle soon. Old Master An's expression brightened. Speaking of, how did your last project go? And Ruoxi remembered the explosion. And Shangxin had ended up shooting himself in the foot. The perpetrator was Liang Xini. Even though An Shangxin scrambled to cut every tie between her and the company, the game company wouldn't let it slide. They insisted the police dig into it thoroughly. Since both the mastermind and the perpetrator were still alive, An Shangxin was sweating. Afraid the situation would spiral, he rushed a settlement. Within 2 days, He agreed to the investment deal and threw in a third more capital than what had been on the table. Thinking back, An Ruoxi smiled. Smooth. The contract's signed. We're just waiting for the funds. Old Master An looked proud. His granddaughter had always been brilliant. A child prodigy, they'd called her. Now her first project at the company had gone well. A bold thought rose in his mind. He held her hand tighter. Ruoxi, would you like to join the management team? And Ruoxi froze for a second. She planned to rack up a few more wins before bringing it up herself. She hadn't expected her grandfather to offer first. Grandpa. Before she could answer, a bright voice rang from the doorway. And Chu came bouncing in. And Chu swept into the room first, practically vibrating with excitement. And Shangxin followed right behind her. The moment they spotted An Ruoxi sitting on the sofa beside Old Master An, their faces flickered. And Chu tossed An Ruoxi a dismissive glance, then crossed the room with a bright smile and settled on Old Master An's other side. What's got you so happy? Old Master An asked, beaming at her. A flash of shyness crept across An Chu's face. I'm getting engaged. Old Master An's eyes sparkled with surprise. I hadn't heard a single word about this. Which family's son? And Chu darted a look at An Shangxin but said nothing. Pei Tianqi had once been An Ruoxi's fiancé. Before the engagement was official, and Chu hadn't dared breathe a word to Old Master and she was terrified he'd lose his temper. But now the arrangement was locked in, there was no point hiding it. And Shangxin walked over and sank into a single armchair. A maid served him tea. He took a slow sip, then said, the Pei family. Old Master An's expression froze. The Pei family. Their eldest son is already married. That only leaves Pei Tianqi. And Chu lifted her chin and met An Ruoxi's gaze. Grandpa, it is Pei Tianqi. Old Master An's face went cold. That's absurd. Pei Tianqi was once your sister's fiancé. Are you trying to humiliate her on purpose? And Chu didn't back down. Grandpa, An Ruoxi was missing for 4 years. The engagement between the families was called off a long time ago. Tianqi and I truly love each other. Why shouldn't we be together? But if you do this, what will people say about your sister? Old Master An still refused to yield. Seeing this, An Ruoxi smiled and gently smoothed his sleeve. Grandpa, don't be upset. I let go of that a long time ago. If sister can marry into the Pei family, I'm happy for her. And Shangxin's face darkened. Dad, an alliance with the Pei family pushes the An group's future forward. If Chu doesn't marry in, should we hand that opportunity to another family? And Chu jumped in right on cue. Exactly. Tianqi doesn't have feelings for An Ruoxi anymore anyway. Besides, An Ruoxi has already latched onto. Sister. An Ruoxi's voice cut through the room. I suggest you choose your next words carefully. Her tone stayed level, but when An Chu met her eyes, something cold flickered there that made her flinch. And Chu pressed her lips together and fell silent. Old Master An let out a soft sigh. I can't control you children anymore. He turned and took An Ruoxi's hand. My dear, don't be sad. Grandpa will find you someone even better. And Chu snorted to herself. Pei Tianqi was as good as it got. As for Xiao Yuan, that man stood on a level so far beyond everyone else that forget An Ruoxi, no one in the entire capital could even reach him. Whatever was going on between him and An Ruoxi, it was probably just a game. And Shangxin and An Chu stayed for dinner, then left. Before they went, An Chu pulled An Ruoxi aside alone. She smiled, triumphant. An Ruoxi, after all these years, I finally win. Everything An Chu had once envied An Ruoxi for, surely An Ruoxi was burning with jealousy now. But An Ruoxi's face showed not a single trace of envy. Not even a ripple. A faint, mocking gleam flickered in her eyes. Then I hope you get everything you want, sister. And Chu didn't get the reaction she wanted. She stormed off, fuming. In the car on the way home, the more she replayed it, the angrier she grew. She turned to An Ruoxi. Dad, why does Grandpa love An Ruoxi so much? He's not going to give her his 15% stake, is he? An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed to slits. Old Master An was chairman of the An group. Though he handed over day-to-day control to An Ruoxi in recent years, he still held 15% of the shares. An Ruoxi would have to find a way to get them. In the Xia family study, Lu Jingxian sat on the sofa, her face a mask of dark fury. A doctor in a white coat bent over her, carefully tending to a gunshot wound on her arm. The bullet had torn clean through the flesh, leaving a raw, bloody trench across her upper right arm. The doctor peeled away the old gauze and began applying fresh medication. Staring at the ugly wound on her pale skin, Lu Jingxian clenched her teeth. Will it scar? She demanded, her voice flat. The doctor's hands trembled. He answered carefully, the wound is deep. Under normal circumstances, yes, it will scar. But don't worry, ma'am, we can do skin grafts later. It will just be somewhat painful. Lu Jingxian's expression darkened even more. She turned her glare on a subordinate standing nearby. The man I sent to watch the vault still no word. He quickly said, I'll call and check right away. The phone had barely rung when a ringtone sounded just outside the study door. A black-suited bodyguard pushed the door open and stepped in. Lu Jingxian's gaze turned icy. Well, is that damned woman dead or not? The bodyguard swayed slightly, then dropped his head. Ma'am, according to the security footage, the woman escaped through a hidden emergency exit. What? Lu Jingxian shot to her feet. At that exact moment, the doctor had tweezers in hand, pressing a cotton swab soaked in ointment into the wound. Her sudden movement drove the tweezers straight into the gash. She sucked in a sharp, pained breath. Enraged, she kicked the doctor square in the chest. Are you trying to kill me with pain? The doctor crumpled to the floor, head bowed, voice shaking. I'm so sorry, ma'am. Lu Jingxian ignored him entirely, her gaze locked on the bodyguard. What exactly happened? The bodyguard quickly produced the tablet. Ma'am, here's the security footage from the vault. She snatched it from him, irritation rolling off her in waves. The video showed a woman in black moving with practiced ease, pressing her fingerprint to the emergency exit lock and vanishing without a trace. Lu Jingxian hurled the tablet to the floor. It shattered into pieces. Those hired guns that showed up out of nowhere any leads on who they are. She snarled. The bodyguard was already drenched in cold sweat. He answered carefully, we examined the bodies of the mercenaries left at the scene. They had no visible identifying information. Lu Jingxian's face went even colder. However, the bodyguard added quickly, we checked their weapons. All of them were the latest models, extremely expensive. In the entire empire, the number of people capable of fielding a squad with that level of firepower and top-tier mercenaries is very small. At those words, an image of Xiao Yuan's arrogant face flashed through Lu Jingxian's mind. And the woman who had kidnapped Xia Mingyu, even in that skin-tight suit and mask, the build. An Ruoxi. It had to be done. That ungrateful son of hers had finally made his move after lying low all these years. She picked up her phone and made a call. Mr. An, interested in another collaboration. An group. An Ruoxi had just settled in at her workstation when Chen Yongqing leaned over. Ruoxi, Director Sun wants to see you in his office. She set down her bag. Okay. She walked to the director's office and knocked. Come in. Sun Xing's voice. She opened the door. He saw her and stood with a smile. Miss An, you're here. An Ruoxi smiled back. Director Sun. You wanted to see me. He led her to the sofa and poured her a cup of tea without being asked. Yes. About that thing you asked me to look into. I've made some progress. She raised an eyebrow. That fast? Sunshine pulled a file from his desk drawer and set it in front of her. Didn't have much going on over the weekend, so I came in and dug through some project records from the last few years. Found a few problems. An Ruoxi glanced at him, then picked up the file and started paging through it. The further she read, the deeper her frown became. I can't believe Xixi embezzled this much from the company in just 4 years. Sunshine's expression turned grave. Xixi was the director and Sunshine had parachuted into the projects department when he took over. He'd always known she stole other people's work and pulled strings behind the scenes, but he hadn't realized the dollar amounts were this high. She covered her tracks well, he said. If a lot of these projects hadn't originally been mine, I wouldn't have known she dared to create dual contracts totaling over 10 billion. An Ruoxi dropped the file onto the table with a heavy thud. Xixi doesn't have the guts for this on her own. Sunshine nodded. I agree. The only reason she's this brazen is because someone has her back. And that someone is. He didn't say the name out loud, just exchanged a look with her. They both understood exactly who he meant. An Ruoxi studied him, a flicker of suspicion crossing her face. Director Sun, you're the head of the projects department now. President entrusts you completely. Digging into this for me, there's nothing in it for you. It only hurts you. You're helping me because I helped you once. He could have easily given her some half-hearted excuse, and she wouldn't have complained. Hiring Sunshine was only one of her backup plans. She just couldn't stand watching Sunshine and Xixi squeeze people dry, and Sunshine was genuinely a great project manager. But he'd spent 2 days of overtime to hand her this evidence. He had to know it was a ticking time bomb for him. It could destroy his career at any moment. Sunshine's face softened when he heard that. He paused, then said, I'm doing this not just for you, Mason. I'm doing it for the former president An Ruoxi froze. My father? Sunshine nodded. I'm good at my job, but I'm honest and rigid. I bury my head in the work. I never suck up to the higher-ups. Sometimes I even talk back to them for the sake of a project. Because of that personality, even though my performance was great, I never got promoted. Others who joined at the same time became team leaders and deputy directors. I was still just a sales rep. And my projects were always taken away by the director and handed to someone else. I couldn't support my family on that meager base salary. My wife and I fought all the time. He took a breath. There was a stretch where I really couldn't take it anymore. The pressure from work and life nearly broke me. That's when I met your father, President An. I never said a word to him, but he could see I had almost no will to live. He had someone look into my situation. Later, he came to the projects department in person. He apologized to me. Said it was his mismanagement that allowed someone as talented as me to suffer such unfair treatment for so many years. He promoted me directly to deputy director and overhauled the entire department. Back then, the projects department was thriving like never before. But after this president and took over, everything changed again. An Ruoxi listened quietly as Sunshine talked about her father. Her eyes grew slightly red. He was gone, but someone still remembered him. Still felt grateful. Sunshine looked at her. I heard some rumors about what happened to your father. I'll help you however I can. I just don't know if it'll be enough. An Ruoxi pushed down her sadness and smiled. This is more than enough. This would be powerful evidence to force Sunshine out of an group. They talked a little longer about work. Then her phone rang. Grandfather. She answered. Grandpa. Old Master An's warm voice came through. Sweetie, are you at the office? Yes, what's wrong? Come to the conference room on the 68th floor right now. The 68th floor conference room. That was where the board meetings were held. Okay. Conference room. and Shangshin was about to convene a board meeting when old master An suddenly walked in. And Shangshin shot to his feet. Dad, why are you here? The other directors immediately rose and greeted him respectfully. Chairman. Old master An swept his gaze across the room with authority. Sit down. I have something to announce. And Shangshin gave up the main seat. His assistant quickly moved another chair beside him. And Shangshin looked at his father. Dad, we were about to start the board meeting. If you have something to discuss, why didn't you talk to me first? Old master An tapped his cane impatiently. Are you the chairman or am I? I don't even have the right to make my own decisions anymore. And Shangshin hurried to say, that's not what I meant. So what brings you here today? Old master An leaned back in his chair. Let's wait until everyone's here. And Shangshin frowned. Who's coming? As soon as he spoke, the conference room door opened and An Ruoxi walked in. And Shangshin's face darkened instantly. An Ruoxi swept her eyes across the room and stopped at the main seat. Grandfather. Chairman. Old master An smiled warmly and waved her over. Sweetie, come to Grandpa. She walked over obediently. Old master An took her hand and addressed the room. From today onward, I am transferring 10% of my shares to my granddaughter, An Ruoxi. She will also serve as the general manager of our commercial bank. What? And Shangshin shot to his feet again. Dad! How can you make such an important decision without consulting me first? Old master An stared at him, face stern. If I had consulted you, would you have agreed? And Shangshin's face turned ashen. Of course not. Old master An said, I've already drafted the share transfer agreement and had it notarized. I don't need your approval for that. As for An Ruoxi becoming the GM of the commercial bank, let's put it to a vote. He waved to his assistant, who quickly distributed a stack of documents to the board members. Old master An was in his 70s, but his voice still carried command. The commercial bank is the core of An group. It's what gives us an edge over other conglomerates in investment, financing, and infrastructure projects. But look at the bank's performance over the past few years. It's been declining year after year. This month, revenue dropped by 100%. As for the reason, I don't think I need to spell it out. Every eye turned to An Shangshin. His face flushed an ugly shade of red. The massive losses from the resort project had forced him to siphon money from the commercial bank to cover the deficit, tanking its performance. Seeing this, old master An continued, my granddaughter An Ruoxi is young, but she's already secured a very promising project in the projects department. The details are in your hands. This game company is small, but I've had experts evaluate it. Based on the current buzz, our investment returns could at least quintuple. I ask you all to give the young people a chance. And I promise you this, if my granddaughter can't double the commercial bank's revenue within 6 months, she will step down immediately. I will personally make up any shortfall from my own pocket. Old master An's words stirred a wave of whispers through the shareholders. His stance was unmistakable. He was backing his granddaughter. Most of the shareholders had fought beside him to build the company. And lately, An Shangshin's choices had left a sour taste in their mouths. A lot of them were already on the fence. Old master An swept his sharp gaze across the room. Let's vote. The ballot was anonymous. The results came in fast. 1 vote against. Every other hand raised in favor. That single no could only belong to An Shangshin. The rest of the shareholders weren't stupid. If she could double the commercial bank's profit in 6 months, their dividends would double right along with it. And if An Ruoxi had real skills, she could deliver even bigger returns later. If she didn't, they could always replace her. Satisfied, old master An rose to his feet. Finish your meeting. I'll take my leave. He turned to An Ruoxi with a warm smile. Come with your grandfather. I have something to tell you. Out in the hallway, he led her into the reception room next door. An Ruoxi's heart was twisted in knots. She had come back for revenge. She never meant to pull her grandfather into the crossfire. But his decision today had just launched her plan into overdrive. He had already lost one son. If he found out she was about to cost him another, would it destroy him? Old Master An noticed her silence and let out a soft chuckle. What's wrong? Overwhelmed. An Ruoxi's eyes reddened. Grandfather, this is the surprise you mentioned yesterday. The night before, when she'd gone to bed, he had told her he had a surprise in store. Now she understood exactly what he meant. He took her hand with gentle affection. I had my own selfish reasons. The An Group is a skyscraper. Whoever sits at the top doesn't just take a seat, they carry the weight of the whole structure. If that building tilts, or even cracks, it will affect thousands of people. Thousands of families. Do you understand what I'm saying? An Ruoxi nodded. My father used to say a company's greatest asset isn't the numbers on its balance sheet. It's the people who walk through the doors every day. Old Master An's face creased with pride. Your father was an excellent leader. Your uncle falls far short. After the resort disaster, I saw it clearly. A man as selfish as him doesn't deserve to be in charge. But I had no better alternative. Until I saw you. A spark of hope flickered back to life. An Ruoxi gripped his hand, her voice steady with resolve. Grandfather, don't worry. I won't let you down. He patted her hand. That's my girl. Inside the conference room, An Shangxin's face was a thunderhead. He didn't bother wrapping up the meeting. He stormed out. The moment he reached his office, his phone buzzed. He snatched it up. His son, An Xianyu. He answered with a snarl. Finance tells me you haven't shown up in days. Where the hell are you wasting time? On the other end, An Xianyu's voice came through in broken sobs. Dad! Help me! Please, you have to help me. An Shangxin's blood went cold. He shot to his feet. What happened? Where are you? Before An Xianyu could answer, the phone was ripped away. A harsh mail was cut in. Mr. An, your son owes money at our casino. Bring cash if you want him back. The word casino made An Shangxin's temples pound with rage. You worthless brat. You went gambling again. Didn't you learn anything the first time? An Xianyu had studied abroad in college. His junior year, someone lured him into a casino. In just a few days, he lost 100 million. He was a broke student back then, so the casino beat him within an inch of his life. An Shangxin had flown across the ocean to bail him out. After that, An Xianyu swore he would never touch gambling again. Years later, here he was, breaking that promise in spectacular fashion. An Xianyu wept, his voice thick with regret. Dad, I messed up. I know I messed up. Please just bring the money. They're going to kill me. An Shangxin wanted to crush his phone in his bare hands. He ground his teeth. How much did you lose? An Xianyu stammered, too terrified to answer. The man from the casino barked, 50 billion. What? An Shangxin felt the floor drop out from under him. Say that again. The man sneered. You hard of hearing, Mr. An. Your son lost 50 billion at our establishment. An Shangxin's eyes blazed red. His knuckles cracked. If An Xianyu had been standing in front of him right then, he would have ripped him apart with his bare hands. He roared into the phone, you useless piece of garbage. Just die out there. The man let out a dark laugh. Fine. If Mr. An doesn't want his son back, we'll start cutting pieces off tomorrow and selling them. We'll send you the footage. Hope you've got the stomach for it. A scuffle crackled through the line. Then a raw scream tore from An Xianyu's throat. AHH. Dad. Help me. An Shangxin slammed the phone down, his fury boiling over. How had he raised such a useless son? The boy couldn't do his job, and he was always out causing trouble. Over the years, An Ruoxi had lost count of the messes he cleaned up for him. This time, maybe his son deserved to learn a lesson. And Xian was his son, no casino would actually dare lay a finger on him. Just then, his secretary stepped in. CEO An, several senior executives need to discuss urgent matters with you. He pulled himself together and said evenly, send them in. Moments later, the executives filed into the office to go over project details. They talked until nearly noon, but a few points still weren't resolved. An Ruoxi turned to the secretary. Order working lunches. We'll keep at it. She nodded respectfully. Yes, sir. She turned and walked toward the door. The moment she pulled it open, two people burst in. Xixi and Chu. Xixi's face was streaked with tears. Husband, you have to save our son. The veins in An Ruoxi's forehead bulged. He snapped, this is a company. What is this behavior, crying and wailing in here? And Chu was frantic. Dad, something happened to Big Brother. Panic had stripped Xixi of all composure. Husband, they cut off our son's finger. Trembling, she pulled a blood-stained box from her bag. What? An Ruoxi froze. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. One finally ventured, CEO An, perhaps we can resume this afternoon. An Ruoxi stared at the bloody box. He couldn't bring himself to open it. His thoughts were a tangled mess. Everyone, leave. Now. The executives hurried out. As the door shut behind them, one of them said, what's going on these days? I heard An Ruoxi hasn't shown up for days. He's always worked in fits and starts. And they stuck him in finance, of all departments. Who knows what kind of mess he's stirred up now? Well, he is the crown prince. If you ask me, An Ruoxi was better capable, polite, humble. Too bad he got sacrificed in the power struggle. SHH, don't say that. If CEO An hears you, you'll be in for a world of trouble. So what? Worst case, I quit. Look at everything going on in this company, it's a disaster. I wonder how much longer An Group can stay afloat. No one else spoke. They just filed away in heavy silence. Since she'd only been in the project department for a short time, An Ruoxi didn't have much to hand over. Sanxin was genuinely happy for her. From now on, I'll be calling you CEO An. An Ruoxi smiled. Thank you for everything during my time here. Sanxin shook his head. You're the one who helped me. But I have to warn you, commercial bank is the core of An Group, and An Ruoxi has his own people planted there. The start won't be easy. Be careful. An Ruoxi nodded. I appreciate the warning, Mr. Sun. I'll keep it in mind. He looked at her face, so much like An Ruoxi's, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. A man as exceptional as An Ruoxi and his daughter would not disappoint. He held out his hand with a smile. Little CEO An, I wish you every success. Emotions welled in her chest. She took his hand, her smile soft. Thank you. That evening when she got home, old Master An was waiting in the living room. The moment he saw her, his face lit up and he rose to his feet. Ruoxi, you're home. I had the kitchen make all your favorites. She went to him and hugged him, deeply touched. Grandpa, you're too good to me. He patted her back. Come on, let's eat. They had a lively dinner, laughing and chatting through every course. When they'd nearly finished, old Master An slid a manila envelope across the table. An Ruoxi set down her chopsticks and picked it up, curious. Grandpa, what's this? He smiled. Open it and see. She pulled out a thick stack of documents and gasped. This is. Old Master An sighed. Ruoxi, I know handing you the bank comes with a ton of pressure, and it won't be easy. But you have to grow quickly. This is my gift to help you in your new role. The path ahead, that's all on you now. An Ruoxi looked at the pile in her hands. Her grandfather must have worked so hard on this. She already had some information, but with this, she could seize control of the bank much faster. She tucked everything back inside, walked over to him, and wrapped her arms around his neck from behind. Grandpa, thank you. After dinner, they took a walk together before heading to their rooms. The moment An Ruoxi opened her door, she was caught from behind and pulled into a familiar embrace. Xiao Yuan nuzzled her neck, his voice low and rich. Did you miss me? She turned in his arms, cupped his face, and smiled. It's only been a few hours. He tightened his arm around her waist, his gaze darkening. But I missed you. When are you moving in with me? A flicker crossed her eyes. She rose on her tiptoes and kissed him, murmuring against his lips, let's shower together. Something dangerous flared in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He kissed her back as he lifted her. Okay. She wrapped her long legs around his waist, and he carried her, still kissing, as they stumbled into the bathroom. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan broke the kiss. He spun her around and pressed her firmly against the glass shower partition. Hot, hungry kisses trailed down her shoulder and back. Everywhere his lips touched, her skin felt like it was on fire. Soon, An Ruoxi went weak in his arms. She gasped softly. Go easy. His breath came ragged, every exhale like flame. Like this. A small cry escaped her, but she didn't answer. Her toes curled against the tile. An hour later, Xiao Yuan wrapped her in a towel and carried her to the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes half closed. She lay there, effortlessly captivating. His breath hitched. Desire stirred again instantly. He leaned over her. Baby Xi, one more time. Without waiting for an answer, he kissed her again. The towel slipped to the floor, and An Ruoxi felt the night spiral on and on. When they were finally spent, she lay limp in his arms. Xiao Yuan held her from behind, pressing lazy kisses to her pale shoulder, his eyes brimming with contentment and adoration. She murmured, I heard An Xianyu owes a fortune to the casino. Was that you? He grunted in confirmation. The sooner he dealt with the An family, the sooner she could truly be with him. She had already set the trap. He had only given it a shove. An Xianyu's mess would be more than enough for An Shangxin to swallow. An Ruoxi turned in his arms to face him. In the dim lamplight, his handsome face held a sinful edge. Once, she had wanted to keep her distance from him. Now, she was sinking deeper and deeper. She leaned in and brushed her lips against his. Thank you. Xiao Yuan's mood lifted in an instant. He smirked. So, one more time as thanks. An Ruoxi thought about the past 2 hours, all the positions he put her through, and she shoved him with a frown. Get lost. Shut up. Hu Qingdong snap-cut the female employee off mid-sentence. He turned to An Shuli, contempt playing on his face. President An, she made a minor mistake. Firing her over something this small. That seems a little unreasonable, don't you think? An Shuli didn't answer. She motioned to Xiao Yi, who pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to Hu Qingdong. Hu Qingdong took the file, flipped through a few pages, and his expression went dark. Only then did An Shuli speak, her voice unhurried. Manager Hu, I looked into this bank's online reputation. Over the past 4 years, negative publicity has multiplied every year, and 80% of it comes down to poor staff attitude. She paused, letting the weight sink in. And you're telling me that's just a minor mistake? The female employee's face drained of color. Tears brimming, she shook her head at Hu Qingdong. Manager Hu, please don't. His face stormy, he tried to push back. I'll figure out how to fix the attitude problem. But blowing this up into a federal case today. That's unnecessary. And Shuli let out a cold laugh. Manager Hu, who's the general manager of this company now? He forced the words through gritted teeth. You are. She fixed him with a razor-sharp stare. Then as general manager, do I have the right to fire someone? Let me be clear. If she doesn't go, you go. You. Rage flared in Hu Qingdong's eyes. I've worked at this bank for over a decade. What gives you the right to fire me? And Shuli looked utterly unbothered. A small smile even tugged at the corner of her lips. I'm the general manager. You want to bet on whether I can get rid of you? He stared at her young, fresh face. She was smiling, but somehow it sent a chill straight down his spine. He knew she was making an example of him. And even if the higher-ups weren't thrilled with her, she was still the general manager right now. Clenching his fists in frustration, he turned to the female employee. You're fired. No. The woman grasped at hope, her voice desperate. Manager Hu. Shut up if you don't want to end up blacklisted everywhere. Hu Qingdong cut her off. Knowing she couldn't fight it, the woman fled in tears. Watching it all unfold, Xiao Yi gave Shuli a silent thumbs up. She allowed herself a small smile, then turned back to Hu Qingdong. Manager Hu, show me to my office. His expression dark, he muttered, fine. At the residence, Liang Xini sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. Wu Jingyi sat beside her, trying to soothe her, while old Master An stood in the middle of the living room, phone pressed to his ear, shouting into it. If my son owes you money, I'll pay every cent as soon as I can. But if you lay a hand on him again, I'll end you. A mocking laugh crackled through the speaker. Old Master An, you got 2 days. If the money doesn't show up, your son's life is forfeit. The line went dead. Old Master An hurled his phone onto the couch. Wu Jingyi shot to her feet, panic flickering across her face. Dad, what did they say? What do you think? They want the money. Her face twisted. Which casino thinks it's tough enough to mess with the An family? Don't give them a cent. Just take a crew and shut the place down. Shut up. Old Master An slapped her hard across the face. Idiot. The only legally operated casino in the capital belongs to the Xiao Group. You want to go after Xiao Yuan's turf. You trying to get your brother killed faster. Wu Jingyi cowered, hand pressed to her stinging cheek. Her father had never hit her before. But lately, she couldn't seem to stop getting slapped. Bitterness soaked her voice. That bitch An Shuli is hooked up with Xiao Yuan now. There's no way she's not behind this. A flicker of murderous intent crossed old Master An's eyes. He'd almost forgotten. If An Shuli had really latched onto Xiao Yuan, things were about to get a lot more complicated. He grabbed his phone and dialed Lu Jinxian. I'm agreeing to your proposal from before. But this might be more difficult than you think. Lu Jinxian's voice came through cool and measured. Because of Xiao Yuan. Old Master An blinked. So she already knew. What's your plan? Her reply was ice. Eliminate the problem for good. The conference room at the bank held 11 people around a long oval table. And Shuli took the head seat. The others were filled by bank management. Flanking her were 2 vice managers, both in their 50s. The rest of the staff sat in their 40s. And Shuli was barely 20. Xiao Yi beside her was 19. She began, I called today's meeting mostly so I could get to know everyone. Put faces to names. Ridiculous. The vice manager on her left, Leng, cut in with a cold scowl. What were the higher-ups thinking, sending a green girl to be general manager? They want to run this bank into the ground. Seeing him take the lead, the others piled on. Seriously. Profits have been sinking for 2 years. This move will bury us. We've been here for decades. Has she spent a single day in a bank? Does she know the first thing about banking operations? And she's our general manager now. We'll be a laughingstock in a week. They talked among themselves, treating An Shuli like she wasn't even in the room. She didn't interrupt. She just listened quietly while they vented. Xiao Yi couldn't take it anymore. Hey, You old-timers stop acting like a few gray hairs give you the right to talk down to us. Do you know anything about President An? All this yapping, and for what? These were senior bank executives, accustomed to deference even within the An group. Nobody had ever called them out for being old, much less by someone barely out of his teens. One man jabbed a finger at Xiao. Who do you think you are, telling us what to do? When I started working, your mother was still playing in the mud. Xiao fired back without missing a beat. Old age doesn't buy you manners. You don't respect the general manager, so why should I respect you? You. The man's face flushed crimson. When did I ever disrespect the general manager? Enough. And Shuli slammed her palm on the table, and the room went silent. Her cold gaze swept across every face. I know none of you approve of me as general manager. But I have an official appointment letter. If any of you are capable enough to get the group to revoke it, I'll walk out of here without another word. She paused, letting the weight of it settle. Alternatively, if anyone here can stomach having me as your boss, you can resign right now and I'll approve it on the spot. The room went dead silent. Every face in that conference room was tight, but nobody dared open their mouth. And Shuli let the silence hang for a bit. When no one spoke, she finally went on. I know exactly what you're all thinking. So let me be clear, if I catch any of you pulling something, I will not go easy. Don't underestimate me because I'm young. I've got more than a few tricks of my own, and nothing you try is going to slip past me. Meeting adjourned. She stood and walked straight out without a backward glance. The people left behind traded uneasy looks. Something cold settled in the pit of every stomach. They got up and filed out, one by one. Vice President Lang headed for his office. A handful of his closest allies followed him in, Hu Qingdong included, all men handpicked by old Master An, all answering to Lang. Hu Qingdong dropped onto the couch and spoke first. Vice President Lang, that An Shuli, young as she is, there's something about her that gives me actual chills. Lang settled into the armchair at the head of the table and crossed his legs, a sneer already in place. She's a little girl putting on a tough act. It was all for show. What's there to be scared of? Someone else cut in. So what's the move? Lang snorted. The move? We wait. Watch. The chairman told the board she'll double performance in 6 months. Her. Please. Hu Qingdong chuckled. Exactly. The second she fails, she's out. We'll sit back and watch her crash. Lang nodded. That's the idea. Another voice piped up, uneasy. But old Master An told us to push her out fast. We can't just sit on our hands. Lang's eyes narrowed. Relax. That 100 billion credit line project with the state-owned enterprise sent her to handle it. If she can't close, she answers to the board. Hu Qingdong frowned. From what I've heard, the Pei family is competing for that same deal. She's got zero shot. A slight gleam sparked in Lang's eyes. We were never winning that bid anyway. We needed a scapegoat. Let her take the fall. Smiles broke out across the room. The flattery came fast. As expected of Vice President Lang. Brilliant. We're not even in the same league. Someday I hope to reach your level. After taking office, An Shuli locked herself in her office for 2 straight days to learn the bank inside and out. She'd always been quick to pick things up. But ever since the injection on Summing Island, her memory and comprehension had sharpened to something almost terrifying. 2 days was all it took to master every aspect of operations. Her assistant, functioning as her aide, had nothing urgent to do, so he spent those 2 days camped on her couch playing games on his phone. When she finally surfaced, it was nearly quitting time. She stretched, rolling her neck. The assistant jumped up immediately to massage her shoulders. Boss, you've been grinding. What do you want for dinner? I'll set it up. And Shuli thought for a second. Isn't there a mountain road race up Fragrant Ridge tonight? His eyes lit up. Yeah. You gonna race, boss? I haven't seen you compete in forever. A small smile tugged at her lips. Spread the word. I'm in. The assistant practically launched out of his seat. Yes. I'm on it. The fans are gonna lose their minds when they hear Racing God X is back. And Shirley stood. Come on. Let's go get hot pot. On the way to the restaurant, the assistant contacted the race organizers. The moment they heard Racing God X was entering, they blasted the announcement everywhere. By the time they sat down to eat, the assistant was staring at his phone, eyes wide. Holy crap, boss. Your poll is insane. Over 10,000 comments in just a few minutes. He shoved the screen toward her. She glanced at the comment section. Nothing but exclamation points. Oh my god. Racing God is coming. He's my forever goat. Oh. This is too sudden. I'm heading there right now to grab a spot. No way. Why is this happening so fast? I'm out of town, what do I do? I wasn't even going to watch tonight, but if Racing God shows up, I'll crawl up Fragrant Ridge if I have to. Wait for me. And Shirley just smiled and said nothing. She ordered a mountain of food. Work had drained her dry. She needed to refuel. The service was quick. Their table was soon piled with plates. The assistant dropped some meat into the boiling broth for her. Boss, you're swamped right now. Why the sudden urge to race? And Shirley wolfed down a few slices of fatty beef. The meat was juicy, tender. For work. The assistant's brain visibly short-circuited. Work? What kind of work needs racing? She tapped his head lightly with her chopsticks. Who gave me that intel? Those old men handed me a hot potato. I'm going to make them eat their words. The assistant fought hard, then his eyes flew wide. Wait, there's gonna be someone important at the race tonight. And Shirley shoved a cube of beef fat into her mouth. Not completely brainless after all. Fragrant Ridge. Xia Mingyu climbed out of a sports car, his face a mess of bruises and swelling. Two rich young masters spotted him and rushed over. Yo, Master Xia. You made it out. What happened to your face? Too embarrassed to admit he'd been beaten over gambling debts, Xia Mingyu just scowled. Sparring. Caught a few hits. The two sensed he didn't want to talk about it and let it drop. Instead, they said, even banged up, you still should. Must be for Racing God X. At the sound of that name, Xia Mingyu's whole mood lifted. Obviously. I'm his biggest fan. I've watched every race. Too bad I've never seen his real face. I'm hoping tonight I finally meet my idol. The other two grinned. We're fans too. That drift and flip technique of his is unreal. I've watched every clip out there, nobody comes close. It's god tier. Xia Mingyu sniffed. I've done more than watch clips. I dropped a fortune buying the first car he ever raced. The two exchanged stunned glances. You bought that car? I heard it went for tens of millions. Master Xie, you're on another level. Honestly, we're jealous. That's Racing God X's original battle machine. Everyone in the scene wants to study its mod structure. A smug look settled on Xia Mingyu's face. A few million. No big deal. The two piled on instantly. Master Xie is the real deal. We're just posers next to you. Exactly. Once Racing God X sees how dedicated you are, he's gonna be moved. Just then, someone shouted, Look! Racing God is here. Her words ignited a frenzy. The crowd lining the roadside, desperate for a glimpse of the car god, surged forward. And Xianyu shoved his way to the front with the rest of them. Spectators packed the area so tightly that the organizer's car had to clear a path. An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan's car followed in the middle. Xiao Yuan stared out the window at the sea of people. Under the night sky and the glow of the lights, the scene was spectacular. His jaw dropped. Boss, this is crazier than a sold-out stadium show. An Ruoxi laughed. You're exaggerating. No way. It's bigger. The organizer's car stopped on the track. An Ruoxi stepped out, thousands of eyes on her. The second she appeared, the crowd erupted. Holy crap, look at that silhouette, the car god's a woman. No way. She only raced once and never showed her face. So yeah, it could be a woman. Then why the mask? Is she ugly? Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. She's my idol. Male or female, nobody talks trash about her. Are you blind? Look at her body, she's clearly gorgeous. If you don't know what you're talking about, stay quiet. Wait, are we fans or simps now? Why's everyone obsessing over her looks? Does nobody want to see what she can do on the track? Yeah, when does the race start? I can't wait. Car God, I love you. Amid the chaos, An Ruoxi smiled and waved at the crowd. The organizer's representative grabbed a mic and launched into an electric opening speech. Thank you all for being here tonight. We are honored to have the legendary Car God X joining us. The crowd roared. The noise was deafening. The energy was unreal. Tonight's race will be live-streamed. After the competition, on top of the huge prize, Car God X will remove her mask and reveal her real face at the very end. Stay tuned. Now, let the race begin. The moment the words dropped, engines thundered, and every racer pulled up to the starting line. Drivers climbed out and rushed over, desperate to shake the car god's hand. And Xiao Yuan's face burned with excitement. He stepped forward, almost shy. See, car god, I'm your biggest fan. I even bought your first car. An Ruoxi looked at him. A flicker of eyes crossed her eyes, then vanished. Right now, he looked like an innocent kid. But nobody would guess what he did behind closed doors: gambling, drinking, women, drugs. When he and his friends got bored, they'd head to universities to hunt for female students. If a girl said no, they drug her. An Ruoxi had already tracked down over a dozen victims. And Shangxing was calm. His offspring were no different. And since he'd come to her tonight, she wasn't holding back. She smiled. Good luck. And Xiao Yuan's whole face lit up. Thank you, car god. I'll give it everything I've got. She didn't spare him another look. She turned to the racer next to her. The man watched her with open admiration and respect. She recognized him from a photo Xiao Yuan. His father oversaw the billion-dollar credit project the An family's commercial bank was handling. An Ruoxi smiled at him. Good luck to you too. She held out her hand. Zhang Yu's eyes went wide. He gave a small bow and took it. Thank you, car god. A whistle blew. Every racer climbed back into their cars. A beautiful woman in heels walked to the front of the track, holding a red flag high. Another whistle. The flag dropped. Engines screamed. Cars shot forward like arrows. But An Ruoxi's car stayed put, rumbling in place. What's happening with the car god? Why isn't she moving? Idiot, she's giving them a head start. Damn, that's the car god for you. In a race where every second counts, she's letting them go this long. There she goes. Look at that acceleration. Go, car god. Car god, I love you. The roar of engines ripped through the night. The pack screamed down the track. And Xiao Yuan loved racing, and he was good. Soon, he was far ahead. He still couldn't see the car god's car anywhere. Pride swelled in his chest. Could he actually beat her tonight? If he did, he'd become the next car god. Then he'd win his idol over. With his family connections and his skills, she'd never say no. The thought made him giddy. He floored it. The other racers fought to keep up. Then tires screeched from behind. A peacock blue sports car tore forward, overtaking one after another, swallowing a dozen cars in seconds. On the giant screen, the The commentator's voice cracked with adrenaline. She's passed another. That's 10 cars in a row. And she gave them a full 30-second head start. Unbelievable. I've never seen driving like this. She's even better than her last race. Watch this, her signature move. The reverse entry drift. So smooth. So damn cold. Car God. Car God. Oh. Car God. The commentator stared at the drone feed, completely losing control. An Ruoxi kept her eyes locked on the road. Ahead, she spotted An Xiaoyuan's car. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her face. She slammed the accelerator. In a heartbeat, she blew past 2 more cars and pulled up beside him. An Xiaoyuan saw the car God next to him and his breath caught. She caught up. His idol was a monster. An Ruoxi glanced through the window at his car. Then she eased off the gas. Just slightly. Another car shot past her. She spotted a large rock at the roadside. She angled the wheel and ran over it. With perfect control, the rock launched into the air straight into the windshield of the car that had just overtaken her. The driver panicked. He wrenched the wheel and slammed straight into An Xiaoyuan's car. An Xiaoyuan was flying. The impact flipped his car instantly. It rolled across the track, tumbling over and over again. The crowd watching the big screen gasped. Oh God, he crashed. At that speed, that many flips, he's done. If he's not dead, he's wrecked for life. Poor guy. Poor. He signed up for this. It happens. Bad luck. Let's racing. There was never any doubt. Racing God took first place. Xia Mingyu came in second. Susie Han had given him that 30-second head start on purpose. She wanted to push him from behind, keep him sharp. Xia Mingyu was a good driver, better than most, but he wasn't on Pan Jichu's level. With Jichu out of the race after his crash, having Zihan on his tail kept Mingyu razor focused. He drove cleaner, more precise. So when he stood on the podium next to his idol, Racing God, he couldn't stop grinning. After the trophies were handed out, the host grabbed the mic, practically vibrating with excitement. Now for the moment you all been waiting for. Let's welcome Racing God to remove the blindfold. The crowd erupted. Susie Han didn't hesitate. She pulled off the black blindfold that had covered her eyes. For one heartbeat, the audience went dead silent, then an even louder roar crashed over them. Oh my God, Racing God is an absolute goddess. I can't breathe. How is this face even real? Her beauty is a nuclear bomb. One look and I'm wrecked. Perfect model face. Even my dream girl doesn't look this good. Does anyone else think she looks familiar? Isn't she the Yunji designer who tore through the fashion world? My girlfriend is obsessed with Yunji. I've seen the photos, that's definitely her. Is she some kind of goddess? A fashion master and a racing god? How is that even possible? Unbelievable. Beside her, Xia Mingyu stared, completely dazed. She shot him a sideways glance. His face instantly flashed scarlet. After the race, the organizers took the winners out for dinner. Xia Mingyu sat beside Susie Han, shy and awkward. He didn't work up the courage to speak until the meal was over and everyone was heading out. Our racing god, see, can I get your number? A flicker of mischief lit Susie Han's eyes. Of course. Xia Mingyu fumbled with his phone. His hands shook so badly he had to scan her QR code 3 times before it went through. On the drive back, Xiaoju was thrilled. Boss, did you get his contact info? Susie Han was scrolling through Xia Mingyu's WeChat moments. Obviously. When are you going to have him talk to his dad about the partnership? She put her phone away. Not yet. If Xia Mingyu approached his father now, there was a good chance the old man would say no. This deal meant too much. She couldn't afford a single misstep. Xiaoju frowned. Then when? A smile tugged at the corner of Susie Han's mouth. When his sister and Pei Tianming get engaged. At the hospital emergency room, a staff member from the organizing committee sat on the bench outside the operating room. The father, the mother, and the sister rushed in. The staff member scrambled to his feet the second he saw them. Mr. Pan. Mrs. Pan. Miss Pan. The father's face was a thundercloud. What happened to my son? The man flinched at that murderous glare. He's still in surgery. Surgery. The mother's legs gave out. She nearly crumpled to the floor. The sister grabbed her. Mom! The mother burst into sobs. How could he flip the car? He was fine. The staff member stammered. Racing cars move at extremely high speeds. There's always an element of danger. Flipping, it happens. The father held onto his composure. Stop crying. He's still in there. That car of his wasn't cheap, he'll pull through. The mother wiped at her tears frantically. Right. Xixi rolled a car before and walked away. This will be another close call. The words had barely left her mouth when the operating room doors swung open. A doctor in surgical gear stepped out. The father and mother rushed over. Doctor, how is our son? Nothing serious, right? The doctor's voice was grim. Are you the family? The mother nodded frantically. We're his parents. Your son's legs are severely damaged. To save his life, we have to amputate. You need to decide now. Amputate. This time even the father couldn't stay upright. He stumbled backward, nearly collapsing. Back at the Xiao family estate, Susie Hang changed out of her racing suit before she went inside. Old Master Xiao was waiting on the sofa. He dozed off, his head bobbing gently. Guilt crashed over Susie Hang. She just injured Pan Jichu, her grandfather's grandson. Grandpa would be heartbroken if he knew. But she didn't regret it. A monster like Pan Jichu deserved his punishment. She walked over and called softly, Grandpa. After the second call, old Master Xiao slowly opened his eyes. A warm smile spread across his face when he saw her. My good girl is home. Susie Hang smiled and nodded. Grandpa, why aren't you in bed? He patted the cushion beside him. I was a little worried, you coming home so late. Warmth flooded her chest. Her parents were gone, but at least she still had her grandpa. Grandpa, I'm grown. I can take care of myself. Don't worry. He reached out and stroked her hair, his touch full of affection. In my eyes, you'll always be my little girl. She laughed and hugged him. You're the best, Grandpa. Let me help you to bed. After she tucked him in, she headed to her own room. When she opened the door, Xiao Yuan was sitting on the edge of her bed, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. Susie Hang grinned. Already showered and waiting for me. Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened. Without a word, he pulled her into his arms. His lips brushed her ear, his voice low. Racing God. Xixi baby, how many more secrets are you keeping from me? Susie Hang looped her arms around his neck. Guess. A sly smile curved his lips. I'm guessing the next surprise is tonight. I've learned a few new positions. Want to test them out? She shot him a look. Was there anything in his head besides sex? She pushed at his chest. Put me down. I need a shower. But his arm locked around her waist. He dipped his head, capturing her lips in a slow, teasing kiss. Let's try one first. I'll carry you in after. Susie Hang turned her face away, but his mouth found her throat, trailing kisses down the pale column of her neck. She gasped. No, I'm all sweaty. His kisses didn't stop. His broad hand slid under the hem of her shirt, his voice a dangerous rasp. Baby's sweat smells good. Susie Hang fumed. What a freak. But then she realized she was wrong. He wasn't a freak. He was a siren. A soul-stealing siren. The hospital room echoed with the crash of objects hitting the floor. Why did you cut off my leg? Who told you to amputate it? My leg! My leg! And Xian Yu screamed, hurling everything within reach. Xixi wept, tears streaming down her face. Zaniu, calm down. The doctor said you need to rest. You can't get this worked up. Pale and gaunt, and Xian Yu stared at his mother through tear-filled eyes. Mom, this isn't real, right? Tell me it's not real. And Chu watched her brother, fury blazing in her gaze. It has to be An Ruoxi. That bitch did this to him. And Xian Yu's eyes went red. What do you mean by that? You don't know yet. And Chu's voice was bitter. That so-called god of racing, X, is An Ruoxi. It's all over the internet. She's famous now, and you're lying here with no legs. What? And Xian Yu's eyes went wide with disbelief. He shook his head frantically. No way. An Ruoxi can't be my idol. She's not. You're lying to me, aren't you? Tell me you're lying. That bitch can't be the god of racing. Impossible. His emotions spiraled even further out of control. He shoved Xixi, who was trying to comfort him, and she hit the floor. And Shangxin stood there, his expression dark, and ordered the bodyguards outside. Hold him down. Get the doctor. The guards pinned An Xian Yu while the doctor administered a sedative. He finally quieted. Xixi sobbed uncontrollably, staring at her son. My boy, how did it come to this? And Shangxin was irritated by the noise. All you do is cry. What else are you good for? Xixi grabbed his arm through her tears. Your daughter An Ruoxi did this to your son. Are you just going to let it slide? And Shangxin's face hardened. Murder flickered in his eyes. An Ruoxi. He pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Jinxian. When are you making your move? Lu Jinxian's voice came back calm. Almost ready. The timing is set for the day of the engagement between the An and Pei families. And Shangxin's eyes narrowed. You're planning to cause trouble at the engagement banquet. Of course not, Lu Jinxian replied. After the banquet. The day of the An Pei engagement arrived fast. An Ruoxi dressed with extra care. When she came downstairs, old Master An's eyes lit up. Our little darling looks beautiful today. An Ruoxi took his arm, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. It's a happy day, after all. Old Master An had worried she might be upset, but she seemed completely over it. He patted her hand approvingly. In a few days, I'll gather the most eligible young men in the capital for you to choose from. An Ruoxi's lips curved. Thank you, Grandpa. In the car, she pulled out her phone and texted Xiaolu. Ready. The reply came instantly. Everything's set. A cold smile touched her lips. Can't wait. Xiaolu, don't worry, boss. Tonight's going to be one hell of a show. The banquet was held at the capital's most luxurious 7-star hotel, opulent, dazzling, with golden light and crystal chandeliers glittering everywhere. As family members, Old Master and An Ruoxi were escorted to a private lounge. And Shangxin and Xixi were already there. Their expressions shifted the moment they saw the newcomers. Old Master and asked Shangxin, how is Xian Yu's leg healing? The instant the question landed, Xixi's tears started flowing again. And Shangxin's voice was flat. It is what it is. Old Master sighed. With everything that's happened, you two should spend more time with him. Xixi shot a tearful glare at An Ruoxi. That bitch An Ruoxi is the reason my son is like this. Shut up. And Shangxin cut her off. Do you want to ruin your daughter's engagement too? For her daughter's sake, Xixi swallowed her rage. Old Master An's tone turned stern. We're all sad about Xian Yu's injury, but that has nothing to do with Ruoxi. And Ruoxi gave An Shangxin and Xixi a cold look. Grandpa, it's fine. Mom and Dad are just blinded by grief. You stay here. I'm going to look around. She left the lounge and walked into the main hall. The golden goblets, the gourmet dishes, the palace-like decor, someone had put serious thought into this. And Chu must have been so excited about this engagement. Too bad her dream was about to shatter. An Ruoxi, you actually showed up. A sweet but venomous voice came from behind. Pei Jinhua, Pei Tianqi's younger sister, walked over with her 3 hangers-on, the same crew from the fashion design competition. An Ruoxi's eyes held a mocking edge. What, didn't get enough last time? You. Pei Jinhua's face flushed with humiliation. This is Pei family territory. Try laying a hand on me. An Ruoxi just looked at her, saying nothing. She had a show to watch tonight and didn't want to start a fight. Seeing her silence, Pei Jinhua took it as fear. A smug grin spread across her face. You used to be so obsessed with my second brother. Now that he's marrying someone else, it must sting like hell, right? Too bad you're just a stray dog now. Not fit to tie his shoes. An Ruoxi laughed, covering her mouth. Then I should thank your family for sparing me. Honestly, after what Pei Tianqi and An Chuchu did at someone else's birthday banquet, that was disgusting. I'm kind of relieved I dodged that bullet. Pei Jinhua's face went red with fury. Sure, the Pei and families had been discussing an alliance, but the way it actually went down had embarrassed everyone. And An Ruoxi dared to say it out loud. Keep talking and I'll rip your mouth open, Pei Jinhua snapped. An Ruoxi rolled her eyes. Miss Pei, you came over to me, remember? If you want to humiliate yourself, that's on you. But before you throw a punch, think about it, there are so many guests here today. Ruining your brother's engagement. Think your family would forgive you? Pei Jinhua's clenched fists loosened. Wariness flickered in her eyes. She shot An Ruoxi a vicious glare. I'll settle the score with you another time. Just wait. Let's go. She stormed off with her lackeys. An Ruoxi watched them go, disdain curling her lips. Amateurs. Barely worth my time. A server passed by with a tray of drinks. She stopped him and took a glass of champagne. Up on the stage, the MC stepped up to the microphone. An Ruoxi swirled the glass in her hand, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth. The show begins. An Chuchu and Pei Tianqi walked onto the stage, hand in hand. The MC beamed and launched into his opening speech. Below the stage, guests raised their glasses, their eyes locked on the picture-perfect couple. What a gorgeous pair. I figured the Pei and families would never actually go through with it. Rumors floated around forever, but nothing ever happened. Guess it's finally real. After all that mess, they couldn't afford not to get engaged. People would have ripped them apart. The An family isn't what it used to be. Attaching themselves to the Peis. That's their ticket back from the dead. The murmurs rolled through the crowd like a low tide. Up on stage, An Chuchu was glowing. She scanned the faces below. She knew nearly everyone, the capital's elite, the movers and shakers. Some of these people used to make her own father grovel. Now they stood here, waiting on her pleasure. She had never tasted a high this sweet. From tonight on, she had the Pei family at her back. In this city, she could do anything. At the thought, she turned toward Pei Tianqi, her eyes dripping with adoration. He wasn't smiling. He had doubts about this engagement from the start. And the way it came together. Humiliating. Then his gaze snagged on someone in the crowd. An Ruoxi. She stood beneath the glittering lights, her expression cool and distant. All grace. All composure. Unforgettable. A fresh wave of bitterness surged through him. An Chuchu followed his stare and spotted An Ruoxi instantly. Even in a sea of glamorous gowns, that woman radiated something untouchable. An Chuchu clenched her jaw so hard her molars ached. An Ruoxi. After tonight, you'll be dead and buried. Go ahead and flirt with men in hell. She snapped back as the MC wrapped up his speech. Now, let's invite the bride and groom to sign the marriage certificate. Staff immediately carried in an antique long table. Another team unrolled a scroll-shaped marriage certificate and smoothed it flat. And Chu and Pei Tianqi stepped forward, fingers intertwined, smiles in place. They each lifted a brush pen from the stand. Just as the brushes touched the paper, the grand doors at the back of the banquet hall slammed open. Every head in the room turned, and Chu's face went white when she saw who walked in. A middle-aged couple, hair graying, moved forward clutching a black and white portrait of a young woman. 4 massive bodyguards flanked them like a brick wall. The guests settled in for a show. Yikes! Bringing that to an engagement party. That's a curse. Never seen those two before. Definitely not old money. The girl in the picture looks so young. What happened to her? This is about to get good. Pei family event staff scrambled. Get them out. Now. But before their security could get close, the couple's bodyguards took them down hard and fast. The woman holding the portrait wailed at the top of her lungs. And Chu. A laugh for a laugh. Guests tore through the crowd. Every drop of color drained from An Chu's face. She knew exactly what this was about. Pei Tianqi's expression went dark. He grabbed her arm and hissed, "What the hell is this?" And Chu shook violently, tears streaming. Tiankai, don't listen to her. She's here to ruin us. Get rid of them. More security rushed in from the Pei family, from the An family. But the couple's bodyguards were on a completely different level. No matter how many men charged at them, nobody broke through. The woman clutching the portrait never stopped. 5 years ago, while studying abroad, An Chu seduced my daughter's boyfriend. He came to his senses and went back to my daughter. An Chu couldn't stand it, so she got behind the wheel and ran my daughter down. Dear God, let justice be done. Make this murderer pay for what she did. She dropped to her knees in front of the whole room. The instant her knees hit the floor, the giant screen at the front of the banquet hall flickered and changed. A video began to play. A sports car tore down a street and slammed into a young woman with long hair and a white dress. The girl's body flew through the air. The driver scrambled out of the car, panicked. The victim wasn't dead yet. She reached out one hand and grabbed the driver's ankle. The driver, her face clearly visible, screamed and kicked her off. Hard. Again and again. Only when the girl stopped moving did the driver climb back into the car and speed away. The room erupted. No one had a doubt who that driver was. And Chu. Holy shit. She actually ran her down on purpose, then kicked her to death. That look on her face. That's terrifying. How is Pei Tianqi supposed to sleep next to someone like that? That's premeditated murder. Death penalty. Mason is finished. And Chu heard the whispers and whipped her head toward the screen. The second she saw the video, she lost it. No. That's not me. Turn it off. Turn it off. And Shangxing was in full panic. He shouted at his men, "Are you all useless? Kill the screen." An Ruoxi watched the chaos unfold, her eyes like ice. And Chu, did you think that was the end of it? It's not over yet. The screen shifted. This time, the footage was crystal clear. Pei Tianqi lay unconscious on a pristine white bed. And Chu burst into the room. She leaned over him, shaking him. Tiankai. What's wrong? Don't scare me like this. She called his name a few more times, her voice cracking with panic. Then she stopped. Slowly, she traced his cheek with her fingers, almost lovingly. Tiankai, is this fate? If it is, let's be together forever. She started unbuttoning her dress. The screen went black. Whoa! So it wasn't a drugging. He was set up the whole time. That woman is insane. Murder, and now this shameless scheme. The An and Pei families are never coming back from tonight. Why'd the screen cut off? I wanted to see the good part. Pei Tianqi's face twisted with pure rage. He lunged at An Chu and wrapped both hands around her throat. You bitch! You set me up! An Chu couldn't breathe. Her face reddened, Her eyes bulged. She shook her head helplessly, tears spilling. 天开. I just love you too much. The engagement party turned into a complete joke. Everyone was eating up the drama when the banquet hall doors swung open again. A few police officers walked in. The one in front flashed his badge. Which one of you is An Ruoxi? An Ruoxi is suspected of involvement in a murder. You need to come with us. Pei Tianqi threw her off like garbage. An Ruoxi hit the floor, coughing violently, tears blurring her vision. She looked up at An Ruoxi and screamed, Dad! Save me! An Ruoxi's face went black as a pot bottom. He clenched his fists but said nothing. He buried that case years ago. Now it was out in the open. Everything was ruined. His eyes snapped to An Ruoxi in the crowd. She did this. An Ruoxi stood there, her face cold as frost. When she felt his glare, she met it without flinching. Hurts, doesn't it, An Ruoxi? This was only the beginning. She was going to make his whole family feel the pain her parents and brother had suffered. Their eyes locked across the room. The air crackled with invisible fire. An Ruoxi ground his molars. He swore he'd kill her right then. The guests filtered out. Old Master An wasn't feeling well after hearing about An Ruoxi, so An Ruoxi had someone take him home. Xiao found her in a hidden corner of the hall. Boss, when do we move to the next step? An Ruoxi's gaze was fixed on the lounge. The Pei and families had gone in earlier and still hadn't come out. She asked casually, Xiao, what do you think they're discussing in there? He snorted. What else? If I were the Pei family and got played like that, I wouldn't just call off the engagement, I'd start a war with An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi's lips curled. And how will An Ruoxi react? Easy. He'll be humiliated, then accuse the Pei family of burning the bridge. Right on cue, An Ruoxi stormed out of the lounge, face dark. Xiao Yuan followed, red-eyed and sniffling. It looked like they'd had a falling out with the Peis. An Ruoxi's phone buzzed with a text from Zhang Yu. Racing goddess, when are you free? Let me treat you to dinner. She smiled at the screen. Turning to Xiao, she said, leak all the Pei family dirt we collected in a couple of days. Make it look like An Ruoxi's revenge. Xiao grinned. Got it. On it. He jingled his car keys and disappeared. An Ruoxi replied to Zhang Yu, sure. I'll set the time. In the hotel parking lot, Xiao Yuan sat in the back seat, legs crossed, looking relaxed. He checked his watch. An Ruoxi should be done by now. Where was she? He sent her a text, coming down. She replied instantly, on my way. Getting in the elevator. He was about to reply when another call came in. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Lu Jinxian. He almost ignored it, but then a text popped up, answer or the old man dies. Xiao Yuan's eyes went cold. He called her back. What do you want? Lu Jinxian didn't answer. Instead, she said, listen to this. A scream rang out. Oh! Grandfather! Xiao Yuan's face turned savage. Where is he? Lu Jinxian laughed smugly. If you want the old man alive, do what I say. Xiao Yuan's knuckles cracked as his fist tightened. If even a hair on his head is missing, I'll end you. She ignored the threat. Get to the place I tell you in half an hour. Or start planning the funeral. And remember, come along. An Ruoxi took the elevator down to the parking lot. She went to where Xiao Yuan said he'd be, but his car wasn't there. Something felt wrong. She called him. Straight to voicemail. His phone was off. She called Xiao, but before he could pick up, a new text flashed on her screen. Her eyes locked onto the message. She cut the call and stared. Xiao called back immediately. Boss. She answered, her voice tight. Need you to do something for me. She hung up and read the text again. If you want to save Xiao Yuan, come to the place I tell you. Alone. An abandoned temple on a desolate mountain outside the city. Xiao Yuan arrived, dusty and tense. 4 mercenaries carrying submachine guns stood guard at the entrance. One went inside to report, then came back and patted Xiao Yuan down before letting him through. Lu Jinxian sat beneath a toppled statue, calmly sipping tea. The temple was covered in cobwebs and weeds, but her little corner was spotless. 10 armed mercenaries flanked her. The space was cramped. Old Master Xiao sat nearby, his mouth taped shut, hands tied behind his back. When he saw Xiao Yuan, he shook his head frantically. Xiao Yuan's blood boiled at the sight of the proud old man reduced to this state. He forced himself to stay calm, fists tight. Lu Jinxian looked up, her face twisted with malice. Didn't think someone as heartless as you could actually care about anyone. Xiao Yuan glared. I learned from the best. You killed your own husband and son. Her eyes flickered with fury. That was the shame of her life. She wanted to erase the past, start fresh, but Xiao Yuan was a ghost she couldn't shake. Not this time. She took a breath. Those mercenaries outside the Xia vault last time, they were yours, weren't they? Xiao Yuan ignored her and gestured at his grandfather. I'm here. Let him go. Lu Jinxian smiled. What's the rush? I know you sent them. You turned your own mother in for outsiders. I gave you life. Mother? Xiao Yuan laughed bitterly. You don't deserve that title. And you stabbed me in the chest last time. I returned the life you gave me. He was losing patience. Let him go. Now. Then he noticed something off. You're stalling. What are you really up to? Lu Jinxian's eyes gleamed with approval. Good instincts, my son. You'll find out soon. He was about to speak again when a clear female voice rang out from behind him. She's waiting for me. Xiao Yuan spun around, shocked. It was An Ruoxi. What are you doing here? She flashed him a bright smile. Saving you. Obviously. Lu Jinxian covered her mouth, a mocking laugh escaping. Xiao Yuan. You really are lucky. I was worried she wouldn't show. Turns out, someone in this world actually cares about you after all. Perfect. Now you two can go to hell together. At least you'll have company. An Ruoxi stepped up beside Xiao Yuan. She looked at Lu Jinxian, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Who says we're the ones going to hell? Maybe it'll be you, Director Lu. Lu Jinxian's face twisted at her fearless tone. Still running your mouth when you're at death's door. She hissed. Get them. She barked the order, and the mercenaries outside burst in, guns raised. Every mercenary already inside the temple lifted their weapons too. Old Master Xiao let out a muffled cry, desperately shaking his head, telling them to run. Xiao Yuan glanced at him and laughed. Old man, I'm risking my life for you today. You're not allowed to yell at me anymore. The old man's eyes went red as he kept shaking his head. Xiao Yuan looked away. He turned cold eyes on Lu Jinxian. My father hurt you back then. I get it. But the old man treated you well. Let him go. Take it out on me. Lu Jinxian glanced at old Master Xiao, her gaze eyes. No one leaves this temple alive. Ready. At her command, every mercenary chambered around. The tension snapped tight. A gunfight was seconds away. An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan exchanged a fast look. Lu Jinxian watched them like lambs to the slaughter, smug satisfaction flooding through her. After today, her humiliating past would be buried forever. She could finally take her place as the true power behind the Xia group. For a moment, she let a flicker of maternal pity cross her face. Xiao Yuan, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. Fie. The word barely left her mouth when a figure blurred past. Oh! She shrieked, but before she could react, An Ruoxi had her by the throat. At the same instant, Xiao Yuan lunged toward old Master Xiao. A sweeping kick sent both guards crashing to the ground. He snatched one of their submachine guns in the same motion. It all happened in a heartbeat. Before anyone could process it, An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan had seized control. Lu Jinxian screamed in fury. How are you that fast? An Ruoxi let out a soft laugh. Didn't anyone tell you? Villains talk too much. If your grandfather wasn't in your hands, your man wouldn't even be a snack for me. She tightened her grip on Lu Jinxian's throat. Tell them to drop their weapons. Lu Jinxian ceded. She spent a fortune in resources to capture old Master Xiao. She picked this remote temple to make sure no one would ever know. And now these two had dismantled her plan in one move. She had underestimated them. I am not letting you get away with this, she spat. An Ruoxi's eyes turned cold. Some people just won't learn until they see blood. In one smooth motion, she grabbed Lu Jinxian's arm and twisted. Crack! Oh! Lu Jinxian screamed as her arm dislocated. I said, tell them to drop their weapons, An Ruoxi repeated. White-faced with pain, Lu Jinxian looked toward Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, are you just going to let her torture me like this? His dark eyes hardened. If I could, I'd rather not have you as my mother at all. You animal! Lu Jinxian spat. Abandoning your own mother. Have you no conscience? That did it. Without hesitation, An Ruoxi grabbed Lu Jinxian's other arm and twisted viciously. Xiao Yuan is a good man. You're the evil one. A mother like you, twisted and poisonous, isn't fit to be called human. Sweat dripped down Lu Jinxian's forehead. Her face contorted in agony. Finally, reality sank in. She turned to her men. Put down your weapons. All of you. The mercenaries obeyed. An Ruoxi turned to Xiao Yuan. Take your grandfather and go. Xiao Yuan ripped the tape from old Master Zhao's mouth. The old man's eyes were red. You too. I'm 1 foot in the grave. Why risk your lives for me? Xiao Yuan worked at the ropes binding him. Old man, we need to get out of here first. Save the lecture. Then footsteps, rapid and heavy, sounded from outside. An Ruoxi frowned, her eyes fixed on the entrance. Moments later, another wave of mercenaries stormed in. Leading them was Li Feng. He took one look at the scene inside and blinked in confusion. He had been expecting a bloodbath. This. He walked up to Xiao Yuan. Sir, are you alright? Xiao Yuan handed old Master Xiao over. Get someone to take my grandfather home first. Li Feng ordered the old man escorted out. Then An Ruoxi turned to settle the score with Lu Jinxian. You wanted to set a trap for Xiao Yuan. Fine. But why call me here? Lu Jinxian's eyes flickered. She growled, it was you, wasn't it? At my birthday banquet, the one who broke into the Xia group. An Ruoxi's lips curved. Not as dumb as you look. Hearing her admit it was something else entirely. Lu Jinxian's face twisted. Bitch! One day, I will kill you. An Ruoxi wasn't fazed. You won't get the chance. Lu Jinxian's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? An Ruoxi's gaze chilled. You know exactly what you've done. I wasn't planning to move so fast, but since you came to me. A cold shiver ran down Lu Jinxian's spine. What are you going to do? She turned to Xiao Yuan, all arrogance gone, almost pleading. Xiao Yuan. I am your mother. You're going to let her humiliate me like this. He looked at her, his face blank, his eyes empty. My mother died 17 years ago. Lu Jinxian could see Xiao Yuan had no intention of stepping in, so she went straight for threats. Lay a finger on me, An Ruoxi, and the Xia family will make sure you regret it. An Ruoxi laughed, soft and pitying. You really think they'll still care? Lu Jinxian's chin lifted. I run the Xia consortium. People outside give me respect. You touch me, and my husband will go to war with the Xiao consortium. He'll burn it all down to avenge me. An Ruoxi's voice dropped. Right now, your husband wants you dead. A chill crawled up Lu Jingxian's spine. What did you do? An Ruoxi released her. Nothing special. I just brought a few things to light. She leaned in close, with barely a murmur. You know the best way to make someone suffer. Lu Jingxian's eyes widened at the threat in that tone. Don't try to frighten me. I'm the head of the Xie consortium. Anyone who makes me miserable pays 100 times over. An Ruoxi smiled, slow and cruel. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Watching everything you bled for crumble in front of you, that's real suffering. She let go of Lu Jingxian's throat. Lu Jingxian doubled over, coughing so violently she nearly collapsed. An Ruoxi didn't look at her again. She turned to Xiao Yuan. Let's go. Xiao Yuan signaled Li Feng. The mercenaries had their weapons taken, and everyone was tied up together. They walked out side by side. What did you do? Xiao Yuan asked. An Ruoxi glanced at him. Had a top-tier hacker drop a few things online. Xiao Yuan grinned and slung an arm around her shoulders, pulling her tight against him. Xixi, baby, we are ridiculously in sync. We were made for each other. An Ruoxi lifted an eyebrow. What did you post? His grin stretched wider. Check the internet. Lu Jingxian watched them leave without a backwards glance, and her whole body shook with fury. She had left the Xiao family and married into the Xie family. Her second husband, the family head, adored her. Outsiders treated her with reverence. Not long ago she took control of the Xie consortium, and her power had never been greater. Today, 2 juniors had humiliated her. She would never swallow that. Her phone rang. Lu Jingxian snatched it up. It was her husband, Xia Huajin. His health had been poor for years, which was why she'd stepped into the consortium. Once she consolidated power, he handed over complete control and moved into a sanatorium. She steadied her voice, made it syrupy sweet. Honey. Xia Huajin's voice cut through like a blade. He roared, Lu Jingxian, what the hell have you done? Her heart lurched. What's wrong, honey? She asked, genuinely bewildered. On the other end, his breathing was ragged, his voice laced with disgrace and agony. Lu Jingxian, you just destroyed the Xie consortium. I should never have given you power. I've disgraced the Xie name. The more he spoke, the deeper her gut sank. I've worked myself to the bone for this conglomerate. How dare you say that to me? Xia Huajin let out a bitter laugh. Still playing innocent. Go online and see what you've done. I'm calling an emergency meeting tomorrow to strip you of your position. You're on your own. He hung up. Panic clawed at Lu Jingxian. She pulled up the news on her phone. Her heart plummeted. Xie Consortium Human Laboratory Heinous Crimes. Xie Consortium Pharmaceutical Subsidiary Fake Drugs, Multiple Deaths. Lu Jingxian of Xie Consortium Power for Money Deals. Xie Consortium Crimes Beyond Belief. 8 of the top 10 trending stories were about the Xie Consortium. Photos. Evidence. Everywhere. There was even a video of her accepting a bribe, her face crystal clear. She was seconds from losing her mind. She called her assistant immediately. Are you deaf? Get PR to take those topics down now. If they're still up in 30 minutes, everyone's fired. Her assistant flinched under her fury, fighting to keep his voice steady. President Lu, a hacker used God knows how many accounts to spread them. We can't get them taken down. And, the shareholders are furious. They're calling an emergency meeting to remove you. They need you back at the company right away. All the color drained from Lu Jingxian's face. The strength left her body, and she crumpled to the ground. Inside the car, An Ruoxi and Xiao Yuan each held a phone, scrolling through the trending topics. Xiao Yuan's expression was a complicated mix of amusement and admiration. He glanced sideways at her. When did you start digging into Lu Jingxian? An Ruoxi put her phone away. The day I found out she was your mother. The satisfaction rolling off him was impossible to miss. He reached over, pulled her onto his lap, and locked an arm around her waist. His lips curved. His voice dropped low and private. Was that for me? An Ruoxi traced her finger along his jaw. I just couldn't stand how arrogant she was. He caught her finger between his lips. Liar. He bit down gently. She shot him a look and yanked her finger free. Did a dog teach you that? Xiao Yuan laughed, deeply pleased. Yeah. An Ruoxi's dog. He cupped the back of her head and kissed her. There were other people in the car. An Ruoxi squirmed, embarrassed. Let go. Her thigh pressed against him, and his breath caught. He pulled back, dark eyes gone heavy. Don't move. She felt the hardness beneath her and her cheeks burned. She shoved him away and slid back into her own seat, turning to stare out the window. Xiao Yuan watched her sulk, utterly satisfied. He leaned in, shameless. Let's finish this at home. The residents sat under a suffocating blanket of silence. Old Master slumped in his wheelchair, utterly defeated. Xixi paced the living room, restless as a caged animal. Xixi's eyes were red-rimmed and swollen. Honey, Chu got arrested. Do something. Please. Xixi's patience snapped. Crying. That's all you ever fucking do. You cried every last shred of luck out of this house. Chu's case is airtight. Half the city watched it happen. What do you expect me to do? Xixi's tears wouldn't stop. You think I want to cry? Xianyu's leg is shattered. Chu's in handcuffs. One disaster after another keeps crashing down on this family. And I'm not allowed to shed a few tears. You're the head of the group. If you can't even protect your own son and daughter, then what kind of president are you? That landed like a blade between his ribs. He was the head of the group. And that little bitch An Ruoxi had humiliated him this badly. If word got out, he'd never hold his head up again. He thought back to his arrangement with Lu Jinxian. She was supposed to eliminate An Ruoxi. In exchange, he'd hand her a project. The timing should be just about right. He pulled out his phone to call her. But the screen lit up with a breaking news headline. Lu Jinxian's name was right there. His stomach dropped. A cold wave of dread flooded through him. He tapped the article, his fingers shaking. A few seconds in, his eyes bulged. His hands went slack and the phone clattered to the floor. Xixi saw his face go pale. What did you see? You look like you just saw a ghost. And Xixi didn't answer. Only one thought churned through his skull. Lu Jinxian was finished. Did that mean he was finished too? At the old Master Zhao's estate, the old man was propped up in bed. Wei Xian had his stethoscope pressed to his chest, working through a thorough exam. Xiao Yi and An Ruoxi stood quietly off to the side. After a long moment, Wei Xian straightened. Xiao Yi's face was dark with worry. How is he? Wei Xian offered a steady, reassuring smile. Just a fright. Elevated heart rate. Nothing serious. I'll prescribe something to settle his nerves. A couple days of rest and he'll be fine. The steward led Wei Xian out to get the medication. Xiao Yi shot his grandfather a lazy grin. You've seen plenty in your life. How did something like that spook you so badly? Old Master Xiao glared at him. Keep poking at me if you want me dead faster. Xiao Yi smoothed a wrinkle on the old man's blanket like a dutiful grandson. I'd say you're good for at least 100. But the old man didn't banter back. He turned to An Ruoxi, eyes warm and smiled gentle. Miss An, come sit. A pang of guilt pricked at her. She hadn't held anything back in front of Lu Jinxian. That superhuman speed. She wondered if it had scared him. She walked over and sat at the edge of the bed. Old Master Xiao smiled. I never imagined a girl like you could have such a sharp tongue and such deadly skill. An Ruoxi gave an embarrassed smile. You're not afraid, Grandpa? He looked genuinely confused. My future granddaughter-in-law is this remarkable. Why on earth would I be afraid? Xiao and I aren't. Xiao stepped closer without a shred of shame and settled his hand on her shoulder. He's already figured it out. Don't bother explaining. An Ruoxi shot him a subtle, needle-sharp glare. Watching them, the old man's eyes glistened. Xiao had endured so much growing up. To see him find someone who understood him, stood beside him, truly cared about him, he could die without a single regret. He reached out a hand. Brett. Help me up. Xiao frowned. Just rest. What do you need to get up for? Cut the crap. Help me. Xiao relented. The old man rose and smiled at An Ruoxi. Come with me, little girl. Okay. The three of them walked to the study. Old Master Xiao approached the safe and began punching in the code. An Ruoxi glanced around. He's about to show me another one of Xiao's keepsakes, isn't he? He swung the safe open. This time he pulled out an exquisite brocade box. He handed it to her. Open it. She looked over at Xiao. He tilted his chin, silently urging her. She lifted the lid. Inside lay a jade bracelet, deep and smooth and impossibly green. Even without an appraisal, she knew it was worth at least 7 figures. This is. It belonged to your grandmother, the old man said, his voice soft and heavy with memory. I've been saving it for her granddaughter-in-law. An Ruoxi snapped the box shut. It's too valuable. I can't accept this. Marry Xiao. She hadn't even let the idea form. Xiao's expression darkened. He grabbed the box from her hands, pulled out the bracelet, caught her wrist, and slid it on. The old man gave it to you. Wear it. Stop dragging your feet. An Ruoxi tried to pull back, but one look from him, a silent, burning threat, made her freeze. The moment the jade bracelet circled her wrist, his expression softened. Try running now, he thought. Old Master Zhao's whole face brightened. The next day, the internet was flooded with coverage of Lu Jinxian's arrest. The Xia group's stock was in freefall. An Ruoxi sat in a restaurant, as cool and steady as she stared at her phone. Miss An. A timid male voice sounded about her. She looked up. It was Long Yu. He wore a tailored suit and carried a bouquet of roses. He looked a little more polished, a little more mature than when they first met. An Ruoxi smiled. Please, have a seat. He sat across from her, a little shy. Sorry I'm late, Miss An. I stopped to buy flowers. It's fine. I just got here. And please, call me An Ruoxi. Zhang Yu's eyes flicked up to hers, a flush creeping across his cheeks. Miss An. He grabbed the menu fast. What would you like to eat? My treat. An Ruoxi took the menu casually and ordered 2 dishes. Zhang Yu added 2 more. After the waiter left, a silence stretched between them. An Ruoxi broke it. Judging by your age, you're still in college, right? Zhang Yu nodded obediently. Yeah. Just started my freshman year. That's nice, she said, a trace of envy in her voice. Not like me. I'm already working. Exhausted every day. He looked surprised. You don't seem old enough to be working. What do you do? Banking. I'm the general manager of the commercial bank under the An Group. His eyes went wide again. That's incredible. She kept her tone light and casual. Speaking of which, I heard your father is the head of the energy department in the capital. Zhang Yu nodded. Yeah. He's never home. Always busy. He really is. Our bank has a project we'd like to work with him on. We've tried scheduling a meeting a few times, but we never got through. Zhang Yu's face lit up. That's easy. I'll talk to him when I get home. I'll get him to meet with you. An Ruoxi masked her surge of excitement. Would that be okay? Of course. I'm just connecting you two. Nothing more than that. A warm blush stained his cheeks. Anne, I'd be happy to help you. She raised her teacup. Then I'll toast with tea instead of wine. Thank you. If she locked down this project, she'd have a real shot at bringing the An Group to its knees. Anxiouly's scandal sent An Group's stock into a freefall. With Lu Jinxian under arrest, every joint project with Xia Group was frozen. The company was drowning. The shareholders' meeting turned on Old Master and fast. President An, what's your plan to pull us out of this? We've already sunk capital into the Xia Group. If we don't find a fix, our cash flow is dead. This crisis is unprecedented. How exactly do you intend to solve it? Old Master An slammed his fist on the table. He'd been stretched thin for weeks. Business collapsing. Family in chaos. Every disaster hitting at once. Enough. His voice cracked. This is a temporary setback. Hold your confidence, and we will pull through. One shareholder wasn't buying it. We need actual solutions, President An. Not a pep talk. At the far end of the conference table, Anxiouly hadn't said a word. But a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. When that shareholder fired back, she couldn't hold it in. A soft, sharp laugh escaped. Old Master An's face went black. He pointed at her. Your elders are talking. You dare laugh? Insolent brat. Anxiouly didn't miss a beat. President An, just because you can't manage the company doesn't mean the rest of us have to suffer in silence. What did you say? He shoved his chair back and stood. I can fire you right here. Right now. She didn't flinch. The war between them had gone white hot. It was kill or be killed. Her lips curved. I'm about to sign a major deal with the energy department. You couldn't fire me even if you wanted to. The other shareholders perked up. I heard about that contract. If she lands it, the bank's profits could triple. That's unheard of. Like father, like daughter. The girls got something. The bank's performance has been in the gutter for 2 years. You pull this off alone, and we'll push you straight up the ladder. They've been fed up with Old Master An for a long time. Now, with this news, they didn't bother hiding their contempt. Old Master An sneered. As far as I know, the Pei family's bank is competing for the same project. The energy department leadership favors them. You probably can't even get a meeting with the director. You think running your mouth will get you promoted? Don't be naive, kid. Several faces fell instantly. Girl, if you can't close the deal, just say so. Don't lie to our faces. We got excited over nothing. I knew a little thing like you couldn't pull something like that off. Old Master An made it clear. If the bank's profits don't double in 6 months, you're out. Anxiouly absorbed the dot without a flinch. Then her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the caller ID, and a slow smile spread. Talk about perfect timing. She wouldn't have to waste a single word convincing them. She held up the screen. Who says I can't close it? That's the energy department calling right now. She answered on speaker. A crisp, professional voice came through. Is this Miss An? Anxiouly's gaze swept the room. Yes. I'm Minister Zhang's secretary. Are you available? The minister would like you to come to his office to discuss the partnership. She smiled. Of course. I'll be right over. She ended the call and met Old Master An's glare head on. President An, do you believe I can close this deal now? His face was a thundercloud. The bank's people had sworn the energy department wouldn't even give them an appointment. How in the hell had she gotten the minister's secretary to call her directly? His voice came out cold. Talk to me when it's signed. Anxiouly said, then you just wait and see. The last word had barely left her mouth when a commotion erupted outside the conference room. Where's Old Master An? Get Old Master An out here. Anxiouly recognized the voice. She glanced at the man in the high seat. A slow smile crept across her face. Another gift for you, President An. Old Master An slammed to his feet. What is that racket? This is a closed meeting. Find out who it is and fire them. His assistant rushed to the door. The second he cracked it open, 7 burly men shoved their way inside. The assistant stumbled backward. Who the hell are you people? I'm calling security. The leader scanned the room, then locked his eyes on Old Master An. Your Old Master An, right? Your brother-in-law owes us 5 million. He said to collect from you. So pay up. Old Master An's fury spiked. How did you get in here? Security. Throw them out. The guy flashed an employee badge. We walked in with this, asshole. You planning to stiff us? Old Master An stared at the badge, and it all snapped into place. His eyes went murderous as they zeroed in on Shuli. She stared right back, unafraid. Her expression was pure defiance. Yeah, I did it. What are you going to do about it? He barked at the intruders. Xiao Yuan is the one who owes you. Go pound on his door. The leader spat on the floor. That bastard doesn't have a cent to his name. He said your An group is loaded. Said he took 2 billion from the finance department. And you're telling me you won't cough up a lousy 5 million? A collective what exploded across the room. Not just Old Master An. Every single shareholder shot to their feet. 2 billion. Are you out of your mind? I'm not here to joke around, the guy said. Pay up now, or I'll take this public and burn your precious An group to the ground. One by one, the shareholders whirled on Old Master An. President An, Xiao Yuan is your brother-in-law. The finance minister is your trusted man. And your son was deputy minister there. You explain. No. That's right. If you don't give us a straight answer, we are not letting this go. Old Master An's jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. He couldn't afford to lose his cool. Not here. He forced his voice steady. Don't listen to a liar. There's no way Xiao Yuan embezzled 2 billion. He doesn't have that kind of power. The shareholders hesitated. The logic landed. Then a deep voice cut in from the doorway. President An, you called for me. Heads turned. The finance minister stood there, pale as death. A shareholder demanded, Minister Fang. Good. Did Xiao Yuan embezzle 2 billion in company funds? The minister's stomach dropped. He shot a panicked glance at Old Master An, and his mouth went dry. The guilt was written all over his face. Every shareholder saw it. 2 billion. Their money. Another shareholder roared, Minister Fang. Is it true or not? If we find out you helped steal from this company, you will rot in a prison cell. The minister's legs buckled. He broke instantly. Please. It wasn't my idea. The young master of the An family said he'd invest the money and pay it back in a few months. It was all his plan. As soon as Minister Fang finished, the shareholders erupted. When Xiao Yuan joined, we all knew he couldn't deliver. You vouched for him. You swore he'd handle it, President An. And look what happened. His last screw-up cost the company tens of billions. Now he's colluding with An Xianyu to embezzle funds. What kind of circus is this? He stole from every one of us. If you don't fix this, we'll move to replace you. The words landed hard. And Shangxing didn't flinch. You want to remove me? I hold 30% of the company's shares. Do you really think you can? An older shareholder shouted over the noise. And Shangxing, you don't have the chops to run this company. Under your watch, the An Group is headed straight for bankruptcy. The debt collectors had had enough. We don't have time for this bullshit. Pay what you owe, or we take every An Group scandal to the media. The conference room devolved into a shouting match. An Ruoxi had seen enough. She'd done what she came to do. She had more pressing business. She slipped out, pulled out her phone, and texted Xiaolu. Release the news now. Xiaolu replied with a smiley emoji. Mission will be completed. Energy Department. An Ruoxi followed the secretary into Minister Zhang's office. The room wasn't large, but shelves lined the walls, lending it a quiet, scholarly feel. Minister Zhang was in his 50s, gold-rimmed glasses, with the calm, steady presence of a man who'd spent decades in the House of Power. When he saw her, he gestured politely to the chair across from his desk. Miss An, please sit. She nodded and took her seat, composed. He gave a faint smile. You certainly know how to pull strings, Miss An. Going through my son. If he hadn't threatened to do something drastic, I wouldn't have agreed to see you today. An Ruoxi hadn't expected him to be so direct or so dismissive. She smiled. I just wanted to give you one more option, Minister Zhang. A project this big deserves careful consideration. He leaned back in his chair, the posture of a man who was never in a hurry. The pay group's strength speaks for itself. We're practically at the signing stage. So tell me, why should we choose the An group over pay? She sat straighter, meeting his gaze. Give it one more minute, and you'll have your answer. She glanced down at her watch, tracking the second hand. Minister Zhang's eyes flickered with interest. Interesting. First time I've seen someone negotiate like this. He'd wait and see what she was playing at. An Ruoxi didn't lift her eyes from the watch. She counted silently. 10, 9, 8, 1. The moment she finished, a message pinged on her phone. Minister Zhang's phone vibrated too. He picked it up, and his eyes widened. He looked at her, barely hiding his disbelief. You did this. She opened her phone, saw the breaking headline, and let her smile curve. Yes. I did. The team she brought from Summing Island weren't just experts in combat, they specialized in intelligence gathering. She'd had this dirt on the pay group for a while. She'd just been waiting for the right moment to release it. Maximum impact. Minister Zhang studied the article again. It exposed a bank under the pay group in a money laundering scheme, complete with partial evidence. The pay group was the capital's second largest conglomerate. News like this didn't go public without serious backing. The fact that this young woman could drop a bomb like that told him she was far from ordinary. But Minister Zhang had seen plenty of high-stakes games. He set his phone down. Even if the pay group is in crisis, we're not obligated to work with the An group. You still need to give me a reason to partner with you. An Ruoxi had expected that. Unfazed, she pulled up a file on her phone and handed it over. Take a look at these articles. He adjusted his glasses and began scrolling. The more he read, the more his expression shifted. By the end, he couldn't hide his amazement. All of this is you? She smiled. There are photos. You're welcome to verify them yourself. He looked back at the screen and murmured, owner of Tianhuan Feast. A genius designer recognized worldwide. The racing legend gearheads worship. How is one person all of this? Nothing is impossible, Minister Zhang. When I set my mind to something, I make it happen. And I'll be straight with you, my goal is to take full control of the An group. With me at the helm, I promise you, the company will only grow stronger. So you wouldn't be handing this project to the An group. You'd be handing it to me. And I will not let you down. Minister Zhang looked at her with new eyes. She couldn't be much older than his own son, yet she'd already accomplished more than most people did in a lifetime. After everything he'd just read, he didn't doubt a word she said. He believed she could deliver. She held his gaze, unwavering. So do we sign the contract? He narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. She pressed forward. Minister Zhang, I know this project is urgent. You don't have time to let anyone else. I promise you, partnering with me is your best move. A flicker of admiration crossed his face. Such a clever young woman. He adjusted his glasses. Let's sign. Her lips curled. I'll have the contract drafted and sent to you tomorrow. He nodded. Good. She rose. I won't take any more of your time. With a slight bow, she turned and headed for the door. Miss An. She stopped and looked back, her smile still in place. Is there something else, Minister Zhang? He pushed up his glasses, his tone shifting to something more avuncular. My son is quite taken with you. When you have a free moment, would you like to come by the house for dinner? An Ruoxi blinked, caught off guard. Was he trying to set her up with his son? She smiled, polite and distant. I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. Minister Zhang's face fell with regret. At the An family home, the sharp crack of a belt echoed through the room. Xiao Yuan knelt on the floor, his back a mess of bloody welts. He howled in pain. Xiao Yuan sat in a wheelchair, his face deathly pale. Xia Mingyu still wasn't satisfied. He lifted the belt and brought it down again, brutal and unrelenting. Everything I've lost is because of you. Xiao Yuan, a man in his 40s, sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Brother-in-law, I was set up too. He turned his tear-streaked face to Wang Wangjun. Sis, please. Beg him to stop, he's going to kill me. Wang Wangjun's eyes were red. She stepped forward and grabbed Xia Mingyu's arm. Honey. Before she could finish, he shoved her away. She stumbled and hit the floor hard. Xia Mingyu didn't even glance at her. He lashed Xiao Yuan again with the belt. My biggest regret in life is ever letting you into an corporation. With that pig brain of yours, even a fool would have known that high return investment was a scam. You ruined yourself fine. But why did you drag my son down with you? Xiao Yuan sobbed out an explanation. Brother-in-law. I only did it because I cost you hundreds of billions before, and I was desperate to earn it back to help you through the crisis. Besides, the first few investments actually doubled my money. How was I supposed to know it was a trap? They set me up, lured me in. I figured I'd invest the 2 billion, take the profit, and get out. Who knew the guy would just disappear with the money? Hearing that, Xia Mingyu's fury only deepened. Bottom line, you're a goddamn idiot. Even I wouldn't dare promise doubling profits in that kind of time frame. I'm going to beat you to death right here. He swung the belt again, lashing Xiao Yuan several more times. Wang Wangjun saw her brother sagging, barely conscious. She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around Xia Mingyu's leg. Honey, you can't keep hitting him, you'll kill him. Panting from exertion, Xia Mingyu hurled the belt aside and dropped onto the sofa. He jabbed a finger at Xiao Yuan. The shareholders want me to cover that 2 billion, or they'll have you arrested. What the hell are you going to do about it? Xiao Yuan's upper body was soaked in blood. His face was ashen. He wiped the tears from his face and choked out. I put all my money into it. It's gone. Every cent. You. Xia Mingyu shot up from the sofa again. What the hell had he done in a past life to deserve these people? Every single one of them was stupid, vicious, and brainless. And they all expected him to clean up their messes. Then go to prison. He roared. Wang Wangjun was still on the floor. She crawled over and grabbed his leg, sobbing, shaking her head. Honey, my brother is the only son left in our family. He can't go to prison. Just help him one more time, I swear this is the last. And if he gets locked up, it'll make the An family look terrible. Do you want people gossiping behind your back? Xia Mingyu's eyes blazed. 2 billion. I already spent 5 billion bailing out your son. And before that, 20 billion to cover the resort project shortfall. Where the hell am I supposed to get more money? Back when Lu Jiangbo was CEO, Xia Mingyu was just a vice president. Dividends brought him about 3 billion a year, but between networking, bribes, and his expensive lifestyle, he burned through most of it. The previous shortfalls had nearly wiped him out. Now he barely had a few $100 million left. There was no way he could scrape together $2 billion. Wang Wangjun sobbed, then go beg your father. He's your dad, he'll help you. Old Master An. The name darkened Xia Mingyu's face instantly. Right now he only has eyes for that little bitch and Shuli. He doesn't give a damn about me. Ever since Xia Mingyu was a boy, Old Master An had favored Lu Jiangbo. Now that Lu Jiangbo was dead, he poured all his attention into his granddaughter, An Shuli. If the old man hadn't forced An Shuli into an corporation, Xia Mingyu wouldn't be in this mess. And if she landed that big deal, the shareholders would push her into a position to rival him. All of it his father's doing. Wang Wangjun fanned the flames. Then you need to see him. Or are you going to let him hand the entire An family fortune over to that little bitch? The words hit Xia Mingyu like a slap. A cold, ruthless light entered his eyes. The old man had shown no mercy. Xia Mingyu wouldn't feel a shred of guilt for what he had to do. At the An family's old mansion, An Shuli didn't get home until 8 that night, buried in contracts all day. She walked into the living room and didn't see Old Master An. Whenever she stayed at the mansion, no matter how late she got back, her grandfather always waited for her on the sofa. She asked the maid, "Where's Grandpa?" The maid answered respectfully, "Old Master felt unwell during dinner and went to rest in his room." And Shuli's heart squeezed tight. Ever since the incidents with Xiaoyuli and Yangxini, her grandfather was always sighing when no one was looking. His health was getting worse. She hurried upstairs to his bedroom and knocked. "Grandpa!" A cough came from inside. "Come in." And Shuli pushed the door open and saw Old Master An sitting up in bed, his face pale and weary. Guilt stabbed through her. If she hadn't stirred up so much trouble in the An family, her grandfather wouldn't be like this. When he saw her frozen at the door, he smiled and waved her over. "Sweetheart, come sit with Grandpa." She snapped out of it, walked to the bed, and sat beside him. "Grandpa, are you okay? Where does it hurt?" His smile was gentle, reassuring. "At my age, little aches and pains are normal. Don't worry about me." But seeing him like this made her eyes well up. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Something flickered in the old man's gaze. He took her hand, his voice heavy. "About Yuli, Anthony. Was that you?" And Shuli didn't hide it. She nodded. Old Master An paused, as if understanding something. "And the car accident, was it your uncle?" Her eyes red, she nodded again. Surprise flashed across Old Master An's face, then tears filled his eyes. That animal, his own brother. How could he do something like that? He broke into a violent coughing fit. And Shuli quickly stood and handed him the warm water from the nightstand. She gently patted his back. "Grandpa, please don't get worked up." It took a long time for the coughing to subside. He took a sip of water to soothe his throat, then pulled her back down to sit. "I've heard a little about what Yuli and Sini were doing outside. I used to warn your uncle to discipline them properly. They've gotten what they deserve now. As for your uncle, I won't stop you from taking revenge for what he did. But..." His voice broke. "They're still my son, my grandchildren. Can you, for my sake, spare their lives?" And Shuli's hands clenched tightly on her knees. Hatred burned inside her. She couldn't forgive anyone who had hurt her family. But her grandfather was also the person she loved most. She couldn't bear to see him suffer. She gritted her teeth. "As long as they don't do any more harm, I'll consider letting them live. But..." She paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. "I'm afraid their next target is you." From Old Master An's study, An Ruoxi made her way back to her own room. The second she opened the door, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her. Xiao Yuan rested his chin on her shoulder, nuzzling against her, his voice a husky whisper. "You're back so late tonight. Even the big bad wolf had learned how to pout. His stubble grazing her neck made her unbearably ticklish. She tilted her head away and tugged at his hands. Cut it out. I need a shower first. With that, she walked straight into the bathroom. Her coldness made Xiao Yuan frown. But then it hit him she must be exhausted from a long day and his mood instantly lifted. He strolled over to the bed on those long legs, passing the vanity where a bottle of perfume caught his eye. He picked it up and spritzed a little into the air. Sweet and soft. It smelled just like his Xixi. Sly and quick, he slipped the perfume bottle into his suit jacket pocket. Then he pulled back the covers and slid into bed. It wasn't long before An Ruoxi emerged from the bathroom and sat on the edge of the bed to towel-dry her hair. Xiao Yuan watched the delicate curve of her neck, her back turned to him, and he swallowed hard. He shifted over and wrapped his arms around her slim waist from behind. Baby, aren't you going to give me any attention tonight? By now she was used to his after-dark routines. She set the towel on the nightstand, turned, and rested her hands on his shoulders. A teasing smile touched her lips. Depends on how well you perform. His eyes lit up. In one fluid motion, he pressed her down onto the mattress, his voice low and rough, dragged from deep in his throat. Baby, you're going to enjoy this. He lowered his head and claimed her mouth, starting slow, teasing, then deepening the kiss, that overwhelming possessiveness seeping out with every second. An Ruoxi felt the pressure on her lips intensify, numbing and aching, as his fierce presence swallowed her whole. Just when the kiss was turning frantic, he shifted. He buried his face in the soft curve of her neck, blazing a trail of hot, open-mouthed kisses. Then down to her collarbone, lower and lower. She was losing it. Breath-catching, she grabbed a fistful of his hair. Stop! Her voice came out all husky and breathless, making her blush even harder. Xiao Yuan lifted his head, a wicked grin tugging at his lips. Baby, it's way too late to call it quits now. And he meant every word. For the next 3 hours, no matter how much she begged, he didn't stop. She cried until her voice went hoarse, but he only kissed the tears from her eyes. Baby, almost there. His almost there meant flipping her over and starting all over again. By the time it finally ended, An Ruoxi was too spent to lift her arms. Still, she had to admit the experience was phenomenal. His service game was top tier. Otherwise, with her own skills, she never would have let him have his way. Completely satisfied, he curled up behind her and nuzzled her cheek, practically fishing for praise. Baby, was I good? She shot him a side-eye glare. Get lost. Her reaction only made him smug. You were rolling your eyes from pleasure. She clenched her jaw, shut her eyes, and ignored him. The next morning, Xiao Yuan was still there. Normally he slipped away before she woke up. After all, this was the An family's old mansion. He was sitting on the sofa in his suit, and when he saw her stir, he came over and pressed a light kiss to her lips. Good morning, baby. He pinched her cheeks playfully. Her face scrunched under his fingers. She swatted his hand away. Why are you still here? He walked back to the sofa, grabbed a document, and handed it to her with a mischievous grin. A gift for you. An Ruoxi took it, eyeing him suspiciously before opening the file. One glance and her eyes went wide. 15% of an corporation. Xiao Yuan leaned in, his long, narrow eyes gleaming. Touched. Want to give me a kiss? The company's stock had tanked recently. He must have snapped up the shares while they were cheap. Thinking of the 10 billion he'd already given Dr. and, plus these shares, her feelings tangled into something complicated. When she didn't speak, he reached out and ruffled her soft hair. I told you whatever you want to do, I'll do everything I can to help you. Her grip on the file tightened. She opened her mouth, then stopped. He didn't let her finish. Turning toward the window, he glanced back with that wicked grin. Save your thanks for tonight. In bed. Then he vaulted out the window. Word that An Ruoxi had signed a major deal with the energy department spread fast to An Corporation headquarters. And Xiangxin swept everything off his desk in a blind rage. Even the expensive computer didn't survive. An Ruoxi, he hissed through clenched teeth, you think you can take my seat? You're nowhere near ready. He snatched up his phone and made a call. Where are the Songming Continent assassins now? The voice on the other end answered, they'll take a while to get here, but I found out one of their teams just wrapped a job in a neighboring country. If we deploy them, they can arrive by tomorrow at the latest. And Xiangxin's knuckles whitened around the phone. Bring them to the capital. I'll stop at nothing to kill An Ruoxi. Understood. The moment he hung up, he dialed old Master An. Dad, let's go pay respects to Big Brother the day after tomorrow. Silence on the other end. Just when An Xiangxin thought he wasn't going to answer, the old man's voice came through. Fine. Soon after, An Ruoxi got a call from Xiao. Boss, bad news. I've got intel that the Blood Moon assassin organization from Songming Continent took a contract. They're en route to the capital right now. They'll be here tomorrow. Blood Moon. The #1 assassin organization in Songming. An Ruoxi's beautiful eyes stayed calm as still water. How many? She asked flatly. Xiaolu's voice was uncharacteristically tense. All of them. Her gaze turned to us. Assemble everyone. Prepare for the ultimate battle. The day she'd been waiting for had finally arrived. The sky hung low and gray on the anniversary of An Shenang's death. A thin drizzle hung in the air like a cold mist. And Shuli woke up early. Beside her, Xiao Yuan was still asleep. Dark hair fell across his forehead. His sharp features had gone soft in the muted morning light. Without the usual edge, that simmering intensity, he almost looked boyish. She traced the lines of his face with her eyes. The strong brow. The straight bridge of his nose. She would never get tired of looking at him. Her thoughts flickered back to the night before. The way his control had cracked. The raw hunger in his expression. Vivid, magnetic. Completely intoxicating. She had thought crossing paths with him would destroy her. She never imagined he would carve his way into her heart one piece at a time. As she stared, Xiao Yuan stirred. His eyes opened. She could not look away fast enough. Their gazes locked. His mouth curved into a wicked smile. Got you hooked, huh? And Shuli did not roll her eyes like she normally would. She nodded, soft and sincere. Yeah. Hooked. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. That was new. Her being disagreeable. She shifted closer, her gaze burning into his. Want to go again? A morning quickie. If he hesitated for even a second, he was not a man. He rolled her beneath him, pinning her in place. Hell yes. She was not just willing this morning. She was eager. He was soon slick with sweat, his grip iron tight around her waist, skin sliding against her back, his voice rough with need. What's gotten into you today? Her hair clung to her damp forehead, her eyes fought with desire. Her voice came out breathy. Guess I'm just in the mood. That song wrecked him. He pressed against her, catching her earlobe between his teeth, his breath scorching the last shred of her composure. Baby Xi, I fucking love you. At the cemetery, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gray. Dressed in stark black, and Shuli guided old Master and up the stone steps one by one. Neither of them spoke. A weight of quiet grief hung between them. Pan Jichu was already there. He stood before the graves of An Shengnan and Li Jia, lost in thought. Footsteps pulled him back to the present. When he saw old Master and An Shuli approaching, a flash of murderous intent shot through his eyes. It vanished the moment old Master and looked his way. Old Master and gave him a single glance. You're here. Pan Jichu nodded. He said nothing. Old Master An took 2 bouquets from a bodyguard and laid them at the graves of his son and daughter-in-law. Another bodyguard set down a fire basin and a low stool. The old man handed his cane to the guard and sat on the stool. His eyes were red-rimmed as he fed paper money into the flames. I spent my life ruling the business world, and in the end, I am burying my own child. I do not want to feel this pain a second time. Pan Jichu's eyes flickered. His hands tightened into fists at his sides. After the offerings, a bodyguard laid down a prayer mat. Old Master An looked at An Ruoxi. His voice was gentle. Go on. Kowtow to your parents. Tears welled in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. She nodded and knelt on the mat. Her forehead touched the ground 3 times. Dad. Mom. Watch closely. Your revenge is coming. When she rose, Old Master An turned to Pan Jichu. Kowtow to your brother and sister-in-law. Pan Jichu's jaw clenched as he stared at the portrait of An Shengnan on the headstone. He said nothing. Then he obeyed, kneeling and bowing 3 times. Afterward, the bodyguards cleared everything away. Old Master An stood, leaning on his cane. His face was unreadable as he stared at the 2 graves. Resign as president of an corporation, he said. Voluntarily. Pan Jichu's entire body jolted. He glared at his father, his voice a snarl. What did you say? Old Master An turned to face him, his eyes cold. You are not fit to lead. Under you, an corporation will crash and burn. What do you know? Pan Jichu roared, jabbing a finger toward An Ruoxi. This is because of her, isn't it? Ever since I was a kid, you always favored my brother. And now that he is dead, you favor his daughter. Old Master An slammed his cane hard against the ground. Pain bled into his voice. Look at what you have done to the company after all these years. Factions everywhere. Fake transactions. Double contracts. It is a goddamn mess. And those cronies of yours do nothing but stuff their own pockets. Excuses. Pan Jichu was livid. You just want to clear the path for An Ruoxi. Murder burned in his eyes. You are being ruthless, old man. So do not blame me for not treating you like a father. Grab him. At his words, over 20 figures burst from the trees around the cemetery. Men and women, all different shapes and sizes, dressed in mismatched clothes. An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed. Blood Moon assassins. Old Master An took in the scene. His face hardened. Pan Jichu, I am your father. Are you really going to commit patricide? Pan Jichu shed the last of his pretense with a cold snort. If you were not still useful, old man, I would have sent you to see your precious dead son a long time ago. Old Master An's face twisted with grief and rage. So it was you. You killed your brother and his wife. That is right. Pan Jichu's expression turned brutal. I had someone tamper with their brakes. He wheeled on An Ruoxi. Too bad that little bitch did not die in the crash too. Old Master An stumbled backward, his heart shattered. A trembling finger pointed at his son. You monster. An Ruoxi caught his arm, steadying him. Grandfather. Pan Jichu was done talking. He signaled to the Blood Moon assassins. Get the old man. The bodyguards rushed in to shield him. A young assassin with dreadlocks, ripped jeans, and a wad of chewing gum in his mouth swaggered forward. The nearest bodyguard braced himself. 2 quick punches and he was on the ground. The other guards scrambled back, their faces tight with fear. A smug look crawled across Pan Jichu's face. He reached out and his assistant handed him 2 documents. He shoved them toward his father. Sign this, and I might let you laugh. Old Master An glanced at them. A share transfer agreement. A will. His face went purple with fury. He tore them to shreds. You ungrateful bastard. In your dreams. Pan Jichu's eyes darkened. He stepped back and nodded at the young assassin. Teach him a lesson. The kid sneered at the old man. Old geezer, You asked for it. He reached for old Master An's collar. A slender wrist caught his arm mid-motion. And Shuli's lips curled into a cold smile. You piece of trash thinks you can touch my grandfather. The assassin froze. Alarm screamed through his head. Shit! He tried to pull back. Too late. A scream ripped through the cemetery. The young assassin hit the ground, clutching his right hand, writhing in agony. The Blood Moon leader watched with a grim expression. A scorpion tattoo marked his left temple. Scorpion. The kid was ranked solidly in the middle of their organization. And this girl had taken him out with one hand. His gaze locked on An Ruoxi. Dark. Deadly. An Ruoxi turned old Master An over to the bodyguards. Get Grandpa out of here first. Two bodyguards moved in, bracing the old man on either side. Old Master An gripped her hand, worry carved deep into his face. Be careful, sweetheart. She gave him a small smile. I'll be fine, Grandpa. Don't worry. He knew staying would only slow her down. He didn't argue. Master Scorpion roared, no one leaves today. The words barely left his mouth before the Blood Moon assassins surged forward. Oh! Says who? A young, clear voice cut across the cemetery. The Blood Moon crew turned. From the far side, a dozen figures emerged. The faceless leader led them. He flashed a cocky grin. Blood Moon thinks they're hot shit. You checked with the faceless first. The Blood Moon assassins traded looks, disbelief written across every face. Master Scorpion narrowed his eyes. You're the faceless who vanished from some continent. The faceless leader crossed his arms. That's right. Your ancestors are standing right here. Master Scorpion let out a sharp scoff. Your leader got taken out. You're nothing but garbage now. The faceless leader raised an eyebrow. Let's hope you're not the one begging for mercy in a minute. And Ruoxi shot him a look. Stop wasting words. Get Grandpa out first. The faceless leader pointed at two of his men. You two. Escort our Grandpa out of here. The two flanked old Master An. Blood Moon assassins immediately moved to block them. And Ruoxi turned to the man, her voice cold. I'll stay. Let Grandpa go. The man sized up the standoff between the two groups of killers. If An Ruoxi died here, dealing with the old man later would be easy enough. Let the old bastard live a few more hours. No point having him in the way. He waved a hand. Let the old man leave. The bodyguards escorted old Master An away. A deathly stillness settled over the cemetery. Even the wind carried the scent of gunpowder. The man retreated to the rear. Master Scorpion stood at the front of Blood Moon. And Ruoxi stood at the front of the faceless. Master Scorpion glared at the faceless leader. You survived this long. Don't throw it away. Hand over the girl, and I'll let you walk out of here. The faceless leader laughed like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard. You sure about that? Master Scorpion sneered. The faceless used to be strong. But from what I hear, your best killers all died in that civil war. You got maybe a dozen people left. I've got more than 20. I'm telling you. Don't throw your lives away. The faceless leader raised a finger and wagged it. No, no, no. We've only got one person. Master Scorpion frowned. What the hell does that mean? The faceless leader didn't answer. He just looked at An Ruoxi. She stepped forward. She cracked her knuckles, then rolled her ankles. Her eyes snapped up to meet Master Scorpion's. A bloodthirsty smile curled her lips. Because the one fighting you is me. What? Master Scorpion stumbled back a step. But his assassins were getting impatient. One massive brute, nearly 7 feet of solid muscle, growled. Boss, why waste words? She crippled Xiao Yuan. I'm taking her life right now. He charged at An Ruoxi, fists the size of sledgehammers. The rest of Blood Moon burst into laughter. Xixi, don't kill her too fast. She's a pretty little thing. The thug ignored them. Xiao Man was his best friend, and he was going to crash this bitch flat. And Xixi stood motionless as the mountain of a man barreled toward her. The Blood Moon assassins kept mocking. Oh, look at her. Frozen stiff. Probably pissing herself. Then they turned on the Faceless. Your employer's about to bite it, and you're just standing there. What? You forget how to kill after all that time off. The words barely left their mouths. The instant the thug reached her, and Xixi moved. Like a snake, she coiled up his legs and climbed his back. His iron arm swung back to grab her. But the moment his hand touched her, she drove her fist straight into his face. The mountain of a man's knees buckled. He crashed to the ground like a sack of dead meat. Didn't move. And Xixi landed lightly back on her feet. The Blood Moon assassins stared, dumbfounded. Silence. Dead silence. Holy shit. What just happened? How did Xixi go down? He's top 3 in our organization. One punch. Did she use some kind of weapon? No. I was watching the whole time. She was too pretty to look away. She knocked him out with a bare fist. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Master Scorpion's eyes went wide as the realization hit him. You're a faceless assassin too. The man's gaze sharpened. No wonder every assassination attempt on An Ruoxi had failed. Those 4 years she vanished, she'd gone to some incontinent to become a killer. Master Scorpion waited for her answer. Her silence was confirmation. His heart sank. He forced himself to ask the question he dreaded most. What's your rank in the Faceless? An Ruoxi rotated her right wrist. Her smile was savage. Merciless. Don't you already know the answer? Master Scorpion shouted, You're the Faceless Ace Assassin. Panic rippled through the Blood Moon assassins. Oh god, that ace is my idol. Can we bail on this contract? I don't want to fight my idol. The one who single-handedly took out the Faceless leader and a dozen elite killers. Terrifying. That's not even all of it. She took down an entire terrorist organization by herself. Are we really throwing our lives away here? Did you see those moves? Fast and brutal. Lightning's got nothing on her. She has to be the most lethal killer some incontinent ever bred. And the Faceless Ace is this soft, delicate-looking girl. God! How can she be this cute and this lethal at the same time? And Xixi curled her hands into fists, ready. Enough chatter. Come at me all at once. After An Ruoxi laid down her ultimatum, not a single member of Blood Moon dared to twitch. On the Faceless side, a killer even younger than Xiao Lu leaned in and whispered, Six, is it really okay for us to just stand here and watch the boss fight? Xiao Lu trusted An Ruoxi's skill. But staring down these many Blood Moon assassins, he couldn't untie the knot in his gut. Still, before they came, she made it crystal clear, unless it was life or death, they were not to engage. He kept his voice low. The boss said we're only a dozen people. She still needs us to keep things running back in the capital. Unless she walks into a trap, we don't move. The young killer gave a short nod. Fair. With her strength, taking this crew down should be a piece of cake. Xiao Lu didn't answer. He watched the Blood Moon crew without blinking, tension radiating from his gaze. And Shangxin stood behind the Blood Moon thugs. When he saw nobody step up to fight An Ruoxi, he exploded. I paid you to come here, not to stand around with your jaws hanging open. Attack! Master Scorpion's face had never been that grim. Attack! He knew he'd lose. Don't attack. That would shred their reputation. Just as the dilemma peaked, another voice cut through the cemetery. Who the hell dares touch her? The man's voice was commanding, laced with menace and bloodlust. Just hearing it sent a chill down every spine. Blood Moon's people looked up. A tall, striking man was advancing with a squad of mercenaries, maybe 60 or 70 of them. The mercs carried the latest submachine guns and machine guns, and at least a dozen head rocket launchers balanced on their shoulders. With that kind of firepower, even a mosquito wouldn't make it out. Master Scorpion's face went white. An Ruoxi turned. Xiao Yuan was already at her side. She looked up at him. How did you know where to come? His dark eyes swept over her. I'll deal with you when we get home. She faced something this big and hidden it from him. No wonder she'd been so eager this morning, initiating that early quickie herself. He stepped in front of her, blocking her from view, then slowly lit a cigarette. Took a drag. Then spoke. Choose. Walk away right now, or we find a pit and bury your bodies here. Blood Moon's killers had seen plenty of bloodshed. They'd crawled through hails of bullets. But they'd never encountered someone with this kind of presence. He hadn't said much, but when those hawk-like eyes swept over them, every person there felt an invisible blade pressed against their throat. Master Scorpion felt the pressure crushing him. He clenched his fists. We're leaving. Now. Life or money? Obviously, life. The second he said it, An Ruoxi jumped up, frantic. Don't you people have any professional ethics? You took my money and you won't do the job. Master Scorpion frowned at him. We'll refund you. Then to his men, withdraw. Blood Moon scattered like roaches, terrified that if they lingered, Xiao Yuan might change his mind. An Ruoxi kept hopping around. Don't leave. Come back. The shouting grated on Xiao Yuan's nerves. He dug a finger into his ear, annoyed. Then he pulled out a pistol. Bang! Shot An Ruoxi in the leg. Annoying. An Ruoxi collapsed, clutching his leg and screaming. He glared at An Ruoxi. Go ahead, kill me if you've got the guts. As long as I'm still breathing, I will never let you go. Xiao Yuan's eyes went murderous. He ran his tongue over his teeth and raised the gun. I'll grant your wish. But An Ruoxi grabbed his hand. She stared coldly at An Ruoxi. In her eyes, he was already as good as dead. Killing him would be too easy. I want him to live the rest of his life in pain and regret. An Ruoxi was desperate to die, but An Ruoxi saw right through him. He started spitting curses. You little bitch, just like your worthless father, a gutless coward. He called me a brother, and his whole family got smashed to pieces by a truck. Xiao Yuan lunged forward and kicked him square in the face. An Ruoxi bled everywhere, seeing stars. He spat out a mouthful of blood along with 2 front teeth. He glared hatefully at Xiao Yuan. You think you're innocent? Do you know who planned that car accident? Your mother. Xiao Yuan froze. An Ruoxi stepped up and kicked An Ruoxi's jaw. It dislocated. He writhed on the ground in agony. She turned to Xiao Lu. Take him away. All the evidence we've gathered, send it to the police station. On the drive back, Xiao Yuan stared out the window, his sharp profile turned away from her. Silent. She stole glances at him several times. Normally, he'd be clinging to her by now. Now, nothing. So she made the first move. She swung a leg over and settled onto his lap. Cupping his face, she made him look at her. I thought you were going to deal with me later. She teased. Xiao Yuan's face held no trace of humor. His gaze was heavy. What did An Ruoxi mean? An Ruoxi's eyes flickered. She lowered her hands from his face. Your mother, Lu Jinxian. She was involved in that car accident. His jaw tightened. She wanted into the Xie conglomerate. She was competing with my father for a project. When she couldn't win, she went to An Ruoxi. They teamed up to kill him. She designed the whole plan. An Ruoxi found someone to tamper with the bricks. An Ruoxi had only discovered this after Lu Jinxian kidnapped old Master Xiao. She found it strange that Lu Jinxian would help An Ruoxi murder her father, so she had Xiao Lu dig into it. The truth had come out. Xiao Yuan felt like a boulder was crushing his chest. Even breathing came with a dull ache. His eyes dropped. The hand resting on An Ruoxi's waist trembled slightly. I'm sorry. If, back then, I hadn't helped her take the blame for killing my own father, she would never have had the chance to hurt your family. His voice cracked. It was me. I destroyed your family. An Ruoxi felt the turmoil and pain coiling inside him. She wrapped her arms around his head, pulling him close. This isn't your fault. You were just a kid. How could you have known what would follow? An Shangxin's hatred for my father ran deep. He'd been eyeing the conglomerate for years. Even without Lu Jingxian, he would have found a way. So don't blame yourself. Xiao Yuan buried his face in her shoulder. His large frame trembled. His breathing was heavy, suppressed, the heat searing through her clothes into her skin. Xixi, he said, his voice raw. I will make this right. I promise you. Lu Jingxian was out. The Xia family had posted bail, pulled strings whatever it took. She made a mess, but she was still Xia Huajin's wife. His people found a scapegoat, and just like that, she walked free. Xia Corporation, though, was close to her forever. There was no coming back from what she'd done. When she stepped through the front door, Xia Huajin was waiting in his wheelchair. She broke down, ran to him, and collapsed at his feet, her face buried in his lap. Honey, I'm so sorry. I only wanted to make the Xia family stronger. Xia Huajin lifted his hand and let it hover over her hair. He paused, a heartbeat of hesitation. Lu Jingxian wept harder, her shoulders shaking. His expression softened. He sighed and let his palm settle on her head, fingers stroking gently. I know you've been scared ever since what happened with the Xiao family all those years ago. You've been clawing your way up, terrified that if you ever stopped climbing, someone would hurt you. But I'm your husband. After all these years, can't you feel how much I love you? From now on, just be Mrs. Xie. Leave the past behind. We'll live our lives together. Tears streaked Lu Jingxian's face. She regretted her recklessness. If she'd been more careful, more subtle, things might have turned out differently. At least he still loved her. Without him, she'd be rotting in a prison cell for the rest of her life. She rose and wrapped her arms around him. I'll listen to you. I promise. Xia Huajin patted her back. I've arranged a family banquet at noon. All the direct and branch members will be there. I want everyone to see you're still my wife. Even without your position at Xia Corporation, no one will dare mistreat you. Lu Jingxian's eyes glistened. The Xiao family had scarred her, but heaven hadn't been entirely cruel. It had given her Xia Huajin a man like this. She smiled, elegant and composed. Thank you, honey. Taiping Mountain. In the study, Xiao Yuan stood at the window, smoke curling around him. The room was so thick with it that the light filtered through in hazy beams, swallowing him whole. Li Feng pushed the door open and immediately coughed. How many packs had his boss burned through? The place was a fire hazard. He paused, gulping air before stepping inside. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan turned. His handsome face was drawn tight, his expression full of dark intent. Ready? Li Feng straightened. Yes, sir. We can leave whenever you give the word. He hesitated, then added, if we go through with this today, we're burning every bridge with the Xia family. A cold sneer tugged at Xiao Yuan's mouth. The Xia family? They're nothing. He checked his watch, his narrow eyes glinting. Let's head to the Xia residence. He strode out of the study, and Li Feng fell in behind him. Downstairs, a long line of black cars waited, engines idling. Xiao Yuan climbed into his private sedan, and as the convoy rolled out, he fired off a message to An Ruoxi. Make sure you catch the live stream. The Xia clan was large. Even a family banquet drew a crowd. Guests mingled, glasses clinked, and the conversation buzzed. The family head is devoted, I'll give him that. After everything Lu Jingxian did, he still moved heaven and earth to get her out. I heard he never even wanted the position. He fought for it only to protect her. How does she have that kind of luck? Her reputation is wrecked, and he's still behind her. I'm honestly jealous. Jealous. Look at her. Pushing 50 and she still looks 30, elegant, beautiful. You think you compare? Fair point. She must have been stunning when she was young. No wonder the family had went after power for her sake. Then Xiao Yuan and Lu Jingxian appeared at the top of the staircase. Lu Jingxian wore a floor-length black gown, dripping in jewelry worth hundreds of millions, a dark, regal silhouette. Xiao Yuan cleared his throat. This banquet is to welcome my wife home. There have been ugly rumors. I don't want anyone spreading them. If I hear a single word spoken against her, the consequences will be severe. He brushed aside her past without a second thought. His message was clear, she was under his protection. The guests caught on instantly. Someone started the applause. Welcome home, madam. Others joined in, a wave of flattery swelling toward Lu Jingxian, feeding her ego. She was still the lady of the family head. Even without power at Xia Corporation, she was second to no one in this house but him. Buoyed by the attention, she moved through the hall, surrounded by admirers. Xiao Yuan stayed by her side for a while, but his body tired quickly. He was about to signal for rest when a man burst through the entrance, frantic. He skidded to a stop in front of Xiao Yuan. Family head. We have a situation. Xiao Yuan's face hardened, his voice low. Do you know what day this is? Get a hold of yourself. The man was breathless. Xiao Yuan just forced his way in with a squad of men. It looks bad. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened. Stop him. We tried. We can't stop them. His men are trained mercenaries. One of them can take out 10 of our guards. A cold knot formed in Xiao Yuan's stomach. I'll see him myself. A servant wheeled him toward the entrance, but before they could get far, Xiao Yuan's tall figure filled the doorway, cutting an imposing silhouette against the light. Well, quite the party. Lu Jingxian had been basking in praise, the flattery making her head buzz. The second she heard his voice, her senses snapped to attention. She turned sharply and marched toward him, eyes blazing. What are you doing here? Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on her face. He'd been 8 years old when she walked out of the Xiao family. As a child, he used to dream of this face. Even after he grew up and learned she was Mrs. Xie, some part of him still wanted to see her. Even when she hurt him, again and again, even when she tried to kill him, he never managed to hate her. She was his mother, the mother he dreamed of his whole life. But now, staring at her, all he felt was disgust. His mouth curved into a smile, but his eyes stayed frozen. I heard the Xia family was throwing a banquet to welcome you home. Thought I'd bring a gift. He let the next word fall like a blade. Mom. The room erupted. Did he just call her mom? He said mom. I heard it. That's insane. Everyone said Xiao Yuan killed his parents when he was 8. What the hell is this? Maybe his mother never died. Maybe it's Lu Jingxian. God. She hid that well. We're hearing family secrets. Are we all going to end up dead? Who'd dare kill off the whole Xia family? A smirk flickered across more than one face. This was going to be good. Everyone's eyes shot to Xiao Yuan, waiting for his reaction. He sat in his wheelchair, steady as a mountain. Not a flicker of surprise on his face. So he already knew. Lu Jingxian's identity was no secret to him. The crowd stirred. Of course the family head knew. He loved her that much. Lu Jingxian, though, had gone deathly pale. She whirled on Xiao Yuan, her voice cracking. What the hell are you doing here? The Xia family doesn't want you. Get out. Now. A maid wheeled Xiao Yuan forward. He reached up and placed a steadying hand on Lu Jingxian's waist. Even looking up at Xiao Yuan from the wheelchair, his cold stare carried absolute command. I've known my wife's history for a long time. You're not here to sow discord. I married her knowing everything about her past. Whatever you're trying to pull, it won't work. Xiao Yuan's lips curled. The smile was slow and sinister. He spun the ring on his finger, lazy and deliberate. Is that right? You're sure you know every last detail? Lu Jinxian started trembling. Her face twisted, rage bleeding through the cracks of her composure. Xiao Yuan, get out of this house. Xia Huijin felt her shaking and frowned. He'd already said he didn't care about her past. So why was she panicking like this? He looked at her. The gentle, graceful woman he knew was gone. In her place, pure venom. He froze. He didn't recognize the woman standing beside him. Xiao Yuan's sharp eyes pinned her in place. Scared? Afraid I'll air your dirty laundry in front of everyone. Lu Jinxian saw the resolve in his gaze. He meant it. A wave of terror slammed into her. She shook harder, then crumpled toward Xia Huijin, sobbing. Husband, please make him leave. I can't stand the sight of him. Xia Huijin snapped out of his daze. Seeing her tears, fragile as a crushed flower, twisted something in his chest. He glared at Xiao Yuan. You're frightening my wife. Get out. Now. A low laugh escaped Xiao Yuan. Then it grew, sharp and cold, sending chills through the room. Frighten her. A woman ruthless enough to murder her own husband and son, and you think I'm the one she's afraid of? Xia Huijin's expression went ice cold. What the hell are you talking about? What? That's nonsense to you. Xiao Yuan's gaze cut into Lu Jinxian like a blade of frozen steel. Everyone calls me a demon. They say I killed my father and mother. But if I killed my mother, then tell me why is she standing right here, alive and well, going by the name Lu Jinxian. I didn't kill my father. She did. I took the blame because I pitied her. And ever since, she's been trying to have me killed to bury the truth. If I weren't resourceful, I'd be dead 10 times over. Gasps erupted across the hall. Holy shit. Lu Jinxian killed the Xiao family head. That woman is pure evil. Kill her husband, and then try to murder her own son. Why'd she do it? And the family head, he knew she changed her identity. No. Please. I'd bet anything he helped her do it. The family head deserves better. She's nothing but a remarried woman with blood on her hands. That goes back to another family secret. You want to hear it? Spill it already. Word is, Lu Jinxian was with our family head first. Back before he became head. He was the second son then, didn't even want the position. But the Xiao family head wanted her too, and she dumped our family head to marry richer. Didn't end well, though. The Xiao head was violent. Beat her constantly. So she remembered how good our family head was. Started an affair with him. He fought for the head position just to save her. But somehow the Xiao head found out, and the beatings got worse. Then one day, the story broke. Xiao Yuan killed his parents. Lu Jinxian was pronounced dead, and the rumors died with her. Who knew the truth was this twisted? She's a monster. And Xiao Yuan, God, he was only 8. No wonder he's the way he is. Taking the fall for his mother at 8 years old. Fooled the cops, fooled everyone. At the An family estate, inside An Ruoxi's room. She stared at the live stream on her phone. Her eyes stayed locked on Xiao Yuan's face, and her chest ached. If it weren't for avenging her parents, he would have buried this secret forever. Exposing Lu Jinxian for what she was meant, ripping open his own bleeding, scarred over wounds all over again. She shut off the screen, stood up, and walked toward the door. At the Xiao family mansion, old Master Xiao gripped his phone. Tears streamed down his face as he watched. His poor grandson. Suffering since he was a child, and still heaven wouldn't let him go. Back at the Xia mansion, Lu Jinxian was clawing for control. You're lying. Her voice pitched high, hysterical. None of that is true. You killed your father. It had nothing to do with me. Xiao Yuan shook off his shock. His memory pulled him back to the day the Xiao family had died. Lu Jingxian had shown up at his door, terrified out of her mind. She'd thrown herself into his arms, shaking, and said the same words over and over. My son killed that beast. My son killed that beast. Seeing her so broken, his only instinct had been to protect her. He helped her change her identity and escape the Xiao family. When the news broke that Xiao Yuan had killed his parents, Xiao Yuan had been stunned. But it gave Lu Jingxian a clean slate. He'd known her since they were children. She'd always been gentle, kind. He refused to believe she was capable of anything evil. He spoke, his voice flat and cold. Slandering your own mother like this, you're not fit to call yourself her son. Lu Jingxian exhaled, barely hiding her relief. As long as Xiao Yuan believed her, she still had a shield. Xiao Yuan watched her relax. His smile turned razor sharp. I have evidence. Xiao Yuan's words snapped the last thread holding Lu Jingxian together. All the color drained from her face. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. An assistant stepped forward and handed Xiao Yuan a tablet. He played the video right there, in front of Xiao Yuan. My father had a temper. He hit my mother. I hid a camera to gather evidence. This is what it caught. Xiao Yuan stared at the screen, motionless. In the footage, Lu Jingxian stood drenched in blood. She had just killed Xiao Yuan's father. Young Xiao Yuan looked up at her, steady. Mom, run. I'll say I did it. Lu Jingxian didn't pause. She ran. The video cut to another clip. A restaurant. The angle was low, from a camera pinned to someone's shirt. Mom. Xiao Yuan's voice came through bright, full of hope. Lu Jingxian's face stayed cold the entire time. Halfway through the meal, just as Xiao Yuan seemed lost in the warmth of being near her, Lu Jingxian slid a knife from her coat and drove it toward him. Why won't you just die? If you're dead, no one will ever have to know. The footage stopped. Silence. Then voices erupted. That's her own son. How could she? That poor boy. All he ever wanted was his mother's love. And the family had he's been fooled by this monster for years. Uniformed officers moved through the doorway. Lu Jingxian, you are under arrest for intentional homicide. Come with us. She jolted back to the present. Pale and shaking, she dropped to her knees in front of Xiao Yuan and clutched at his arm. Husband, save me. Please. Agony darkened Xiao Yuan's eyes. He took her fingers and pried them off, one at a time. I have no wife as vicious as you. They led Lu Jingxian out. This time, nobody would be coming to pull strings for her. Xiao Yuan walked out of the Xia estate and stopped. He lifted his gaze. And there she stood. Anshuli waited a short distance away in a simple white dress, her smile clean and open. The sunlight caught her in a way that made her seem lit from within. She held out her hand. An Yuan. Let's go home. Xiao Yuan's eyes burned. He took her hand, laced their fingers together. Let's go home. 1 month later. The An family living room. Old Master Xiao settled onto the sofa and lifted a cup of tea. He skimmed the lid across the surface, took a sip, and his whole face relaxed. Oh, Brother An. Wonderful tea. Old Master An drank from his own cup and smiled. For you. Nothing but the best. Old Master Xiao set his cup down and glanced at his grandson, who sat rigid beside him. His grin widened. So, I've come today to discuss the wedding. My boy had a certain reputation, I'll own that. But he knows who to hate and who to protect. To the world he shows a cold face. For his people, he would hand over everything. Old Master An studied Xiao Yuan. Temper like cold steel. A touch of darkness. But that height. That face. A striking young man. No wonder his granddaughter had fallen. He chuckled. I can't think of another quality he has. Old Master Xiao leaned in. Oh. Do tell. Old Master An took a slow sip of tea. He's nimble. Climbs up to my granddaughter's window every night. I had someone check the wall he's worn the plaster clean off. And Shuli sat beside her grandfather, mortified. Grandpa. Old Master Zhao's eyes flew wide. He rounded on his grandson. You actually did that. Xiao Yuan owned it. He stole a glance at An Shuli and gave a single nod. Old Master Zhao's chest swelled with pride. He shot his grandson a subtle thumbs up and muttered, Good man. I raised you right. Then he faced Old Master An again. Brother An, I swear little Xixi won't suffer a single day in our home. She points east, this bowl won't look west. So, the wedding? Old Master An looked at his granddaughter, then at the green jade bracelet circling her wrist. He teased, My girl never wears jewelry. But thanks to your bow, she's been flashing that green bracelet right under my nose. If I said no, she'd probably fight me. Grandpa. And Shuli's face went scarlet. Old Master An laughed, full and warm. Let the young ones decide. After they finished talking about the engagement, An Ruoxi walked Old Master Xiao and Xiao Yuan out. Old Master Xiao headed to the car first, giving the couple a moment alone. Xiao Yuan held onto An Ruoxi's hand and wouldn't let go. So, tonight am I coming to you, or are you coming to me? She'd been with him every day lately. She tried to pull her hand free. Not tonight. I'll find you in a couple of days. The man was insatiable. Even a body made of iron couldn't take him tormenting her every single night. Xiao Yuan's face fell. He tightened his grip and traced teasing circles across her palm with his fingers. No. I can't sleep unless I'm holding you. His nails grazed her skin lightly, sending a ticklish thrill up her arm. She was about to give in when her phone rang. She checked the screen. Dr. Jin. A bad feeling crawled into her chest. She answered immediately. Dr. Jin. Is something wrong with my brother? Dr. Jin's excited voice burst through. Mason, get over here. Your brother's awake. At the research institute. An Ruoxi sprinted like a madwoman to An Baiqian's room. Dr. Jin and two nurses were busy at his bedside. Brother. She lunged to the bed and dropped to her knees. Dr. Jin signaled the nurses, and they stepped back. An Baiqian lay weak against the pillows, his eyes barely open. An Ruoxi broke down sobbing. Brother. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. An Baiqian's eyes shifted slowly. When he saw her, he tried desperately to lift the corners of his mouth into a smile. But his facial muscles were too stiff. It didn't work. He could only raise his right hand, very, very slowly, and rest it on top of her head. Xi. He brushed her hair just once before his hand dropped. An Ruoxi heard his faint whisper, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and wiped her tears frantically. Brother, I'm here. I'm right here. His hand found hers on the bed rail. Don't cry. After those two words, his eyes closed again. Panicked, An Ruoxi cried, Brother. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Dr. Jin hurried to reassure her. Mason, don't worry. He's just extremely weak. He passed out. All his vitals are normal. With some rest, he'll be able to get out of bed. An Ruoxi wiped her face and forced a smile. Good. That's good. Dr. Jin added, Oh, and Jiangning has been doing much better since we started the new medication. She hasn't had an episode in a while. An Ruoxi stood. Really? I want to see her. She rushed to the room next door. The moment she opened the door, she saw Jiangning. Instead of sitting on the bed like usual, Jiangning was standing in the middle of the room, facing the wall. An Ruoxi tested the waters. Ning Ning. Jiangning turned around. Her eyes were a little cloudy, like she didn't recognize her. An Ruoxi stepped forward, eyes red. Ning Ning. Jiang Ning stared at her for a long moment. Then a gentle smile spread across her face. She reached out a hand. Xixi, come here. Let your sister hold you. An Ruoxi broke. She ran and threw herself into Jiang Ning's arms, hugging her tight. 1 year later. The prison. An Ruoxi sat on the visitor's side of the glass. A moment later, an iron door clanged on the other side. She looked over. 2 guards escorted An Ruoxi in, still in his prison uniform. In just 1 year, his hair had gone completely white. He looked 20 years older. His face was battered and bruised, and he shuffled to the window. When his eyes landed on An Ruoxi, the look he gave her was pure murder. She picked up the phone and smiled mockingly. See you suffer in there puts my mind at ease. An Ruoxi ground his teeth. Don't get too cocky. An Ruoxi snorted. You're the one locked up in here. Why shouldn't I be cocky? I came today to update you on your family. An Chuchu pulled her rich girl act in prison and got a leg broken and one eye blinded. Your precious son couldn't handle the fall. Your brother-in-law tricked him into a gambling den. He lost everything your family had and then some. He's tens of millions in debt. The casino muscle broke both his hands. As for your ever-loyal wife, she couldn't take the family falling apart. She lost her mind. She's probably in a mental institution by now. And you, I'm guessing every day in here feels like a slow death. An Ruoxi. He roared and shot to his feet. Sit down. The guard slammed a baton across his back, forcing him down onto the bench. Bloodshot eyes fixed on her. If you got the guts, just kill me. An Ruoxi's face went cold. You murdered my parents. You want to die. It's not that simple. I want you to live every single moment in hell. Then she smiled again. Oh, I forgot to mention. My brother's awake now. He's in charge of a group. And she touched her belly. Our family is about to get a little bigger. She looked at him one last time. This is the last time I'll visit you. I hope every day from now on is more miserable than the last and full of regret. She turned and walked out without looking back. An Ruoxi screamed and thrashed in his cell. An Ruoxi. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. But she couldn't hear him anymore. No matter what venom he spewed, it couldn't touch her. Outside the prison, An Ruoxi found Xiao Yuan, An Baiqian, and Jiang Ning waiting for her. Xiao Yuan leaned lazily against the car, a crushed cigarette dangling from his fingers. An Baiqian sat steady and dignified in his wheelchair. Jiang Ning stood behind him, her smile warm. The sky was a deep, perfect blue. Sunlight poured over them like melted honey. Seeing them all together, An Ruoxi's eyes burned with happiness. Xiao Yuan spotted her and rushed over to hold her arm, his eyes full of adoration even as he grumbled. I told you I'd go in with you. You wouldn't let me. Did that old bastard scare my daughter? An Ruoxi rolled her eyes. It's still an embryo. What could it possibly be scared of? And how do you know it's a daughter? What if it's a son? Xiao Yuan kept going. I don't care. It's a daughter. A little girl who looks just like you, that's perfect. A son who looks like me. I'd have to beat him into shape. An Ruoxi quickly clamped his mouth shut. Don't say stuff like that. You'll scare the baby. He took the chance to kiss her hand, grinning like a wolf. I thought you said it was just an embryo. She pulled her hand away in disgust and ignored him. An Baiqian laughed. We get enough of you two and your lovey-dovey nonsense at home. Can't you spare us out here too? Xiao Yuan clapped him on the shoulder. Jealous, big brother. You'd better hurry up too. An Ruoxi smacked Xiao Yuan's back. Don't you touch my brother. If you hurt him, you're not coming into my room tonight. Xiao Yuan put on a pitiful face. Big brother is strong as an ox. A tap like that is a tickle to him. Right, big brother. And Bai Qian smiled knowingly. My sister probably just doesn't want you in her room tonight. An Ruoxi flushed bright red, like she'd been caught. Brother. Don't say that. Xiao Yuan pulled her close and lowered his voice so only she could hear. I'll be gentle tonight. I promise you'll enjoy it. An Ruoxi gave him a flat look and walked ahead on her own. And Bai Qian glanced back at Jiangning and smiled warmly. Let's go. Jiangning nodded gently. She looked up at the flawless blue sky. The sun was just right. Happiness hung thick in the air. Everything felt ordinary and precious.